respond to what is really a setback in terms of a tool
click the button, man,
to protect our voting rights.
Did you see me own Josiah?
Yeah, you fucking trashed
Totally owned him.
You fucking trashed him, bro. You trashed
and
thrashed him. I saw him. He fucking ran.
Him.
He was like, I gotta leave. I gotta work off these holiday pounds. And then he flailed like a lunatic. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel like a hero, like a king. No, he was nice. I mean, I believe him. But now I'm gonna have to go through every fucking Twitter thread and
see what the...
Yeah, just, you know, it's good. All this discourse is because of me, because I'm a fucking Chad.
True. Your well-known hatred for the lefty squad.
Sure.
Hey, why don't you stop chirping? Sorry.
Wait, share your screen.
There. Happy?
Yeah, boy. What's going on in your factorial world?
Well, you know, I just refactored after finishing my one accomplishment, my achievement, so now I'm going for my...
So you're on a whole new game?
Yeah.
Alright, let me in.
One second.
Dude, the EU DGG viewers are fucking pogging out of their mind right now. They're
Why?
putting their dicks out of their hand to pay attention. There he is. There's my guy who's never taken APAC money.
Come on,
That's
dude.
the goat.
Hong is Hitler. El Sayed is Hitler. Even DAC didn't run on prison abolition or ending the West.
I can't remember who it was. I think Dan and I were talking about like genociders, and he was like, Hitler? He's the goat. I was like, you cannot say that, man.
Well, Dan can, right? It's me, but yes, I view someone seeking out Hassan to campaign with them, the same as someone who sought out Nick Fuentes to campaign with them. They're equally disturbing to me and a huge red flag on what they really want. Oh, and then here comes Pisco with the intellectualism.
He hit him with the, who are you voting for? Yeah, because I didn't want to be slimy in my conversation and be like, well, I'm going to sit on the couch. I'll just eat the bullet. Yeah, I'll go vote for fucking Tiffany. I don't care. If I buy RimWorld, can I, or Factorio, can I join the fucking world or no? Just tell me now.
No.
Okay.
You don't want to.
Good. Because I don't know what to do now that my Death Star is built.
Your Death Star? Oh, the thing.
Yeah, it's built. Now I don't know what to do.
Well, good for you.
I guess I'll just have to play League.
Wait, fuck. Hold on 1 second.
Holding.
Shut up. What? Say what?
Idea for national unity that will save democracy. The Senate races in Michigan and Texas are both approximately 50-50 in prediction markets. In Texas, the Republicans have nominated a generationally corrupt and unethical candidate. In Michigan, the Dems are about to nominate a socialist with a history of anti-American statements.
Based.
How about the Republicans endorse Talarico in Texas?
Oh, I
and
saw
Dems
that
will
from
do it for
Hanania.
Rogers in Michigan.
Holy shit, that was some king shit, dude. Oh my god, dude. The dream would be like a fucking conservative party full of like Richard Hanania types. Or even like the Adam Kinzinger people. Fuck me.
Do you loathe for the old Republicans?
Or just anybody who's just not fucking crazy. I feel like I need to I don't even know. Like go on a redo like a general education, or I don't even know, bro. I'm not sure. I don't think people realize like how, like even my audience, I don't think people realize like how horrible and cringe and bad the commie shit is.
Probably not, no. Oh, I got a question. During the what was it? The 20 when Trump was trying to get rid of the mandate or Obamacare or whatever it was, and
McCain?
The war prisoner whose name I'm
McCain?
forgetting.
McCain?
Yeah, McCain voted to save it or whatever. Was that like a known thing or was it like a fucking shock?
My guess is that it was not expected, which I don't know how that's possible. Just because you've seen like how the British Parliament is. It's kind of like memes and wacky shit, right?
Yep.
I think this was one of the only times in my entire life.
You heard like a gasp in the audience.
Yeah, the people gasped.
Yeah. So he must have been telling like the whip, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna vote with you, don't worry. And he got up there in his old age and just like, fuck it.
Well, I actually don't know. Did McCain ever talk about that decision or?
Let me look. I mean, that's like book worthy.
Yeah. Day 20 vaccine to play Pierre. I'm never ever playing that. I don't know why you would ever even. I'm never playing that mod. I don't know why you guys spam it. Do you think Marxism, at least Marx himself originally intended, is inherently anti-Semitic? I can argue that it is. How? I don't know how Marxism would be inherently anti-Semitic.
In Restless Wave, he clarified that while he disliked the Affordable Care Act, his goal with the vote was to force the Senate back to working together rather than saving the bill. Or that's the specific law.
Sure. I'm just saying that, or I mean, like generally you don't call votes and stuff unless you know what the result is going to be, right?
Yes.
So I don't know. I just don't know why that happened the way that it did.
Yeah, I have no idea. Someone in chat said they expected his vote unasked and then he put his thumb down.
Oh, like they didn't even ask him?
They just expected, I guess, yeah.
Bruh. That's a major bruh moment, if so.
Bruh.
Bruh. You realize this, how can you make people understand that you can't have like these one-way types of agreements like are inherently exploitative?
Yeah, explain. Like which?
Like if I say
one?
like I'm never ever gonna hit you, and then like every day when you see me you just like punch me, and I'm like I'm never gonna hit you no matter what, and then like every day you see me you keep punching me, and I'm like oh well I'll never hit you no matter what.
Eventually you're gonna snap, and then you're gonna fucking hit him, and they're gonna be like, well, but you said. Yeah.
I just don't understand how to like get across that point of like inherently exploitative. Like there's so much stuff that we say. There's like a huge issue that I have, and Pisco really, I think this comes out with his hypotheticals. There's a lot of stuff we say, there's a lot of values we have, but they presuppose some like underlying thing. And when that underlying thing disappears, people still try to like hold on to the principle, but the principle's not there anymore if the underlying thing is like completely gone. So like, I think who was I talking to when they were like, it might have been the Jonah guy, when he was saying like, well, the Democratic Party needs like more competition and everything, and it'll make the Democratic Party better. And it's like, okay, I mean, I agree with that. I think that's true, but we're not getting competition now because we're not even allowed to compete with the lefty people. We just have to completely and totally acquiesce to everything. We're not allowed to like fight against them at all. And
these aren't competition either. These are like people in a, I mean, I guess that they are, but they mask as Democrats, which they're not.
Yeah, they're playing in a way to take advantage of us. And I feel like sometimes this is like the hardest thing I think to get across with the whole tit for tat stuff. The idea behind tit for tat is not so that we're fighting all the time. It's so that we don't fight at all, or at least you dramatically limit the fighting. Like if you say like, well, if you hit me, I'm going to hit you back. Nobody says that because they want to fight. They say that because they don't want to get hit at all. And if the other person understands that, then ideally they wouldn't, you know?
Yep.
So I don't know. It's just annoying.
I mean, we're gonna have to hear the, well, but you said blue no matter who discourse for the next fucking years. But that's honestly, it's on us.
Yeah, but
we shouldn't. Yeah,
no. It was good, but the problem is that they didn't want to do that. So then, okay, then we're not. But they're the ones who didn't want to do the blue no matter who. So
they didn't follow the social contract. So why are we expected to? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. And then also, yeah, and even in my subreddit, people were saying this, like, I was like, do you think blue no matter who? Did that mean every single Democrat over any Republican into perpetuity? We're really like that partisan? Is that no? That's not. If anything, that's not me. I mean, nobody would expect me to be that hyper partisan. I
would hope eventually we could go back to like Congress working somewhat together, but I don't know if those days will ever come back.
Sure.
I don't like that Discord knows what fucking game I'm playing, and now it's asking me to link my Riot Games account to Discord. It's just weird.
Linking Discord to what?
It wants me to link it to my Riot Games account.
Problem? Okay.
Go through the thread. Oh, you're not going through the thread?
It's just more like they say brain dead conversation with Peace and Sword, but I don't know what is it. It's just gonna be like, you gotta vote for them. We're gonna back up. Like I don't know what else.
At least break it down. It's good content.
It's boring as fuck. You're an accelerationist of a different sort, it seems. Like these are all the same brand. I don't know how to factor into these arguments. This is like if he hits me, I really am gonna hit him back. Oh, so you like violence. You love violence. You understand then that you're the same as him. You love violence. It's like, okay. It's just like,
well, how many times can they hit me, man?
Yeah, it's just like so boring. And it's like, well, they promise next time they won't. And it's like, okay, like, you're willing for MAGA to wield complete executive control in Wisconsin on the possibility that such a defeat would significantly lower DSA's chances elsewhere. They are for us! Yeah?
How bad is the Tom Tiffin guy? Do I need to look into that?
Where?
Tom Tiffany, the guy who's running for governor.
I would assume that if they're
making him sound like Hitler. That's how everybody in these threads are making him sound.
If it's 2026 and you still identify with MAGA, then I would call you Hitler. Yeah.
I just don't even know if he does identify with MAGA. But I don't care.
But they would do. If he's a Republican today, probably.
Well, if he's a Republican,
yeah.
Oh, he's a Freedom Caucus member?
Jesus.
No more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. If you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Think you full of shit. That is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's not.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking about. You are uneducated.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you ever met Donald Trump?
Is systemic racism holding the black community back, Or has it become an excuse to avoid personal responsibility? Now, John was a little too white to handle this topic, so you got me. I'm Paris Rose from Jubilee Media, and this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers. Today, we're diving into policing in Black communities, whether Republicans are better for the Black community than Democrats, and the debate over systemic racism. I'm here with our featured guest, former police officer.
I don't think racism's good.
Wow, so brave.
Commentator Brendan Tatum. I'm so happy to see you today. How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I'm happy.
All right, you ready to take everyone on?
Oh, we about to get busy in here. So.
Oh, I love to hear. Are you guys ready? Yeah! They sound ready. All right, let's go.
Hi, I'm Officer Tatum, and I'm the host of The Officer Tatum Show, and I'm surrounded by Black liberals.
This guy's fucking crazy, by the way.
By officer, do you mean like he's like a cop?
My
I think
first
he's an ex-cop,
surrounded claim is Trump and Republicans are better for the Black community than Democrats.
If you'd like to be the first debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Naima, nice to meet you.
Naima,
Yeah.
nice to meet you as well.
Before I do my rebuttal, I would just like to know why you think that.
Well, there's a myriad of reasons. I think that conservative policies are more beneficial to the Black community. It's more beneficial to America, which Black people are part of America. And I think that policies like limiting immigration or illegal immigration, getting illegal immigrants out of this country, lowering taxes, all benefit Black people as a whole. Religious freedom, you name it, every single policy that I can think about that Republicans have implemented, that they stand for, the values they stand for are all better off for Black people than Democrats could ever dream of.
How have you okay. First of all, religious freedom is not just a Republican policy.
Where have I seen this lady before?
She's been on a few Jubilees, and I think this is the one who had the boyfriend open the jar for Andrew Wilson moment.
Oh, the queen.
Yeah, this lady is very sharp.
Jar girl.
Well, don't do that.
Oh, I wasn't doing that. I forgot about that whole thing.
Well, wait, what thing?
Well, what do you mean? I was thinking about the jar thing.
Well, yeah, but now it sounds like you're thinking of a thing in your head that's way more extreme than what I was thinking.
I was thinking one guy, one jar. What were you thinking?
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's called one guy, one jar, but close enough. Okay.
Far more freedom, believing in freedom of religion than Democrats could ever dream of.
Just play the song. I'm leaving. Bye. Play.
I don't want to harp on that. That's in the Constitution. That's just not true.
From
but
every single aspect of life.
But I just want to focus on which one of Trump's policies specifically has been designed to help the Black community.
Well, First Step Act has been designed to reverse the effects of over-policing from the past.
He has done that.
The First Step Act, yes, it was.
Okay.
To allow for people who were incarcerated with sentencing for drug dealing and less violent crimes for them to have some relief. My uncle got out on the First Step Act.
Okay.
Urban revitalization.
Yeah.
Injecting money into these inner city communities. Permanent funding for HBCUs, which Barack Obama never did. Donald Trump implemented.
Okay.
I mean, I can go down a list.
Yeah,
and I think that lowering taxes and all the other benefits that Americans get is also beneficial to Black people.
So it's funny because I've watched some of your videos, I've heard these talking points before, and I actually looked into all of these, and there's not a ton of quantitative impact on how those have actually affected just the Black community. But let's talk about the Republican Party and Trump and his policies as a whole. Do you think that Trump reposting a video in which one of his supporters screams white power was beneficial to the Black community?
I'm not familiar with some video that he posted.
Well, I mean, you should be, though.
Let's talk about Democrat policy.
You should be,
Let's talk about Democrat
No,
policy.
no, now you're off.
He absolutely. I would bet all 7 of my balls right now that if you looked on this guy's fucking Twitter, he's got comments about like, oh, that video wasn't a big deal. Oh, I don't know anything or whatever. Or not, I don't know anything. He's commented. There's no way he has never heard about this. I don't believe that.
Skating. You are the one who has the burden.
It says right
I'm
here.
Sorry. I do not want to be interrupted.
It says right here
I do not want to be
that
interrupted.
Trump and Republicans are better than the Democrat
exactly.
policies.
So the burden of proof is on
it's not.
you.
Yes. Trial.
No, this is how a debate works. You've made a claim that you have to substantiate, and you have yet to do that.
I am wrong. So how are you correct in that Democrat policies are better than Republican policies?
Well, actually, do you want to know my personal belief is that the Democrats are fundamentally kind of apathetic to the needs of black people, while Republicans are openly antagonizing the black community.
Give me an example.
So, I mean, so
what
an example.
What policy position is negative towards black people that Republicans implement?
Trump this year intentionally got rid of the disparate impact analysis. So what the disparate impact analysis does is that it analyzes laws that were made neutrally, policies that were intended to be neutral, to make sure that there were not any racial disparities as an effect of that policy, right? Accidentally. So Trump has removed the protection for the disparate impact analysis. So we don't know if the policies that we're enacting are disproportionately hurting the black community or not.
That doesn't make any sense. Any policy.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
No, what
it's a
you're
bad
saying
idea.
does not make any sense because the policies that are implemented,
yes,
the majority of the ones that are in Congress are agreed upon by the House and the Senate.
Right.
Democrats and Republicans.
Yes.
And so with that being said, there's black people represented. There's all kinds of people represented in creating our laws and policies.
But that's the point.
So what are you saying that they're not considering whether or not it has a desperate effect on the black community?
So here's the thing. When you create a policy, obviously you are creating it in good faith. But we do not know always how that policy is going to affect the population.
Give me an example of a policy.
Can I finish talking?
Give me an example of a policy.
But I'm trying to explain to you.
I'm running out of time.
So the point of the disparate analysis report is to check to make sure that the laws that we implement in good faith don't end up hurting the black community by accident. Why would you get rid of that?
Why do you think he got rid of it, according to you?
Because he's racist.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you ever met Donald Trump personally?
What? Okay. I don't know why you just asked that, but when it comes to analyzing conservatives, your questions need to exist purely in the realm of like the rhetorical. There's never going to be a satisfying logical answer for why a conservative says anything ever. So if you're ever trying to mine like content intellectually or like argumentatively, that's just never going to be the case.
No.
You don't know him?
No. So
why
you've met
Donald Trump? I've met Donald Trump several.
You don't know him, right? That is right, right?
So you're basing whether or not he's racist just on your
You don't have any evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some disparate impact analysis.
I need to, next year, this will be my project next year, is being mean to people that just don't know enough to have a conversation, I guess. If you're going to have like policy debate or whatever, right, you can have a policy that is mean intentionally, or you can have a policy that's mean unintentionally. This would be like a disparate impact analysis. So like, let's say for instance, I'll get racist. Let's say for instance, we're going to say, I want to ban all people from school who listen to rap music. And let's say that when you implement that, let's say that you genuinely, you're not trying to target a race. You just think rap music is bad for school or whatever, or something, or that you just hate rap. Then let's say that you find out that when you run that analysis of like the 10,000 people that you just disqualified from school, 72% of them were black people in a district where only 10% of the school population is black. Oh, well, intentionally, you didn't want that to be a racist law. And when you look at the writing of the law and everything else, nothing in there is racist. But when you look at the actual the impact of the law, it's a highly disparate impact. It seemed to impact one racial group or some protected group way, way, way more than any other one. So you'd say, oh, well, there's a disparate impact. Maybe we need to re-examine this law. But this is like really basic policy stuff. Like if you've never heard this before, I don't know how you would go on a show like this and argue whether or not the president is good or bad for black communities. I don't know, it's just cringe.
You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some disparate impact analysis that somehow that has something to do with race and it only affects black people.
But your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me one time, therefore he's not a racist. I have
no evidence to believe that Trump is a racist.
Because you are
Where's the evidence that Trump is a racist?
Okay, I'll give you more evidence. In 1973, his company was sued for violating the Fair Housing Act by openly discriminating against black renters.
What was the findings of that?
He was actually forced to settle.
He was forced to settle?
Yes, he was forced to settle. No, he had
There was no finding of fault.
Why would someone settle if they were not guilty?
You can make up
Why would someone settle if he wasn't doing it?
Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
He was also forced to...
No. Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
He settled, so they didn't have a determination in court. He got out of it by settling, which is what you do when you are guilty, but you don't want to...
I don't really like our argument here.
No, definitely not. You gotta, yeah. And there's better... I don't know if she'll get to that Central Park 5 or whatever. There's better arguments for why Trump is so fucking wacky.
Go to court.
That's not the way our system works. Yes, that is exactly what the point of
settling is. Yes,
no,
you
it's
settle
not.
out. Yes.
He had a dissent decree, which they agreed that he would implement certain things in his organization. There was no fault granted. They did not prove
What were the things that he had to implement in his company?
Recruiting. It was a form of it was that
I think you're thinking about a different lawsuit against the Trump administration.
He had to make sure that they have job applications.
What are some other reasons you would settle? Maybe you don't. You just don't want to be fucked with the whole court process. It might. Sometimes with certain industries, there's like it's kind of cringe, but there's like a cost of doing business where you just expect to get sued a certain amount of times. Sometimes it's just easier to settle out than to follow through in court for all the fighting or whatever. But it really depends on. And you could also get sued for things where you decide to settle, but you don't really think that there was like a big wrongdoing with the way they tried to sue you. So let's say somebody sues you because they're like, oh, I think I was wrongfully terminated, and because you hate black people or something, or because you hate women. And then let's say that person takes you to court, and let's say that you review everything that happened. And you're like, okay, I guess this guy kind of got fucked over. I don't really think there was like a racist firing here, but like maybe you settle out for some small dollar amount that would cost you less than defending yourself in court. Like, does it mean that they agree that they were racist? Like, no, but.
Is available to minorities.
No, this wasn't about jobs. This was about the Trump Corporation, the real estate. Yes.
Court cases going to trial are really rare, by the way. Well, it just depends on if you prepare for trial, it won't. And if you don't, you will.
They violated the Fair Housing Act because...
Maybe we talking about something different.
Well, there were 2 times he was sued for racism.
I only know of one time.
Yeah, well, you should learn about the other one because it was bad too. Yeah.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think you do.
The dissent decree, which was established, there was no findings of Donald Trump being a racist. And his organization has been without fault.
No, that was...
You cannot find a court document that says that Donald Trump officially discriminated against anybody.
He literally marked...
What's your next one?
He literally marked black applicants...
What's your next one? What's your next example of Trump being a racist?
When he reposted the Obamas as monkeys.
Now,
It's just a meme.
He already
it's
said...
a meme, you dip.
He already said that he did not post that. It was somebody on his staff, and the post wasn't even about that. That was a real.
It was on his account.
And then when it came out, he denounced it. He said it was wrong.
It was on his account already.
One of the staffers posted it.
Why would one of his staffers even have that? Even if it wasn't him,
you're making the post sound like the post was about that. It was a meme created by somebody else.
Are you really depicting black people as monkeys? Like, that's crazy.
And Hillary Clinton.
That's crazy.
And Hillary Clinton was a pig. And it was all kind of people depicted as animals. It wasn't just about Barack Obama. Did Donald Trump make the video?
Has any other president done that
Did Donald Trump make the video?
Has any other president done that
No, you're blaming him. Did Donald Trump make the video?
I don't know if he made it, but
no, he did not.
It's about what he
posts. Did he denounce what that represented?
If I posted something that said "kill all of X people," that's what I believe, right?
It's not true.
Even if I didn't type it out,
that's not true.
Put it in Canva and then post it.
If somebody posted,
look at the black. Also, look at on display the black solidarity here. She's a queen debater.
Oh, yeah, the flags.
They know she's a queen debater. They're not trying to vote her out after 2 fucking seconds.
This is the longest I've ever seen somebody on there.
Yeah.
If somebody posted some offensive on your account and you denounce it, is that a fair statement to say you don't believe in that?
No, I don't think that's true. I would like to be held accountable.
She is a little bit too all or nothing on her arguments, though. Like, you could say that, fine, that's fair, but you denounced it, that's good. But her earlier question was good. Why the fuck was that even on there in the first place? Or what is the environment that he exists in where people are even thinking that it's okay to post stuff like this? Like, in any reasonable environment, people will say that it reflects on who you are as a person, or it must reflect on some kind of decision you're making, yeah?
He said he didn't believe it.
If I hired someone to post on my behalf and they posted racist statements,
and you said
that would be on me.
And you took it down,
No.
and you told them, and you said to the world, you don't believe that to be true.
Officer Tatum, we have to pause here. All right, you have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much for your time. If you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, how you?
So I'd like to talk about Trump and the Republicans, not specifically on Trump, but focusing upon the history of the Republican Party because he's just the latest iteration of that, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
So the Republican Party has a proven track record of giving platforms to sellouts who promote a message that harms black people.
Who is that? Who is the sellout that you, give me an example.
Well, there are actually quite a few, but I'll start with the
Well,
earliest
let's start with this
example.
premise. The first black legislators,
Right.
or the first black people in Congress,
Right.
We're all the real racists, okay?
were all Republicans.
Right. So let me explain that to you.
Is that a fact?
Why is it if all the early people always do this, like the slave owners, the people who freed the slaves and everything, these people were all the original Republicans or whatever. Yes, that the Republicans freed the slaves, and it was the Democrats that fought to keep them enslaved. I've never heard anybody ask this question. Why are the Republicans today, then, the ones who wanted to save the Robert E. Lee statues? I don't understand that. I don't understand how they never get asked that question. Like, if these statues are all supposed to represent, old, historic, Democratic leaders, and it was the Republicans who freed the slaves, and why is it the Republicans who are the ones today trying to save all these stupid fucking old World War II, Civil War statues with the fucking Confederacy?
Right, yes. So basically what happened is the last of the radical Republicans, which was a segment of the Republican Party that passed the 14th Amendment, all of the amendments that gave black people the right to vote and ensured that slaves would not be disenfranchised. He died in August 11th.
No. Black people, Republicans unanimously voted.
He died in 1868 when the 14th Amendment was passed.
The
and then
Republicans
guess what?
as a whole
voted
unanimously. The Democrats did not.
Right, but guess what? After the radical Republican faction left Congress,
radical Republican. That's the
they were a historic. No. That's a title. They were a historic.
Who was the radical Republican?
It's better to analyze from a geographic standpoint. No, actually, there's another way that it's better to analyze. It's actually just by switching some words. But for some reason in American politics, we use words strangely. Is you really should just look at the parties as being liberal or conservative. But we don't. Maybe there's some historic reason, but we tend to stay away from those words when describing our parties, or at least
we just stick with Republicans or Democrats.
Yeah, we have conservative for Republicans, but we don't ever use the word liberal to mean anything more than just Democratic Party. Because if you can understand that there were times when the Republican Party was more liberal or left or whatever, and there were times when the Democratic Party was more conservative or right, it helps, I think, understand more. But I don't know, we just whatever, bro.
They were a segment of the Republican Party
Name one.
Thaddeus Stevens. He's an example.
Oh, now he had a name. He did the name one gambit, and the guy could, and now he's got to move on from that point completely. Woo!
They are the ones who created the Freedmen's Bureau, which was designed to assimilate
He's like, I didn't see TikToks about this.
Into the national citizenry. After they left, the Republican Party constructed an oligarchy, which we called the Gilded Age, and in which we saw the fate of black people decline. Black home ownership decline. Black voting decline.
I hope they fact check you on
all
this.
All of that.
The Republicans unanimously voted.
No, not after that.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the 13th.
Seems like it's correct, according to the fact check.
14th and 15th
yes,
Amendment.
Under the leadership of the radical Republicans, and they were progressives.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
Yes, and then after the radical Republicans left, they stopped doing that.
When did the radical Republicans leave? You saying the radical
1868, the last person died.
That's not true.
It is 100% true.
Because the Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
Let me get back to what I was saying. Let me get back to what I was saying.
The Republicans unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
You're bulldozing and you're steamrolling because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Let's quantify that point.
Listen, brother.
The Republicans
to what I have to say.
Civil Rights Act.
Listen to what I have to say that you can respond to it, okay?
Why won't you answer that question?
Booker T. Washington was fated by the white racist establishment. He had tea at Windsor Castle by Queen Victoria.
Wait. Have you ever seen the movie Devil Wears Prada?
A long time ago.
Ugh. Oh. I'm guessing you didn't see Devil Wears Prada too?
No.
Okay.
He met Susan B. Anthony. He was allowed to create the Tuskegee Institute because he was promoting this myth of personal responsibility, which harms black people.
The most successful documented black man who lifted so many black people from poverty to success was Booker T. Washington.
No, he did not.
Jim Crow was incredible for black success in America.
The institutionalization of Jim Crow was a direct result of his false message.
What was his false message?
His message was that black people were not fit to participate in the political process.
That's not true.
Because slavery had set them backwards.
Where do you see
all of the black
congressmen,
it's in his book.
You saying he mentioned that black people were not fit to participate in the
Yes, that is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's not.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
He doesn't know anything. There's no way. He hasn't heard of any of this before. He did not come in prepared for this. Jesus.
This is gonna be Darius.
Then you don't know
debate.
what you're talking
I
about.
know other.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am a history teacher.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I teach in the public school
Let me
system.
finish what I'm
You
saying.
are uneducated.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You cannot
you don't
teach
know
in the
what
public
you're
school
talking
system
about.
if you're telling me
Oh my
that
God,
Republicans
he
did
calls
not
him
unanimously
racist.
vote for the 13th, 14th,
You are
15th
being
Amendment
put,
and the Civil Rights
You
Act.
are being given
You cannot tell me you're a teacher
as
if
a
you are
token,
not, and you do not understand.
You are
Wait,
lying
guys,
about
do
the
not
historical
talk over each
record.
other. We can't
Republicans-
hear anything either you were saying.
He's not allowing me to make a single point.
Because I'm making points.
No, because you're afraid
Of what?
of the truth.
I just explained to you.
When you
I just
earn,
explained to you.
when you
Why can't
earn a
you answer-
living off of lies, you are afraid of the
Give
truth.
me a lie that I've told.
The idea that Republican policies benefited black people, and that
I
is
just
not
gave
true.
you Republican policies.
No, let me
Give
give you an example.
Give me examples that they've hurt black people.
I'll give you an example. During the Hoover administration, 43% of the black people who were employed in domestic work. And the reason for that is because they were shut out of truly gainful employment. And the segment who was hurt the most were black men. Black women could get jobs as maids and things of that sort. But black men, any job that gave them the opportunity for social dignity, value, and worth, they were systematically denied. And a lot of it had to do with Booker T. Washington's message. Now, guess what?
Booker T. Washington's message
has been harmful.
that I have.
You have not
I've
read the
read
book.
portions of his message.
No, read the whole book.
I will read the whole book. But you cannot sit here and tell me that Booker T. Washington's message was
It hurt
disenfranchising to black people.
And guess what?
That's not true.
Guess what he acknowledges in his book?
So the Tuskegee Institute was detrimental to black people.
Guess what he said?
No. Was the Tuskegee
Yes, it was.
Institute
And let me tell you
detrimental to black
why.
people?
He acknowledged that
That is
the
insane.
people in Tuskegee, Alabama, the white community there, only allowed him to create that institute because he assured them he would not be teaching them anything that would lift them out of domestic status, anything that pertained to higher education, any knowledge of their history, or just the humanities, anything that white people took for granted in normal universities. It was designed to keep black people oppressed. That was the point.
Up from slavery. Booker T. Washington had a message of black success and personal accountability.
I will say I don't know anything about Booker T. Washington, so I can't pretend to know or not know whether or not the guy's summary of him is correct. I will say that historically, you have to be very careful how you analyze people's words and I'm not trying to correct this guy because everything he's saying could be 100% factually true, but different people will make different arguments for different reasons. So if Booker T. Washington was trying to make the argument that listen, I can educate blacks, they're not going to be a threat to whites, we're not going to teach you crazy shit that's going to let them rise up and kill you and blah blah blah. It could be that Booker T. Washington guy was maybe kind of a racist piece of shit. It could also be that strategically he knew that the only way that he was ever going to get these types of reforms or programs or educational things, opportunities made available to these people, is to give these types of reassurances to racist white people. I don't know. I can't speak at all to the factuality of this, but obviously neither can the Officer Tatum guy.
And responsibility.
And it's
he
a
did
lie.
not
And it's a
depend
lie.
on the government to do the things that black people
Yes,
could
he
already
did
do.
deny on the government.
He did not.
Yes, he
He
did.
did not make his mission and his plan to
Yes,
say
he
that
did.
black people should depend on the government.
This is the
That
lie
is a
for
lie.
everybody who is listening to me. The lie is that black people should focus solely upon family and their economic status and ignore agitations
It's
for
not
social
ignoring, it's
social
prioritizing.
equality. No,
It's
and he actually
prioritizing
says
the family,
he actually says in that
personal
book
responsibility.
that agitations for social equality are the extremist folly because black people are not prepared to be social equals to white people. He actually says that
That's
has
not-
been the
that's not a
program of the
pejorative.
Republican Party ever since
First
then.
of all, that's a lie.
And now, guess what else
That's a
happened?
lie.
That's a lie.
So, after
Why did the Democrats have, until Cory Booker recently, had the longest filibuster against the Civil Rights Act?
Right, I'll tell you
The
why.
longest in history,
So basically, what
besides the
happened
recent one.
is prior to that act, there were a number of Dixiecrats who were the inheritors.
Racist Democrats.
I'll tell you, the inheritors of slavery, chattel slavery, and then the Jim Crow era that
Racist
took its
Democrats.
place. Guess
does
what?
chattel mean?
After those acts.
I think when somebody says chattel slavery, I think the specific connotation there is slave from birth to death.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So I used to think these are kind of woke cringe positions, but apparently it is true that the institution of slavery in the United States of America was actually pretty unique in that it was considered. I don't actually know if at any point in human history before the United States instantiated slavery, there would be like races of people that could be considered slaves for the entirety of their life, as well as their children from birth to death. I don't know if that had ever existed ever in any part of
Was it
human
usually
history.
like you did like a few years of slavery? And
It
then
could be
you were
some form of servitude like that, like debt stuff. It could be that if somebody lost a war, that some, the other people or men and women were taken as slaves or whatever. It could be religious related reasons or whatever. Like these are things that existed historically, but the idea that just because of your race from birth to death, you are now a slave and you always will be, and there's nothing you can do, no matter what, to ever get your way out of that. That was a pretty unique American institution. Yeah.
The Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act were passed
Unanimously
guess what?
by Republicans.
Yet there was a 20 to 30% shift away from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. And then, surprisingly, Nixon begins his war on drugs, which is a part of his law and order program. And guess what happens? Black people become 6 to 7 times higher to be arrested for drug abuse versus white people. They are mass incarcerating us, and it is directly tied to Republican policy.
No, it's
Okay, we
not.
have to
I
pause
feel like this is
here.
the
We have to-
slowest I've ever seen flags raised. Usually, like maybe white people are the bad ones. Holy shit!
Whoa, bro.
Pause here. You have been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much. If you would like to be the next...
You see this graph? Does it fill you with hope? What, a low Donald Trump approval rating? No.
I have no right now.
I think the thing that I just don't understand how you can make this happen is like the news people, the alternative media people, whoever the fuck you're watching, people need to be held accountable for really, really, really bad predictions. And I just don't know why that doesn't exist at all in our media environment. It kind of drives me fucking insane. But like
I already called the Senate for Dems.
Sure. I don't necessarily mean like predicting like who's going to win an election or not, but in terms of like being able to say like if you vote for a Republican, like this is likely what's going to happen. There were just too many pundits that were like these weird conservative dick sucks who were just so fucking wrong on everything that would happen. And the fact that they can just make the worst types of predictions ever and then just, hop and skip on to the next election cycle with no like negative career impact or whatever, that nobody looks at them differently, that's just crazy to me.
Debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
Watch out now. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So your claim is that Trump and Republicans are better for the black community than Democrats.
Yes.
Okay. I think that claim is patently false, and let me explain why. Take the institution of voting, the most sacred thing that the Constitution protects.
Oh, God.
Something that we need for elected officials to
He's
represent
so excited to get
us.
into election fraud in
Repeatedly,
2020.
Republicans have used the judiciary to discriminate against black people in voting.
How?
We have cases like Louisiana versus Calais. The recent case that in 2026 it's caused all the redistricting crisis that you see right now.
This guy brings up, first of all, is black, sounds autistic, cites specific relevant Supreme Court case that has just recently been subject of contention. Uh-oh.
And when you see the effects of that for the black community, the Congressional Black Caucus is set to lose 16 to 19%, or it's not 16 to 19 members, 30% of its representation. Regardless of anything that you are saying communities should be doing, you have to still elect people to represent you to make those policy decisions.
Yeah, but
let me finish. I'm going to finish.
I'll let you finish.
If you are erasing the ability for people to have that representation and you're making it even harder to vote, like decisions like Shelby v. Holder, which makes it harder to eliminate discriminatory laws, or you have cases like Brnovich v. DNC, which are striking the ability to challenge laws that we think are discriminatory for mail-in voting. It's not good and it's not reasonable to say that Republicans are representing black people's interests.
Let me put this in simplistic terms.
Why the fuck would you even say that? This guy over here sounds like he's in law school. Like fucking Jesus. Let me break this time for you.
Voting is a sacred right.
Yes.
Right? And black people were afforded voting rights, which we all should fight for.
By Republicans.
Having voter ID is protecting that sacred right, that black people will make sure that black people can actually vote without being eliminated in their voting power by illegal aliens.
This goes beyond.
Let me go point by point.
Wait.
Want to allow
this goes way beyond
illegal
voter
aliens
ID. This goes way
to vote
beyond
in the elections.
This goes way beyond
And they don't
voter
want to
ID. You
secure
simply
elections.
don't want. They simply don't want people who are black to be elected.
How is that possible?
Because majority and minority districts were created by the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
True. He has to be in law school or as a lawyer or something.
That specific piece of legislation, which Republicans have repeatedly targeted through decades, has said, hey, there was history done here that harmed people, and as a way to make up for it, slowly over time, we need to designate specific areas, black populous areas, to have accurate representation
And what
of
did the
folks.
Supreme Court rule?
The Supreme
they just
Court
axed it.
ruled that, hey, actually, no, you guys don't
Racism's
need this
over.
representation.
Because you cannot
This
do
is
it
unconstitutional.
based on race.
Certainly you can.
You cannot redistrict and you cannot do that based on race.
You cannot deny black people from having the right to vote and
people-
represent themselves.
Okay, let me explain.
Because you have white people in Louisiana versus Calais. That's what the case
Let me-
is.
let me-
Okay, yeah,
get-
pause
let me
here.
get some-
Let
this is-
Officer Tatum speak.
Okay, this is the problem here. You are assuming that black people can only vote for Democrats.
I didn't assume
yes,
that
you
at all.
are, because
No,
the redistricting.
I didn't. Where did I say that?
Because
When did I say
I'm
that?
saying you're insinuating that.
I'm not
because
insinuating
you
that
cannot
either.
draw
Nothing.
lines of demarcation based on race. That is against the United States Constitution. They ruled that, which is why they had to redraw lines. Black people have a right to vote for anybody that they want that acts in the best interest of the black community or the community at large.
I'm trying to think of what the name. There's got to be like this fallacy where somebody is like very articulate, and it tends to be people who like blanket themselves in like the concept of logic a lot, but they don't have like a macro understanding of a thing, and they end up missing like the actual like nuanced or in the weeds understanding of a thing. I don't know how else to explain this. It's like in a lot of law for the United States, even your sacred constitutional rights, a lot of people seem to not understand that basically every single right you have in the United States, there's some kind of balancing test related to these things. I don't think there's any absolute anything in the U.S. except for criminal protections for the president of the fucking United States now. But aside from that, I don't think there's any like absolute 100% freedom of whatever protections or absolute protection from ever being racist ever. You can never do anything based on race ever. And it's like, if I make a Martin Luther King movie, am I allowed to exclusively hire black people to audition for the role of Martin Luther King? Or can I have like a woman's only gym? Is that okay? Or can I advertise Jerry curl to black people instead of to all races? Like there's balancing tests for all of these things because you're trying to protect the right like as a whole. And sometimes that requires you, I don't know, you could say semi-paradoxically, it might require you to consider that class or thing in a micro instance in order to protect the thing as a whole. So if you see that, states are able to gerrymander in such a way that 98% of black people in a state seem to not have their voice heard ever because 98% of them are voting one way and they have zero representatives in Congress, this is the basis by which the Voting Rights Act would consider, these majority-minority districts. You create these districts, it's like, okay, well, it seems like black people, no matter what, are never going to get their representatives elected if not for this type of protection. So you would like consider race when creating some of these districts. Now, if you're functionally retarded or if you're Alito, well, and I guess the rest of the conservatives that agreed, I guess you can disagree on that and you can say, well, that doesn't matter at all because I am going to go back to the ultra. Everything I just said, actually, none of this applies to the modern Supreme Court, so fuck me. But typically, a lot of stuff in law is like they're balancing tests to make sure that whatever right you're actually trying to protect, you're actually like achieving that income, or I'm sorry, you're achieving that outcome, not income, by the whatever process or procedure you're going through.
Doesn't have to always be Democrats.
There's a reason why black people vote for Democrats, and there's a reason why there's only five elected Republicans in Congress that are black.
Which is the problem in the black community today. The consistency of voting for these Democrats who ain't done nothing for black people and still haven't. We're to this day.
This applies to also earlier to that the disparate outcome analysis that the one girl was bringing up earlier too. You might have a law that doesn't seem to be racist at all, but then when you look at the impact of that law, it has an insanely disparate outcome. It's like, oh, well, maybe we go back to the drawing board and we reconsider this.
Many people that are sitting around here are still complaining about the plight against the black people, which y'all still vote for Democrats. And Democrats have been elected in office for the majority of the time in the last decade.
Republicans have done
what
way,
have they done?
Republicans
Nothing
have,
for black people.
Republicans have done way more damaging things, even just
That is
as
not true.
as
Give
of
me an
recent.
example.
Just recently with DOGE, we had the highest exodus of black women in the federal workforce. I'm not sure if you're not.
Bro, the Doge stuff is so bad. I keep getting emails from people. I brought up my one NASA friend, but I get emails from people in other areas too, where you just have you've had such an exodus of talent from so many of these parts of the government and so many of these like universities and stuff, and all of these young people that just basically took the Doge buyout. I'm not necessarily blaming them, but these people that all took these buyouts and hold on, I got another email from a guy yesterday. Actually, let me read this real quick. It's a short one, but hi, Stephen. The situation at the NIH is catastrophic at the moment, and I feel barely anybody is speaking about this. Even people with perfect scores and grant applications are still waiting to get an acceptance response. Already over 6 months waiting. No one knows why. The speculation is that it has to do with, 1, the mass layoff slash resignation. A lot of the people that assess grants took the DOGE option to leave or were fired. 2, all grants have to pass a DEI assessment through some political appointee that is taking their sweet time to read because they don't understand science. 3, Trump/RFK is trying to both attack science they don't care about and potentially think they can save some money by spending less of the congressionally appropriated funds. The worst part is scientists don't want to talk about it because they are afraid of the vindictive government taking their grants for speaking out, as many in Ivy Leagues had to wait almost a year to see their funds. While this happens, foreign students and workers cannot be paid and thus have to return, mostly back to China. There's a massive brain drain to this country. Although the writer does says, since I last wrote to you on a brighter note, I got a job at very prestigious university. Thank you. At Yale. I don't think that would out him, but there you go. Thanks, buddy.
Oh my God, bro. He works at Yale?
Bruh.
Aware of that information, but
Doge,
wait, I'm not sure if
the
you're aware of that
purpose
information,
of
but
Doge
black
is cutting spending.
and cutting spending for social
So
services,
you
give
think
increasing poverty, increasing crime,
We cut
increasing
spending.
death, and harming people over and over
We're
again. You are
cutting
doing
spending. No,
nothing
no, no.
to help the black community,
No,
and
you
trying to
want-
perpetuate a policy platform that insists that black people need to be put down is not
That
going
is
to
a lie.
put people forward.
And funding is drying up for university, for research. People are leaving to do research in Europe because things are actually getting funded and being paid. We're losing so much of higher EDU talent, and it will set us back. Yeah, it sucks because it's like these types of issues aren't going to show up until down the road, and it's just going to be so hard to claw it back. And it's another like Strait of Hormuz moment where somebody realizes like God can bleed or whatever. Like if the United States has such a huge advantage and edge over so many other countries, but if we start to lose that and other countries have like caught up, I feel like we could just slide infinitely into the abyss on that shit because the U.S. just gets so much leeway in being fucking retarded.
That is a lie.
Absolutely
You are
not.
saying that we're going to cut government spending, but we should leave all the black people there because they're black.
No, we
If
should.
you're cutting
While you are functionally correct, there is a legal fiction in the U.S. that rights are absolute and not balanced / proportionality considered. We carve out rights instead of balancing them. Well, sure, I guess if if your client needs you to argue that, but I mean, generally speaking, right? Like all of these things are generally conditional on the circumstances and environment around them, right?
You're saying that we're going to cut government spending, but we should leave all the black people there because they're black.
No, we
If
should,
you're cutting government spending,
we should increase government spending by taxing the rich, funding our communities, and putting us in jail instead of putting people in power.
Taxing the rich is a foolish statement by you. What do you mean by taxing the rich?
We in California have already seen.
That's why people are leaving California.
Oh, wait.
That's why
It's been a while since we've debated conservatives, but for every, just as a quick reminder, I guess, if you don't remember, for every annoying fucking time I have to hear a lefty talk about how fucking taxing billionaires will save us and blah, 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 don't forget, there's a retarded fucking conservative that legitimately believes that if you up the tax bracket on like a fucking person earning massive amounts of money by like 2 points, that they're all going to fucking flee the country and move to fucking Uganda or whatever because they just can't handle the 42% income tax instead of the 39% income tax.
Business owners are leaving here. Companies are leaving. They're fleeing.
In California, even in the basic past, when we taxed the rich, we were able to fund the University of California systems. And what did Ronald Reagan do? Ronald Reagan said, let's slash that because black people need to suffer, communities need to go down. And what do we know? Now we have budget. Now we have budget deficits affecting our systems. We have laws from the 1970s still on the books.
Let's talk about taxing the rich.
Oh, wait.
That is a lie.
We can talk about taxes too. Let's go.
Are still selling black folks to this day.
That
taxing the rich they're not going to change the tax code. So taxing the rich is a myth. Would you benefit more financially if you left California?
Depends on how I use my money because I'm a smart person.
It doesn't matter about being smart because the taxes are out of control.
I think money and how you manage it as your person. When we talk about personal responsibility.
If you manage money well, you're still going to be less
successful here. We do have to pause it here. You've been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Pleasure talking with you.
Okay.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
What? Problem? Shoulders?
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I wanted to ask, just in terms of him refusing to sign not only the Affordable Housing Act, but also refusing to sign the bipartisan 2024 bill when it comes to putting more money on our borders, right? Because you talked about immigration. Why would he refuse these acts if, in reality, if we put more money there, we would have more officers and less fear, and we would be able to actually have legal immigration streamlined more cleanly? Because the question is not, I'm guessing you're not against immigration, you're against illegal immigration.
Put your flags up. Get her out of here.
For the most part, I'm against illegal immigration, but I also believe we need to measure how much immigration we're actually allowing in this country when people in America have needs that we need to address here.
How do you measure that?
We allow 1 million immigrants legally in the United States of America every single year. And we all in here care about the issues that
From your experience on these surrounded vids, how much did they cut out? Ooh, almost nothing for these. Because you can tell it would be really awkward because they have a timer in the background, so they can't really cut.
In the black community, yes. I would argue that black people need the financial support that we're giving these immigrants that are coming over here. I think it's not right.
Illegal immigrants actually don't get federal.
Do you not think this format of YouTube video is incredibly harmful? Incredibly harmful? No, I mean, it's not ideal. But I mean, in a world today where the political meta is to avoid confrontation as much as possible, I think it's better than doing that, than being as avoidant as possible.
Support.
They do get federal support.
Illegal immigrants, fact check that. Illegal immigrants do not have federal support. But actually, what I will say is that immigrants overall pay taxes. Illegal immigrants do not get federal support.
Get access to
illegal
social programs.
Immigrants?
They get access to Medicare. They get access to all immigrants, but illegal immigrants do as well.
Oh, I'm talking about specifically the border bill. Why did he reject that?
Because bills are not isolated.
There's a growing sentiment among Redditors that Jubilee is a right-wing psyop. Well, that's because all the Redditors are fucking tankies. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
It's got a bunch of minutia, a bunch of spending that he doesn't agree with, and the Republicans don't agree with.
What did he not agree with?
All of those bills have access
actually, a lot
spending.
of Republicans, it was a bipartisan bill.
Well, then why? You
she's
tell
talking
me
about
why
the border
he didn't
bill.
sign it.
No, I'm asking
you.
you.
No, you tell me why he didn't sign it then.
I'm asking you.
You're saying that he's doing it because he's racist.
I'm
right?
Not saying,
She's talking about the border bill?
Why are you putting one to... I genuinely am trying to ask you, why didn't he?
The bill is not just singularly about border patrol.
But, we're talking about healthcare.
We do have to pause
By 2034, 10 million Americans are going to lose their healthcare.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Thank you both so much.
So that's
love the passion, though.
I'm doom-pilled. I think Americans need to suffer until they vote
Jesus
better.
Christ.
But your credit score doesn't have to stay stuck. I remember how overwhelmed I felt trying to fix my...
Yeah, let the worm...
Hold on.
Give me a worm.
Oh, never mind.
What?
Nothing. Yeah.
No, what?
I don't know. Never mind.
No, what?
Well, I'm just... Do you think they choose the ads per...
Oh.
Like, if the next ad was for, like, menthols.
Credit score doesn't have to stay stuck. I remember how overwhelmed I felt trying to fix my credit. It felt like a catch-22, where you need credit to build credit. Then I found Kickoff. Signing up took minutes on my phone with no credit check and no hidden fees. For users with credit under 600, they see an average growth of 86 points. Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. Plans start at just $5 a month with 0 interest. Start building credit.
What? Share with the class. If you're going to laugh, share with the class. You know what I hate? You know the worst types of people are people who laugh at things and they don't tell you what they're laughing at. And then you feel like a retard because you're getting left out.
Well, I'll DM it to you.
Oh, so it's one of those. What?
That's it.
Are you just repeating my joke that I just said?
Yes,
oh
yes.
my God, dude.
Yes.
Come on, bro.
with Kickoff today and get your first month for as little as $1.
How would you solve the problem with starting credit and bringing up credit score? What if you're lucky, you have a family that helps you by giving you like one of those little starter credit cards that they fund with their bank account, or I guess you can get a starter credit card and you can fund it with your bank account. Like you connect it. It's like a checking credit.
It's like a secured credit card.
Yeah. Bro.
It's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/surrounded today. That's kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/surrounded.
Yeah, I saw this. I don't know what else. I don't know how many more times I can repeat the same argument. I spoke with Destiny for 2 hours about this, and he was unwilling to hit this exact point with me. First of all, I was willing to hit anything, but this is not going away, and we need to build a coalition with the 95% of Dem socialist Bernie supporters who vote Dem no matter what. Breaking Point Secular Talk are not disappearing. They don't want to build a coalition with you, though. The 90% of voters or whatever, fine. But if you want to get those voters, you have to fight with the content creators. You have to fight with the media people that are capturing them.
Sign up via getkickoff.com/surrounded to activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month only.
Why? Why do they up his...
Average first year credit score impacted plus 86 points between August 2024 and August 2025 for Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600, who paid on time, and who had no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile during the period. Late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary.
Thank you to Kickoff for sponsoring this episode. Now let's get back to
Kickoff.
the show.
My next surrounded claim is that police officers do more good in the black community than harm.
Oh, boy.
All right, if you would like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
I want to hear why you think that police do more good in the black communities than harm.
Well, when you look at the functionality of law enforcement, meaning that the people who perpetuate crime in the black community are arrested by law enforcement officers, removing them from the community, removing the predators, the drug dealers, and all of that from the community, which is a good thing. And I cannot name other things that are harmful that outweigh all of the good that the police officers do.
How did the police first come about?
Oh, no.
You be more
Slave
detailed
patrol.
than that. That's
never
not
mind.
true.
Yeah,
My
it's
bad.
Police,
literally
that's two
Fuck,
different.
I'm so lefty mind fucked. My bad. I thought he was going to say to protect capital. Fuck me.
Functionality.
Fact
check it.
It's
There's
the
two different
origins.
functionalities.
The origins.
You're talking
of
about
policing,
slave patrols
the
and
origin
modern day
of
policing is completely different.
The origins of policing
That's not true.
within the United States.
There must have been cops or something, though. What about like the sheriffs and the whatever people? I don't know.
America derived from the slave patrol.
That's
they
not
still
true.
use the same badges.
That's not true.
The same,
That's
the
not true.
stars on the.
That's not true.
Fine. That's
the
fine.
functionality of slave patrols and the jurisdiction
I'm
that
not
slave
talking about the
patrols had
functionality. I'm
versus the
talking about-
functionality.
Oh, true. The lefty would say, well, what is a slave beyond human capital? Oh.
Jurisdiction of law enforcement is completely different.
The entire premise
That's
of
not true.
slave patrol. That's fine. That's fine.
That's not
Listen,
true.
okay, cool. So, you don't think there's an issue with policing in the black community?
No.
You don't think there's an issue with stop and frisk?
No.
You don't think that there's an issue with like flock cameras and geo-tracking?
No.
Got it. Okay,
I think
cool.
that helps eliminate crime.
Sure. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
No, I have not.
Okay. The Veil of Darkness study was.
We read this one. Nature. This is a clever, cute paper. One of the reasons why I suggest reading the actual scientific papers rather than just like trying to get like an abstract or whatever is because one, you're much more capable of reading scientific research than you think you are. I promise. Like unless it's like a paper combating autoimmune diseases, exploring the specific pathway or whatever. Like most large papers, from the limited amount of scientific research that I've done, most large papers are written so that I think most people, if you're willing to read a little bit, can understand what's being said. Number one, and number two, in my opinion, some of the coolest things that can be found in research papers don't have anything to do with the results or anything to do with what they're studying, kind of. It has to do with like very clever methodological things that they use in order to tease out the conclusions in the papers. This study is one of them.
Study that was completed where 95 million traffic stops were actually checked across the United States of America. Vast pool, right? The methodology accounted for the time of day, for traffic, location, different shifts. Would you like to know what they found in that study when it came to policing and black people?
That black people commit more traffic violations than other people.
No.
That is true.
Black people were stopped for more
Why?
traffic violations. Hold on, I got you.
Because they commit more traffic violations.
You don't know the study. How are you going to answer?
I know what other studies and statistical data points show.
Okay, then give me another study that actually. Oh, sure.
You
Let me
think
finish.
they're just pulling black people over just because they see a black person driving down the street?
Literally,
That's
the
not
Veil
true.
of Darkness
You
study.
have no evidence.
The Veil
for that.
of Darkness
None.
study that was done by Stanford and backed up by the CDC actually showed that what happens is during the day, police officers use racial bias because they can see people.
That's not true.
And they pull people. I'm going to finish my sentence.
Made a traffic stop in your life.
I'm literally going to
let you finish.
They pull black people over during the day at a disproportionate rate than white people, but at nighttime, when you can't see and it's harder to tell someone's actual race, then the average drops and it equals out.
Okay,
they
let me tell you why.
actually found that in the study, 95 million traffic violations, that when you can't see someone's race, you focus on the traffic violations versus the day you focus on the people.
Let me tell you why your study is flawed. For one reason, I was a police officer many years. I do traffic stops during the day, and you cannot always tell the race of a person during the day, no matter
What'd you say?
Anecdote.
Oh.
what. Secondary,
I agree.
They're secondary. When you are patrolling, majority of the black people that you engage with live in what? Black communities.
Over police.
So you're going to make an excuse. We can get to that.
I'm not making an excuse.
You're making an
I'm just
excuse.
telling you.
When you're in a black community, you only have options to pull over
Give
black
me
people.
any type
Now,
of
let me
empirics
finish.
that disagrees with the Veil of Darkness study.
Let me finish.
Oh no, fuck! It sounds like he didn't. I don't know. This guy read the study. It sounds like he just took the top line, the abstract or whatever. The cool thing about this Veil of Darkness study that he's referencing is Officer Tatum's not even giving the good, the brain dead counters. Is usually the counters like, well, black people. What happened was at nighttime you had more like a closer representation of people being pulled over matching the ethnic population that you were policing. But in the daytime, you were more likely per capita to pull over a black person than a white person. And so the hypothesis was, we think that people are being pulled over, traffic stopped more due to their race. And what we're going to do is we're going to look and see if at nighttime the differences start to disappear. Now, the really cute, cool, clever thing about this study is that this is why it's called the Veil of Darkness study. But the clever thing was, people surmise, well, maybe, or people hypothesize, maybe a confounding thing here could be that white people tend to work more overnight jobs or something. So at night you would pull over more white people, and that's why it seems to be more balanced or whatever than, right? Because different people work at different times of the day. But in this paper, I think this was published in Nature. In this paper, what they did was they did this analysis, and they went to where there were daylight savings time changes. And when the daylight savings time change were to go into effect, then the pullover rates would dramatically switch right after, and you could track it that way. So even though this wouldn't theoretically impact when people are going to work or not, it does impact the amount of light available in the day, which furthered to go to the hypothesis in the paper that there was an impact on people being pulled over due to racial profiling, which is a really cute and clever test to figure out how to do that. There was another one, I wish I could remember the test methodologically for the abortion study. It's called the turnaway study, and it had to do with turnaway, with people getting turned away from abortion clinics or something. But they were trying to figure out something like abortion impacts on women in the future. And in order for, it's difficult to study because if a woman gets an abortion or doesn't, then obviously there's going to be a ton of different things in her life that could, determine her outcomes in the future. Like a woman who doesn't seek an abortion might be one who has more financial resources available. There's a whole bunch of stuff you have to control for to try to figure it out. And they had this really clever or cute study. It's like a landmark big one called I think it's called the turnaround study or turnaway study. And it was like they took every woman that came into an abortion clinic for the initial appointment, but then some got turned away for some reason, and then they followed the outcomes of these people because that would have been the most closely matched demographic without as many confounds. It would be different. But I'm just saying for a lot of for a lot of the research stuff, the methodology part of the paper can sometimes be the most interesting part. I think it's cute.
You can read.
So can your mom.
I believe that there's clearly a flaw in what you're saying this study represents.
Sure.
Because
How can
in
you
the
critique
black
methodology
community,
if you haven't looked at it?
In the black community, I have plenty of other.
You got trust me, bros.
I did it for a living.
Yeah, that's a cool
and
story,
you did not.
bro.
So,
like I've looked at the information.
I'm telling you why the study. I'm telling you why the study is wrong.
Do you think your one-off experience is indicative of all policing around the country?
I'm telling you why your study is off. When you're looking at patrolling in black neighborhoods, you cannot. How are you going to make a fair comparison of how many white people pulled over versus black people when there's only black people present in the black neighborhood?
Do you mean cute like it's sneaky deceptive, or that it's genuinely clever for a good? No, it's a clever way to do something. Also, I might be conspiracy theory posting here, but like, you know, sometimes people say, Republicans used to make this claim that some people would do bad polling or bad poll analysis in order to discourage people from going to vote. I saw this start to get passed around a ton yesterday and maybe the day before on social media. This Haley Stevens got a call from her pollster and said that she was down by 14 points and there was absolutely no path to victory. I chased this around a little bit on social media, Google. I couldn't find any source for this claim aside from a bunch of lefty accounts that were just tweeting this out. Is there any?
People are just lying now.
Yeah, is there any reporting on this whatsoever?
I haven't seen this at all.
And please don't link me. I asked this last night. A bunch of you fucking retards linked like a plus 16 poll like 2 weeks ago or something that's not this. The guy said it was wrong. The pollster himself said it was bullshit. Oh, okay. That's probably what this was then, because every lefty was repeating this yesterday. Cute. Nice. Good one. Fucking losers.
The veil of darkness cannot get in the minds of a police officer and determine whether or not the police officer pulled a person over because of their color or the violation.
It literally.
Louder for those in the back. I'm her pollster. This is nonsense and didn't happen. Allegedly, I'm also playing linebacker for my Seahawks this year.
If you look at the data
get
set,
in the mind and prove that a cop was looking at a black man in a racially targeted.
Oh, true.
It shows not only the reason why they were pulled over, but it shows the ones that were thrown out.
How do you know the
they
reason
were
why they pulled over?
disproportionately pulled over.
Disproportionality
does not
speak to whether or not
there was
like another DSA lie. They're trying to spread like the Muscovitz debate dodge. True. The misinfo doesn't scare me too much, but the coordination is terrifying. Yep. And if you're seeing it on the lefty tanky side, which they have been doing this for several months now, it should terrify you even more. Well, I mean, I guess it has been. I said the MAGA people have been doing this for decades, really. Conservatives have been very good at this for a long time.
Portion of black violations that were thrown out.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Disproportionality
Why
does
is
not.
it so many black people pulled over and then so many of the violations were thrown out?
How do you fix this problem with people lying? I don't know, bro.
Look at it like this. If you're looking at
it has to be
traffic stops across the country, different jurisdictions have different mandates and they have different standards for what they throw out as traffic violations. So you cannot make a generalization across the entire country.
Yes, you can. You know what's consistent across the entire country? White supremacy. White supremacy is consistent
have anything to do with a traffic stop?
It's literally racism. They're literally trained.
You're projecting your bias. Tell me how they're trained. Have you been through police training?
No, I have not.
I went through police training.
Sure, cool story.
And they do not teach discrimination in police training.
Why is it that police officers spend more time in black neighborhoods disproportionately?
They're committing more crimes.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Who commits the most violent crimes in America today?
Per capita, black people do.
Not per capita, period.
Black people do.
No, white people.
No,
white men,
specifically. That's a lie.
FBI data. Fact check it. FBI data shows that white men specifically commit the most violent crime in the United States of America. If you're talking,
it really doesn't matter. I mean, like, you're going to police where more crime is. I generally don't like a lot of anti-policing arguments, especially because in communities, there's also going to be a huge difference here when you're talking about young people versus old people that are talking about this too. But like, this is a point that I was hoping all the lefties lost a long time ago, or progressives really. It's kind of more of a walkie-talkie point, but like, we have to have safe neighborhoods. Like, that's just a non-negotiable. The best people in society, not to be mean to young people, but like the people starting families or working stable jobs, really, really, really don't like crime. Really, really, really don't like crime. It is so corrosive and not good. And I agree that sometimes cops can do bad things, and we need to find better ways to combat crime at its roots. So taking care of children in single-parent households, or preventing them altogether, or whatever, better funding for schools or after-school programs or whatever the fuck it is. But it cannot be, by the time you get to the policing thing, the police aren't going to solve systemic issues related to crime, and we shouldn't look to them to do it. But yeah.
About property crimes?
No, I'm not
yes, it's
talking
black
crime.
people.
I'm talking about violent crimes.
Violent crimes, it's white men, including CSAM. White men, if you could talk per capita with CSAM,
Come on, they gonna fact
you
check
can talk
you.
numbers. White men disproportionately represent
Murder rate,
CSAM and violent crime.
Murder rate and violent crimes disproportionately
Do you believe in
represented in the black
1350?
community.
All right,
What's
we're going to have to
1350?
pause here, so I'm glad you guys.
The old one that all the far right people used to scream all the time, especially the neo-Nazis, but it's 13% of people commit 50% of the violent crime.
Not people, black people, right?
Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
Are you saying 13% of people?
13% of black,
Or
13% of the population, which is black
got it.
men or whatever, commit 50% of the crime. Wait, are black people 13% or 26%? I don't know if they cut the 26% in half and then do like just black men or. But wait, are there pedophiles that aren't white? Why does it
yes,
like all
that
the
must exist.
Well, look at the way you even had to say it. Why does it feel like every fucking pedophile is a white guy? The fuck? I don't know how I feel about that one. I feel like there's a little bit of bias there in the reporting.
Took a pause. You have been voted out. Thank you so much.
Give me 10 minutes.
She's making up stats.
If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, Michael Jackson, true.
Well, when did he become a pedophile?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? When do we know he was a pedophile, Mooten?
We don't know if he ever was.
No. When he was a pedophile, what was he?
We don't know if he's ever been a pedophile.
Yeah, but when he was accused of being a pedophile, he was white.
He was white. Yeah. You're
Just
bringing
saying.
up some good points, man.
Just saying.
All right.
You just asked some questions.
Everything I heard, everything I've listened to thus far.
Uh-oh. Bullshit.
Think you full of shit.
Oh.
You're a police officer.
No, give me an example of what I've
Hello.
said that wasn't true.
Let me get to it.
Give me something I said that wasn't
don't think
true.
anybody here would disagree that good policing is bad. We're talking about bad policing. We're talking about bullshit policing. We're talking about the kind of policing that puts gentlemen like you and me in prison for unjust crimes. You like to cite that you're a police officer. Let me cite my professional background. Let me cite my professional background.
I have been in that profession.
10 years writing policy in government.
You weren't
at
a
the
police
local
officer.
and
But you weren't a
state of
police
California levels. And
You never arrested
weren't-
anybody.
You didn't write policy. I did.
Did they get a fucking cop for
So-
this?
Did they what?
Did they get a cop up for this? Because I'm tired of hearing this guy say, well, you weren't a cop.
Oh. Well, I mean, what's a cop going to come up and say? I was a cop and I was racist. You're wrong.
Yes.
Okay, I write the law.
But you don't enforce the law.
You don't enforce the law.
I
you don't
enforce the
enforce
law.
the law appropriately.
You just made it
You'd
up.
like to use one-offs. Let me use a one-off.
You don't need to use one off. You just make
in
it
the
up.
city of San Diego, there was a black police officer that sued the San Diego Police Department
Anecdotal.
with regard to, I mean, bro, all day you've been coming up with me. Now
I got
it's
statistical data
anecdotal.
points. Where do you want to go?
Like, I need you to keep that safe.
That's scary. Not just normal data points. Statistical data points.
People
Bro,
commit
I need you to
over
keep the
half
same
all violent
energy.
crimes.
And that's the problem with black conservatives like yourself. You don't know how to keep
You
the same
just
energy.
talking emotionally.
It was
Give
me,
me some
me.
facts.
Well, I'm trying to give you facts.
come on with it.
You're supposed to be a police
What is this guy-
officer. Hold your head, bro. Hold your head. You interrupted everybody, bro. I got what?
You're here to
2-3
debate me.
minutes.
I'm not here to listen to you talk in circles.
But you talking like you was a state trooper, you was a Secret
But I know
Service.
cops.
and
I
them.
know cops all across the country.
But I did too.
I know
I do
policy.
too.
I know.
I
all
do
that.
too.
All right, get to your point.
You don't know policy because you've never written one. He
We're
said,
talking
nah.
about policing in the black community. We're not talking about
I want to
policy
hold
writing.
you to account because police officers like you don't like accountability.
Ooh.
So I want to hold you to account. I'm trying to get my story out, and if I can finish my story.
This is not story time, man. The point is, police do
Point-
more
could have been done
good.
by now.
The point was,
Police do more
the
good
point was, with
in the
regard
black
to
community.
training, the San Diego Police Department showed a video training officers of that department depicting black people as primary perpetrators of crime. That's not true. My last guy that was just up here Who commits the most crimes in America?
Black
It's
people
white
do.
people. Name me the last black mass murderer in America.
I mean,
That
it
shot
happened-
up schools,
It happened in
malls.
the hood every day.
No, I didn't ask about the hood. Mass
That's
murdering.
mass shooting, bro. Go to Chicago on the 4th
What's
of
the
July.
definition of a mass
It's a
shooter?
mass shooting.
What's the definition
Two
of a
more
mass
people
shooter?
shot. It's a mass shooting.
How many cases do DAs drop because of cops fucking up? My guess is a small minority of them. It's probably most of it is probably pretty standard stuff. I guess.
According to the FBI, I could tell you to go to any inner city in the United States.
This is hilarious, him using this talking point. I don't like this talking point from liberals because liberals will usually argue that there's like, we have like fucking 400 mass shootings a year in the United States. But the way they get to that 400 a year mass shooting number is they consider, like, I think in the FBI database, or I think it's the FBI that keeps track of it, they consider
It's 3
any,
or more, I think.
Yeah, it's like any shooting with, I think it's 4 or more victims, including the shooter, or maybe not including the shooter, but it's like any gang shooting can encompass 4 people. Not 4 deaths either, it's just, I think, 4 people getting shot. And then if you track it that way, like you can get to so many different shooting victims a year in the United States. But it's not really what we think of. Not shooting victims, sorry, mass shootings. It's not really what we think of when we think of like mass shootings, though.
So you think of a school that got 50 kids fucking murdered.
Yeah, sure, or like Vegas or whatever.
50's high, but yeah.
And go just this past weekend, and you've seen multiple mass shootings that occurred in that community. I don't know them by name.
I can cite you Columbine. I can cite you Sandy Hook.
You're talking about a shooting isolated at a school. We're talking about violence. We're talking about murder rates. Black people commit over half of all murders in this country. Is that true or not?
That's not true.
That is true. What are you saying?
All right, we do have to pause here.
Black people commit disproportionate amounts and over half of all violent crimes in this country.
Okay, Officer Tatum, both of you guys, we have to stop here because you have been voted out. Thank you so much for your time. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that hot seat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, what's up, bro?
I would argue that the resources, that the cost of hiring a police officer could be significantly better used in revitalizing the black community rather than affording more cops. As you've seen in the city of New York, when they increased the
Spider-Man Brand New Day and The Odyssey both power biggest collective weekend in box office history. God damn. Fuck, I haven't seen The Odyssey. Is it good? People are saying it was good.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm going on the 21st and 22nd.
Wait.
Have you seen Spider-Man?
No. Not the new one, no.
I gotta see that too.
Wait, is Peach coming with you to Miami?
There's no plan right now. Do you want her to?
That's we're talking about it like a possession. But well, because there's the IMAX down here. We could just see the.
Do you have an IMAX?
Don't we? Didn't you literally mention this, or was it Dan? There's like one in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, it's in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah. Are there tickets?
Well, I don't fucking know. Damn, dude. Now you're asking me.
All right, I'll look.
amount of funding they're putting in schools, when they increased having childcare for people, when they increased training for people to get jobs, they saw the lowest crime rate that they've seen in years.
Right, this is where I think we can agree on. We gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. As we see resources provided and crime go down, then we can begin to shrink the availability of law enforcement in that said community. You don't do one before the other. You can't just say, I'm gonna take resources from the law enforcement officers. Crime will go out of control. If I was to concede to your point, we need to see these crime statistics begin to decrease. Therefore, you can justify decreasing law enforcement.
I can't even say it because I'll type it in chat.
What?
I can't. I don't want to say it on your stream.
What? Okay. Is he typing it? Oh. Jesus. Bruh, in this case, scalpers would be based. They'd let us go see the movie. What do you mean?
They would, but they shouldn't exist.
No, that means that
you should just be able to go see the movie.
But that means that we could. But this is called price discrimination in action, Mootin. If the tickets were just openly,
but I don't want that.
No, if that was
I would rather the company go and make their ticket.
Yeah, but the companies won't do that. But right now, it could be because they get bad PR because people cry about it. But it might be that we could only see the movie because scalpers have provided an essential market service, okay, where they have allowed somebody that's willing to pay a premium the ability to buy the ticket at a higher cost. So thank God for scalpers. They're performing an essential capitalist function.
Cannot think that because you build a park that somebody ain't gonna be shooting and acting a fool in the hood.
I just love capitalism and markets.
That is a generational thing that's gonna have to happen. And right now, we still got
Where's
people
my,
out today.
Where's my libertarian copypasta? Did you ever read this?
No.
Or you must have been listening when Dan was doing it. The libertarian investigator cop
In
guy?
North Korea, children who did.
You've never seen this one before? Oh my God.
No.
Somebody link me.
Don't give a F about a park. We've seen plenty of cases that
Just see it in non-70 millimeter IMAX. It's fine. No.
No.
The heads are all chopped off. It's terrible.
people have built.
That's a joke.
So
That's not
funny.
true. No, that's not true. That would be hilarious. Though.
It's
They
not
actually
true,
did
but
that.
it would be so funny.
I was shooting heroin and reading The Fountainhead in the front seat of my privately owned police cruiser when a call came in. I put a quarter in the radio to activate it. It was the chief. Bad news, detective. We got a situation. What? Is the mayor trying to ban trans fats again? Worse, somebody just stole $447 million worth of bitcoins. The heroin needle practically fell out of my arm. What kind of a monster would do something like that? Bitcoins are the ultimate currency. Virtual, anonymous, stateless. They represent true economic freedom, not subject to arbitrary manipulation by any government. Do we have any leads? Not yet, but mark my words. We're going to figure out who did this, and we're going to take them down, provided somebody pays us a fair market rate to do so. Easy, Chief, I said. Any rate the market offers is, by definition, fair. He laughed. That's why you're the best I got, Lazowski. Now you get out there and find those bitcoins. Don't worry, I said. I'm on it. I put a quarter in the siren. 10 minutes later, I was on the scene. It was a normal office building, strangled on all sides by public sidewalks. I hopped over them and I went inside. Home Depot presents the police, I said, flashing my badge and my gun and a small picture of Ron Paul. Nobody move unless you want to. They didn't. Now, which one of you punks is going to pay me to investigate this crime? No one spoke up. Come on, I said. Don't you all understand that the protection of private property is the foundation of all personal liberty? Didn't seem like they did. Seriously, guys, without a strong economic motivator, I'm just going to stand here and not solve this case. Cash is fine, but I prefer being paid in gold bullion or autographed Penn Jillette posters. Nothing. These people were stonewalling me. It almost seemed like they didn't care that a fortune in computer money invented by drugs was missing. I figured I could wait them out. I lit several cigarettes indoors. A pregnant lady coughed, and I told her that secondhand smoke is a myth. Just then, a man in glasses made a break for it. Subway, eat fresh and freeze, scumbag, I yelled. Too late. He was already out the front door. I went after him. Stop right there, I yelled as I ran. He was faster than me because I always try to avoid stepping on public sidewalks. Our country needs a private sidewalk voucher system, but thanks to the incestuous interplay between our corrupt federal government and the public sidewalk lobby, it'll never happen. I was losing him. Listen, I'll pay you to stop, I yelled. What would you consider an appropriate price point for stopping? I'll offer you a 1/13 of an ounce of gold and a gently worn Bob Barr 2008 extra long or extra large long-sleeved men's t-shirt. He turned. In his hand was a revolver that the Constitution said he had every right to own. He fired at me and missed. I pulled my own gun, put a quarter in it, and fired back. The bullet lodged in a USPS mailbox less than a foot from his head. I shot the mailbox again, on purpose. All right, the man yelled, throwing down his weapon. I give up, cop. I confess. I took the bitcoins. Why'd you do it? I asked, as I slapped a pair of Oki's Greek yogurt presents handcuffs on the guy. Because I was afraid. Afraid? Afraid of an economic future, free from the pernicious meddling of central bankers, he said. I'm a central banker. I wanted to cold cock the guy. Years ago, a central banker killed my partner. Instead, I shook my head. Let this be a message to all your central banker friends out on the street, I said. No matter how many bitcoins you steal, you'll never take away the dream of an open society based on the principles of personal and economic freedom. He nodded because he knew I was right, and then he swiped his credit card to pay me for arresting him. Have you never heard of the libertarian copypasta?
No, I'd never seen this. Okay, two things. One, look at the link I just sent you. They're selling. You can bring 10 people to a VIP priority IMAX experience for $1,500.
Wait, hold on. Where? Oh.
This is at the theater.
You can bring... Oh, 10 people, you said?
Up to 10 VIP tickets to the Odyssey. Priority theater entry for the best available seating. 5 reserved parking spaces.
This isn't actually...
10 popcorns. This is real.
It's not a bad deal, though, even. That bad?
What is it? 10 for 1,500? 1,500 divided by 10. It's $150 a ticket?
For...
Plus popcorn?
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, it's not that bad if you get
probably,
10 people.
Yeah, you're paying like 3 times. What would you normally pay for?
An IMAX, $40 minimum.
And then popcorn and drinks probably 20, 30 bucks or whatever for 2 people.
20 or 30 bucks. Yeah.
It's not that bad.
This is not bad, actually.
And then it is a private theater, just 10 people, so not weird shit going on.
Is it a private theater?
Oh, my bad.
Or did you get 10 seats?
I thought VIP meant it was like a private showing for 10 people. Oh, hold on. Wait, that's way worse. Never mind. I thought this was like for a private showing.
No, if it's a private showing, I'm guessing you just get 10 seats.
Oh, well, okay. This is significantly less cool then. Never mind.
All right, there's a second link, though, if you want to do that.
JucierSLOP.
Boy.
I definitely... If you can't understand it, then there's nothing I can do to make you understand. I definitely don't like JStock, but can't talk about it at the moment. Let me know. No, I don't even like JStock. I don't like him. Pisco. Appease a little harder, Pisco. Appease a little harder. It's definitely working. You guys are definitely not getting, like, categorically fucked over by these people. Like, just keep appeasing them. Eventually it'll stop. All you gotta do is support Destiny and politics forever, and then you don't get this harassment, Pisco. You don't get any of this stuff.
Pisco is choosing to engage in, like, online debates. Who's harassing him? Is he being harassed? Does he complain about being harassed?
No, I even messaged Pisco. I was like, hey, if you're getting any, like, bad DMs or whatever from our debate or anything, let me know, and I'll fucking ban him. And he was like, I don't mind. It's all good.
I even told Pisco at the end of the last debate that I still 70% love him. I was a nice guy. Okay.
Just understand, Pisco. Isn't it better? This is like... Pisco, this is like tit for tat. Basically, like, Destiny doesn't want to punish you. Destiny doesn't want to, like, dox you or threaten you or anything. But if you're, like, gonna say that he's wrong about something, well, you know, it's just that he doesn't want to follow through. But you know what the penalty is. And then Pisco gets down on his knees. Oh, please, Master Banel. Okay, now, that's a little unfair. Okay, that's a little unfair. All right.
Like, it's just so cringe that they try to put... I understand the narratives. You guys have been doing a great job pushing back everywhere, though, okay? Good job on fighting all over the Reddits and all on Twitter. It sounds cringe and dumb, but I see you. And it actually... I feel like the effect has been more dramatic in a shorter time period than I thought, which makes me feel like a lot more of the opposition than I thought, I think, is maybe, like, botted or something. I'm not sure. It's hard to see... or it's hard to tell all the time, obviously, because the bots are sophisticated enough and the people are stupid enough that they have, like, kind of crossed paths that I think they have to tone the bots down because sometimes people sound more like bots than actual bots do. But, like I'm the most well-known, like, debate me guy on the entire internet. How the fuck would I be... Like, if I was this averse to criticism, I would have killed myself by now. I don't know how anybody can try to perpetuate this myth in their community. Oh, Destiny, he's the guy who hates it when people are disagreeing with him and can't handle any contention whatsoever. Like, really? Okay.
I'll be real. That's my over-the-top take, okay? My real take is...
When you say bots, do you mean people controlled by accounts controlled by a small group of people? No, I think there is probably a high degree of actual, like... What was that program where they called the spun-up account entities, like, souls or whatever? I think a lot of it is legitimately just, like, AI-botted shit now.
That what's going on here is Pisco is just making a very cynical trade. That he... gets nothing. There's no benefit to defending me. There's no major audience he'll gain. There's nobody who really knows who I am. And that he has overlap with this audience already. And so he's just trying to placate as much as possible because, again, it doesn't matter if I'm in the right. No.
If you're not a Democrat, why are you fighting so hard for the party? These anti-lefty debates often end up sounding super partisan now. Well, right now, I super identify with the Democratic Party for sure. I'm just saying that I'm not like a hardcore partisan figure. I've got like a wall of guns behind me, and I think that I don't know. I fought a lot on the woke stuff and the Rittenhouse stuff. Like, I don't think I feel like my bona fides are good enough that I'm not I don't have the perception as being just like, or I shouldn't have the perception as being just a partisan Democratic or wokey guy supporter or whatever.
He might dislike me too. He doesn't hate me. But he might dislike me, and that's fair. Like, he could dislike me. It's not a rule that you should like me. But to me, it's all of this stuff. It's all of these implications that, like he's just being pliable, trying not to get into a fight. And it's like, it sucks. It sucks. But all it is there's no upside to him doing it. He gets nothing in profit, right? And so
And 15, 20 years from now, is it possible you become a Republican? Let's say the Dems continue to go far left and the Republicans moderate to the center. I mean, I guess if the Democratic Party legitimately becomes a fucking, like a communist party, sure, I guess that's possible then.
You should never expect a streamer, and this is the same for me. You should never expect a streamer to stand up for what's right when they can
stand up for what's
actually
easy.
Do something that, is the path of least resistance.
Wow.
Ever. And it's not like
Do you think it'd be a good idea to start doing more canvassing during primaries? I mean, search for DSA seems to be getting through primaries. Yeah, there was a primary that I really wanted to participate in this cycle. It's funny, for all the spite-based shit that people talk about, there was the one primary that I really wanted to get involved in this cycle was the Texas 23, I think, with the Brandon Herrera guy. That was the one I really wanted to do, but I can't with my lawsuit ongoing. So, but don't worry.
How is that primary going?
Well, I don't want to be mean to her, but she just seemed like. I don't know what you want to say. Like, not, I don't want to say like not super serious, but I just don't think she's equipped for like a major like national level race. Like, it was good that somebody ran, but like, for instance, when I checked, I wanted to say the fundraising was like, I don't know if it was for just this cycle.
You're talking about the general now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no other primary challenge. She was the only one running, but I think Brandon Herrera had raised like 1.5 million, and I think she'd raised like 42,000. It's just like not, yeah.
I think Pisco would stand up for what's right if it was somebody who was like close to him. Like, I think when he was doing a podcast with Aaron and they were going after Aaron,
they were going after Aaron. I hate how this disgusting fat fuck confuses what they do, which is like unlimited amounts of personal harassment and shit, with what we do, which is like, I think Aaron is like a hardcore like tanky-ish person. Like I think that, but like. Think about it's so gross too, because like think about all the weird personal shit, everything. I don't think I've ever said anything bad about Aaron interpersonally ever at all. I'm pretty sure I've said just the opposite multiple times. Like, and I still maintain that to this day. I've never heard of, despite all the weird dumb drama and everything else, I've never heard of her doing anything bad or fucking over anybody or doing anything weird or whatever. I don't have any problems interpersonally with Aaron, and I don't know if any of us have ever even harassed. And I don't even know if nobody even knows anything about her personal life. I don't know if anybody in my community's ever interpersonally harassed her. Like, it's such a weird fucking claim to make, but I don't know, whatever. I think like the weirdest or the worst things that people have said are kind of like the girlfriend mind control thing. I guess you could argue that's kind of shitty, which is kind of true, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a cringe argument from him. She fucked you over pretty hard, no? I mean, I don't know if I would say that. And I mean, I feel like in looking at all the messages and everything that was going on, it feels to me that she was just trying to do the best thing for Pixie, to figure out something for her. That was my feeling and everything. The only thing that I think she did that was fucking stupid was sharing anything with President Sunday. But there's just not enough there for me to think that she was doing it with the intention of being malicious.
Stood up for what was...
She fucked over Pixie when she shared texts. Yes, but not legitimately fucking over Pixie. She fucked over Pixie trying to do some sussy baka fucky bullshit. Because Pixie tries to say that she was never... she got pressured into releasing her video because of the President Sunday and the Beckett video, but that's a lie. She had that Substack written, I think, weeks before. Like, we can see that in the Aaron DM. So Aaron only fucked over Pixie insofar as like Pixie was trying to lie like a motherfucker about everything she was doing.
Right then, right? But he doesn't know me. Probably.
Okay.
Incredible schools. They built parks, roadways, availability to activities for people, and they still out here cutting up. And a lot of it is the way people are raised, the culture that people are embracing. And I would argue that black people are embracing that wasn't even black culture to start with. Those things need to be addressed, and they are the most detrimental to the black community than even funding and defunding police.
And I hear you, but I still agree that.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. I'm so sorry. You have been voted out by the majority.
What possible other non-malicious explanation could there be with her sharing that shit with Sunday, knowing he wants to renew life? She was friends with President Sunday before she even found my stream. She's been a fan of his and I guess a friend of his for a long time. It wasn't like she reached out to him and was like, "Hey, you need to see this crazy shit."
Thank you.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Bing.
What's up, bro?
I just want to take a second to acknowledge that you're being roasted and you're being very polite about it. So thank you for that.
I'm doing what?
I say you're getting roasted right now, but you're being very polite about it, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for your conceding to my arguments. Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So you're familiar with broken.
Wait, I don't think this guy was trying to be mean, but I think he interpreted that as being mean. He was like everybody's like trying to roast you and you're being, you're being polite, so thanks. And I think all he heard was, "You're getting fucking roasted up here, you little submissive beta boy." I think he misunderstood, yeah.
Window policing, right?
I'm familiar in part.
Yeah, just for people that don't know, it's just a uniform enforcement of both significant.
Hot take. Broken windows policing is good, and it probably did work, and people come down way too harshly on this.
What was broken windows policing again?
Basically, the meta concept is that if you're walking through a neighborhood and like the windows are broken and there's like trash everywhere and everything is just kind of like run down and dumpy, that in those environments people are more likely to commit crime because it doesn't seem like there's
So you
any
need more cops there.
Yeah. So the idea is you kind of crack down a little bit harder on minor crimes like that. And
why'd they move away from it? Racist?
Disparate outcome. It was impacting black people more in certain areas, and then some people said it led to over-policing in certain areas. But
how did black people feel about it in those areas?
Well, if you're getting pulled over a lot, probably not good. Destiny, he meant it as a sneak diss. Wait, do you think he meant it as a sneak diss, or?
Let me hear it again.
I just feel like the guy's demeanor and everything, it seemed like he was legitimately just trying to be a nice guy. Let me check. Hold on, let's try.
What's up, bro?
I just want to take a second to acknowledge that you're being roasted and you're being very polite about it. So thank you for that.
I'm doing what?
I say you're getting roasted right now, but you're being very polite about it, and I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for your.
I don't, and I appreciate that.
It could go either way. I don't know.
I don't think he's trying to roast him. I think he's trying to disarm him. I don't think he's trying to roast him.
Yeah, I wouldn't say roast.
Conceding to my arguments. Okay.
I wouldn't say that, but okay. So
see, like he doesn't even. He's not engaging appropriately.
He could go further there. Yeah.
Or well, he's just like
if he was going to roast.
Yeah, and I don't think he understands his response to that. Thank you for conceding my argument. It's like, well, I don't know if I would say that, but I don't think he understands why he said it because the other guy's getting defensive. I think. I think.
You're familiar with broken window policing, right?
I'm familiar in part.
Yeah, just for people that don't know, it's just a uniform enforcement of both significant and insignificant laws, right? And I think we could both agree that there are laws in this country that shouldn't exist, right? Or just
give me an example, because I can't concede to it if I don't know what you're talking about.
Marijuana, right? Like in the state of Texas, if you're caught with marijuana, you can be a felon.
Would you ever do illegal action against people like Professor Dave for saying you're getting sued for sending nudes of a minor? I know the court case isn't over yet, but the claim is just not debatable anyway. It's just slander, pedo jacketing. I'm not, first of all, okay, it's the same thing I said for the associate. One, I don't have the money to launch 50 million fucking court cases. Okay, I don't know if you guys think I'm decently wealthy enough that I can retire and be cool, but I don't have the money to be fucking filing 750 lawsuits against every single person that calls me pedophile on the internet. Okay, number one. Number two, I would never do active litigation relating to that at the very same time that I'm in litigation with somebody like Pixie. It could be that I sue 5 people for calling me a pedophile, and then Pixie, to fucking meme on me, decides to just put in a filing the next time, motion for submitting this, and here's an affidavit where somebody claims that he is a pedophile. And now all of my other 5 cases are dead because they're like, oh, well, look, this was submitted in this court case, and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. So the idea of having simultaneous court cases when one involves the other, or one involves claims to the other, is beyond fucking retarded. This is never happening, okay? I have to wait for this court case to end for anything like that to ever happen, okay? Jesus.
Right, I think we can both agree that that's dumb.
I don't agree to that. I mean, people vote on it and they'll pass what the majority believe. I don't agree to that.
Sure.
I think in some cases marijuana should be illegal. I think medical marijuana should be legal. I mean, obviously.
Well, yeah, sure, but based all marijuana, but I think we can both agree that if you have like a felony conviction, that stunts your ability to earn and provide for your family, right?
Yeah, you knew that before you committed the felony, right?
Yeah, but like I think certain laws.
I got a hot take. I don't think you should be able to smoke fucking weed on the street or even cigarettes. It's fucking annoying. I don't like smelling it. I don't care if you smoke weed at your house, though. Doesn't matter to me.
Old man.
You're talking felonies. You're not talking misdemeanor. Felonies are very intense things that you do that cause you to get a felony. It's not just having weed on you.
Nah, not exactly. Not exactly. Because if you're caught with a wax pen, right, that can be considered a felony equivalent to if you had like cocaine or something like that.
Depending on what state you're in.
Yeah,
but
depending on the state.
If that's the case, but
right.
you know that before
federally
you
as well.
You know that before you do it.
Sure.
And so you make the decision, everybody in here make decisions, they're not going to do that because you don't want a felony on your record because you want to be successful and be able to get a job. Is that fair?
But
that's personal responsibility.
But let's interrogate the central claim. You're saying that police in black communities do more good than harm, right?
Exactly.
So if you're caught smoking a blunt on your porch and you become a felon for the rest of your life and then you're relegated to like being doing menial labor for the rest of your life, right? When you could have had a lot more prospect, isn't that the police causing more harm to your life?
No, it's just don't smoke weed and you won't have to worry about the police.
So are the laws enforced equally across the races?
It is.
No, they're not.
What's your
They're
proof?
not.
What's your
They're
proof
not.
to that?
So black people in this country, right, are statistically found to have been given larger sentences for the same crimes compared to their white counterparts.
See, let me give you some more information to give you a better perspective. A lot of it is because people have committed multiple crimes before they get to the final crime sentencing. Yes, yes, it is.
Even for first-time offenders.
Give me an example. Where do you see, now here's what, and everybody should acknowledge this, where do you see in this country a judge?
Bernie's on record saying he's not a Democrat. Are we good to consider him and everybody aligned with him hostile to the party? Well, Bernie's technically even worse than not a Democrat because Bernie caucuses with us. So he'll run in our primaries to win the primary, and then he runs in the general as an independent. So it's even...
Yeah, that seems really retarded.
Well, this is America. What do you want me to say?
This judge gave a white person a different sentence than a black person in that same courtroom.
Statistically, you can still see that minority offenders are given harsher sentences for the same crimes compared to the white counterparts.
And a lot of times it's because they already have previous charges. I'll give you an example of people that's in my family. Sure. You know, two people that I know, I'm not going to say.
Also, suing the British suit is probably higher on your priority list as well. I didn't consider that DOGE could just throw incendiary shit in your suit to hurt other ones. Well, yeah, this is also why I don't want to do anything relating to that. Like people say, why don't you sue solo? Why don't you sue? One, again, I don't have the money for multiple court costs or for multiple court filings. But two, like Doe has engaged in an incredibly intentional strategy to avoid mentioning the solo guy at all costs. Now, I don't know why, if it's because she thinks she could maximize damages on me and she's worried that if the solo guy gets brought up at all, that it hurts her ability to come after me for damages, so they just avoid talking about him all. I don't know, maybe not. But if the idea that every single time, like if I'm going to pursue another civil case, I would want to be able to pursue that case like as judiciously as possible. I don't want to have to think like, okay, well, I really think that, you know, this would be an effective motion or an effective argument or some whatever bullshit. But now I have to think, okay, well, fuck, but if I filed this, is there a way that, and I can't think in good faith, I have to think in bad faith. Is there a way that Pixie in bad faith could try to weaponize this thing in this case against me? It's just too much. It's not, why would I ever want to enter any kind of like civil litigation context in that? It's fuck that.
What position in my family got 20 years in prison for armed robbery. 25 years in prison for armed robbery. The reason he got 25 years is because he had already committed a robbery. He got 5 years before that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people. The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that because...
Why don't you bring up the solo guy? Because I'm a defendant. It doesn't, this is a huge thing. Again, I don't know fuck all about law or whatever, but like I said, if I could do anything differently in my court case, it would have been to, and maybe even as a rule of thumb in the future, I don't know how often celebs do this, is to literally always have a countersuit. I just feel like having a countersuit is just so much nicer because then it gives me so many more options in terms of responding to stuff. But me bringing up solo or me bringing up other evidence or whatever, none of that really matters that much because it's not like I don't have any claims on the table that I can sue her for, right? The best I have are sanctions, and our judge has already made it clear that she doesn't like us filing sanctions, so... Which I'm hoping she's gonna throw the book at them for that. My biggest argument, I had to talk to my legal people about this. My biggest concern, or my biggest question, I think, is I'm wondering how they're going to make the argument that we should go to trial. The only thing we have is that one Abby affidavit. None of us were able to depose Abby. If all of that is true, I wonder if we would go to trial if we could say for certain that Abby wasn't going to be there. So I don't even know if her affidavit is valid at that point. Like if it's like probative, if she's not willing to testify relating to it. And then if they say that, well, don't worry, she'll be there. What I'm really curious about is how could you guarantee that to the judge? You had your only witness that wasn't available for the entirety of our discovery period, how could you possibly guarantee that she is going to be there on the day of court? I have no idea how they would even begin to approach that argument, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Good luck.
It seems crazy that, like, oh yeah, we couldn't find her to depose her, but we're gonna bring her as a witness. That
especially because, do you remember the day of my deposition? Do you remember what day I was deposed?
Not the day, I guess.
Your birthday? What? No, that was Lauren Hayden's deposition.
De Laguna.
Does anybody remember what day I did my deposition on?
It was like August. No, not August. Sorry.
Isn't it kind of dumb, though, that you have a legitimate legal complaint and a judge is allowed to not like it on a personal level and not engage? I mean, I'm probably misunderstanding the process, but it seems almost like bias to allow one side to be so shit and then not allow the other to protect themselves or hold them accountable. Well, I mean, it's a sanction. A sanction is kind of an extraordinary relief you're seeking from the court, and she just didn't want to deal with it. But I mean, it's probably because she's busy. I don't know, bro. I love my judge, and I love judges, and I love the United States of America civil litigation process. I love all judges. It was your birthday. Didn't you do it on your birthday? No, I listened to Lauren's deposition on my birthday.
It was a good birthday treat.
Good one. Slazik.
Oh my God.
Published his first article. Who the fuck is Slazik? What? Why do you say my God?
That's like, we're coming up on. I know we're a bit away from your birthday, but we're coming up on it again. And that, like, last birthday, we were still doing this. Jesus.
Well, and it started almost on the one before, right?
Christ almighty. How the fuck does it take so long?
Fuck. Well,
this is like the ultimate trolling hack.
Fuck.
Just sue someone.
Okay, hold on. Let me check my email. God damn it. Your deposition was on April 27th, was it? Deposition. That was Pixies. That was April 27th. Oh my God. When they tried to leave, that was crazy. Holy shit.
Oh, that was awesome.
Disgusting. Because Joan wanted to try to defend Pixie's Depot remotely. She could even show up to her own fucking client. I hate how unseriously she's taking. I think I've seen her one time in this whole fucking court case, and then she's AFK.
It was like the last hearing or whatever.
No, fuck no. She doesn't show up.
No,
she didn't show up.
She wasn't there for that, because I was listening.
It was just her deposition. And they tried to do that one remotely, too. And then they wanted us to fly to fucking Illinois. So fucking gross. How and she's not going to be at the one in a week, too. God, oh my God. Finish. Oh, May 5th. Okay. I did my deposition on May 5th. Okay. Keep in mind that Abby was missing for the entire discovery period. They said they couldn't find her. We couldn't depose her. They didn't depose her. Okay. Their only witness. Okay. She was gone. And then 3 days after my deposition, after her being gone forever, somehow they magically add another declaration from Jane Doe Abby MC. We can't say her real name, so just Abby MC. 3 days after. So she's gone for 8 months or whatever, can't depose her, can't find her, nobody can get any evidence from her, nothing. And then 3 days... 3 days after my deposition, they magically have another affidavit to file for her. Yeah, so cringe. Whatever.
Prohibited possessor. He was already a convicted felon for that. Another one of my cousins got 75 years in prison for shooting 3 people. The reason he got 75 years, and some people didn't get that, because he had already been a prohibited possessor, he was already a convicted felon, and he had drugs in the car. Those contributing factors is what lead many black people who already have a criminal record to being sentenced at a higher rate. You cannot find a judge that gave a black person a higher sentencing than they gave a white person. If you find that judge, I think everybody in here will be against that judge. And I would march and protest a judge that we can find doing that. You won't find it.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here because you've been voted out by the majority. Thank you so much. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair. In 3, 2, 1.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Let's have some fun. I want to approach this from a place of curiosity because the thing that troubles me about a lot of the way you structure your arguments is that it seems to suggest to me that you perhaps believe that there's some moral deficit that black people have that inclines us to commit more crimes.
I don't believe that.
I guess my question is, what do you think that moral lack is?
I don't really think it's a...
How is she allowed to rep all the witnesses? I don't know, bro. We'll see in court on that, actually. That's just hilarious to me, though.
Does the judge know this yet?
I don't know.
She must.
I don't know. I have no idea. Well, no, I don't know, because I don't know if it would necessarily come up. Unless she's reading the deposition transcript and she's seeing, like, Jane...
ask.
Or she's seeing...
Your Honor, do you know... Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, unless she's seeing Joan literally say, like, oh, attorney-client privilege. It's like, why? Oh, I represent them? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, who knows?
Your Honor, do you know that she's representing every witness?
This is cringe as fuck.
Please, Brettler.
I don't think it's a sweeping generalization that every black person somehow is born inherently evil or inherently a criminal. I think that there's different things that do cause people to fall down a path of committing crimes, which is what their fathers did and what their mothers did.
One might say context and systemic racism. Or
I don't think it has. I think it had much to do with racism.
No.
I don't think it has. Like for instance, we can isolate criminal activity that happened in the black community that has no hand or involvement from white people.
Yeah.
You know, a young man deciding to grab a gun and do a shooting has nothing to do with white people. A young man having sex with 5 and 6 women, getting them pregnant, and not standing up for his responsibilities has nothing to do with white people.
See, but when you tell stories like that, it seems to suggest that you're saying that black people are responsible for all of that versus these isolated incidents, these mythical isolated incidents that you're bringing up.
I'm saying it's personal responsibility.
Yeah, so you're saying
there's no white man there.
There's an epidemic of personal responsibility inside the black community.
I agree with
How
that.
do you measure that?
By looking at the effects of it, looking at what...
The difficult thing for conservatives and liberals to ever have this conversation, this is kind of frustrating, is that, like, the answer to that question is yes. But, like, the reason why is because of a whole host of issues that we should be able to address, socially, culturally, educationally, economically, whatever. But you kind of have to own the argument that, like, black people, do perform worse in this country, but then you have to get into the reasons why. This idea of, like, sometimes people on the other side of this issue try to just say that that's not happening, or they try to pretend that's not true, and it's like, this is way too much of a, like, I mean, we can just look outside. Like, you're never winning this argument. This is not, it doesn't come off as remotely honest either, I don't know. It's not, I don't think it's very compelling.
Black people are doing over time.
So earlier, people have come up and given you a vast number of statistics that indicate systemic racism, inequality, poverty, education. It's happened over and over again. Yet you claim black people have an epidemic of personal responsibility, but you can't give a single statistic that indicates that. How do you measure that?
They have an epidemic of personal responsibility. You see the outcomes.
Is it the rap music?
That's one indicator.
Yeah. It's rap music.
It's rap music.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Who wrote that song?
Let me give you an example of why this is different. Let me give you an example of why this is different.
Come on. Let's talk about rap.
And I'm gonna tell you how it has a negative effect on black people.
Yeah.
White people actually listen to rap music way more than black people do. They purchase it more.
Mm-hmm.
But black people are living the stuff that's in the music.
Mm-hmm.
White people fantasize of what it may be like to run up on your op and shoot somebody and kill them and go to prison.
Bars. Come on.
And selling dope in the hood to your own.
People who operate on personal responsibility never continue the conversation after you can see that, though. I mean, I don't disagree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's an issue with conservatives and liberals. The way that they both frame it is too hard on just talking about their particular thing. Like, conservatives really want to focus on the behavior and deny that the environmental conditions might play, like, a huge factor here. But then the people on the other side of the debate like to acknowledge that there is a huge environmental factor that is causing these outcomes, but then they like to pretend that the outcomes don't exist or aren't real, in which case I guess we don't have to do anything then. Everything should be fine.
People.
Yeah.
Black people are living it. It's a reality, and it's reinforced. You cannot tell me that that's not a form of brainwashing.
I've listened to a lot of rap music. You know what I've never done? Shot up a school.
What does a school guy do anything?
I think you try to create this
image. Are you saying that there's no?
This is what I mean by you seem to suggest that there's
no
moral
negative.
lack.
No, you're saying that there's no negative.
There's some kind of lack that causes us to be more prone to violence, but you don't acknowledge any of the historical context that places us in the environments that we're in.
Are you saying that there's no negative effects of brainwashing yourself about killing your brother and sister and listening to that on a day-to-day basis? There's no negative effect in that.
Right. Why are you posing this as a uniquely black thing? This
Because
is like when you make the argument that like
uniquely-
violence has been a part of art all the time. I write for a living. You know who glorifies violence? William Shakespeare. You know who glorifies violence? Quentin Tarantino. But you don't see anyone talking about, oh my God, there's a response for all the white crime, even though there are more white criminals in America than any other race.
We're talking about black people.
Yeah.
Do you think that black hip-hop music, rap music is detrimental to the black community?
No.
You think it has no effect on the psyche of a young man listening to that every day?
No. It's that simple.
I disagree with you on that point. I think here lies the problem.
How would you validate that? How would you prove that?
Well,
what can be proved is a correlation between poverty and crime, and that can be traced systemically through history. And this goes back to all of the arguments we've made about wealth accumulation, how black people have been prevented from having that.
Now, how can you associate that to white supremacy?
How can I associate white supremacy and generational poverty? Do you think wealth is inherited?
In part.
Yes. So do you think poverty is inherited
Majority
too?
of people who are successful in this country do not get passed on generational wealth. A lot of people who are very successful came from nothing. I would argue that almost every black person who is successful came from nothing, which is an example of why capitalism works.
Yeah. Okay. So I went to one of the most conservative high schools in America. It is a very alluring and deceptive delusion to believe that because you live in circumstances that are different from the rest of black people, that somehow you are special.
What do you mean? You're saying that
I mean
if you
that,
work hard in this country,
this is the way earlier that you suggested,
work hard,
like, oh, here's my
you don't commit
example of
crimes.
someone who escaped poverty, and that means that everybody has access to that.
No, I'm not saying not every white person has access to.
So then you acknowledge that there are forces that operate against black people that are unique to black people. And where do those come from?
I think a lot of it comes from the actions of black people.
The epidemic of personal responsibility that you can't indicate how.
Are you telling me? So are you a successful man? Consider like
I'm doing my thing.
Speaking?
I'm doing my thing. Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to school?
I got incredibly lucky.
Are you educated?
I got incredibly lucky.
Are you educated?
Yeah.
Okay. What decisions did you have to make to get to the point that you're at?
Okay, we want to talk about education. We want to talk about the difference in funding.
What does that mean when somebody asks, "Are you educated?" Does it mean you passed high school?
Basically, yeah.
College? Okay.
Between schools in black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods.
No,
like if you're
funding. I went to probably one of the poor schools in my school district. That didn't make the difference of whether or not I did my homework or not.
Yeah, this is the thing why I think you're convinced that you're special.
I don't think that inherently because the color of my skin that somehow I'm behind the curve against white people.
Yeah, Harriet Tubman.
One interesting argument, I just read a chat comment, it made me think of this argument. One interesting argument is he's saying that all the rap music in society is having a negative influence on black people because it makes them, I guess, want to be gangsters or whatever. Wouldn't all that same rap music then that's consumed by so many white people, wouldn't it have a negative influence on white people because he's saying like, well, it doesn't make white people go and shoot up schools or go and shoot up the blog or whatever, but wouldn't it make them think that black people are more likely to do it? Why would it make black people do a crazy thing and not white people think that black people could do a crazy thing? No? I don't know. Random.
And escape the plantation. A lot of people didn't. Is it the fault of all those black people that they couldn't?
Another issue that these conversations have a lot, I talk about this a lot, and that it's hard to, when you talk to people personally, like in my personal life, or if I'm giving personal advice to somebody, like this is always coming from the most libertarian perspective possible. Like you are the only person that will ever give a fuck about your life. Like you have to do whatever you can to make sure that, you know, your shit gets handled. Nobody else is going to look out for you. Like you just, that's it. But when you're talking from like a political debate perspective or whatever, you're talking like policy. And policy is going to be, what can the government do? What can we offer societally? Why did I bring this up? Oh, I guess I don't know what this, what is his name? Tatum, the officer's dad would think. But in terms of like rap music has like a bad impact on you and, you know, you can't participate in like hood culture or whatever. The people that I knew growing up that were the biggest on that were the black fathers in my grandma's neighborhood. Whoo, dude! I remember when my friend's older brother got caught. I don't even know who I don't even know who the rapper was at the time because I was a fucking 8-year-old little white kid. I don't listen to any rap music. I'm pretty sure my parents would kill me or whatever. Or not. It's just you can't listen to music with cuss words. But I remember overhearing a fight when we were in his room playing whatever Mortal Kombat where I think Shiva could go up and down. You would just push up and down or something. It was on the Super Nintendo, I think. But his brother got caught with a rap CD. Oh my God, dude, his dad was going crazy. But that household was
they hated that shit,
so strict. But when there's like, when you have like a whole black family, and then especially I think they're all religious. I don't know. Everyone I knew growing up was like, they were all religious. Those households, man, they are run the most strict. Like, your pants can't sag. You got to look presentable. You do your grooming. You have to, like, no fucking crazy media in the house. Like, super strict. I wonder sometimes when those families produce, I don't know if that's where Tatum came from, if his parents were like that. And I mean, it is good in terms of instilling strong values and everything in your kid. But I wonder if those people are more likely to be churned out into the world as conservatives who think that you just need like the ultimate amount of responsibility for everything and then everything will be solved. I don't know. Just
escape.
I don't get your point there.
The point that I'm making is that people live in dire circumstances, and every once in a while, someone can break out. And that's not an indication of the system itself.
Black people don't live in a world where every now and again, the majority of black people live in the middle class.
Yes, but a lot more black people live in poverty than any other.
Is that true?
That the majority live in middle class? Are
the majority of white people live in a middle class?
I would assume not.
Maybe if you do black and you include all black immigrants, maybe, but...
We don't disproportionate, and a lot of those are because of decision making. When you have children,
yes,
and you're not married,
this is why I'm saying that I think you think that black people have some unique moral deficit. Because you're saying that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility in black people, but you can't prove that. And yet we can prove that systemic racism exists. But
what you're doing is you're assessing or associating racism.
When does systemic racism stop in America?
I don't think there was real systemic racism
ever.
Damn.
Keep going. Please keep going. I would love for you to go for the rest
I
of the time on that.
I do not believe
Jim Crow,
that there's been systemic racism in America that's been the primary reason why black people cannot succeed.
Right, but you can't prove that there's an epidemic of personal responsibility. You can prove that there's an epidemic of systemic racism.
No, look.
And that's why I'm asking you, when did it stop? Because theoretically, that should be the moment when we're all equal.
Are you saying that black people are not responsible for the decisions that they make?
I'm saying everyone has agency. Everyone commits crime. Everyone does everything. But people have had to live in different circumstances.
So therefore, if you do the right things like you did, you have an opportunity to be successful, which is equal to just about anybody else, no matter what color you are. You think white people are better than you?
No, but I worry you do.
Why do you think I do? I'm the one that's saying that black people have an opportunity to be successful in this country.
In 2022, 46% of black people were middle class. I feel like, I wonder how much that's impacted by African immigrants. Just because I'm pretty sure black people that immigrate here almost anybody that immigrates here is likely to be pretty wealthy. I mean, you're immigrating across the ocean.
Yeah.
I hate the black.
Careful.
Oh, I mean, wait, what? Sorry, I hate black. I hate just the descriptor black, and not with the abandoning of African American. Just drives me crazy. Yeah.
Wait, you hate the descriptor of black, not
because black. Yeah, because black hand waves. It meshes together all of the the African immigrant people with people that are like the descendants of slaves in the United States. And you're missing like a huge lived experience there by just calling all of them black, I think.
Makes sense. I didn't think black people liked the term African American.
I think, everybody just seemed, I don't know. At some point people thought that it meant that like you're from Africa, and then it just fell out of favor, and it's cringe. I don't know. Look at 0.6 on this. Hold on. In 2022, more than a third of immigrants lived in lower-income households, compared with 29% of the U.S.-born. Immigrants also trailed the U.S.-born in the shares. There are large gaps in the economic status of American residents by the region of birth among people born in Asia. 6% were in the upper. How am I? This doesn't have my U.S.-born versus foreign-born for just black people, no? Foreign-born African immigrants. Not all black immigrants come from Africa, by the way. Yeah, that's true. But my guess is actually, I wonder if most of them actually come from Britain. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. Your bit on African American and black was really bad, in my opinion. It's like saying only those on the fucking Mayflower can be European American. Then what do you call the rest of the white people? well, there is no rest of the white people, no? But I mean, like, Irish Americans and Italian Americans at points in history had, like, unique upbringings and unique experiences, no? But
Italian people. My face went.
Good.
Just as well as anybody else, you don't believe that. So you think white people are better than you.
Your prompt perhaps could have been, we should do more to prevent crime and poverty in black communities, right? That's a way of framing the argument that's about
you can say you
solutions
can
and
frame
aid.
or whatever you want. You are focusing on, we're talking about black people.
I'm focusing on language because words are important.
No, we're talking about black people and you focusing on what white people are doing. So
All right,
who harm black people more than other black people?
Probably the people who brought us over here on boats.
Black
Gentlemen, gentlemen, the time's up now.
That
All
was
right,
fun.
thank you.
I appreciate you.
Woo.
Nicotine, the ultimate biohacker secret.
Sorry, it's a vape commercial. Stop! It's a vape commercial!
Secret weapon has made a wild comeback.
Or something.
But why is that clean lifestyle still fueled by big tobacco's chemical-laden slop? For those who switch out LEDs for incandescence, source raw milk, and read every single label, it's time to stop compromising. Introducing Knick-Knack, the nicotine solution that actually complements a clean routine. This family-owned company manufactures a superior nicotine lozenge right here in the USA. Affectionately known as a lip brick, this fully dissolvable option is crafted with just 6 premium ingredients, including real essential oils for authentic flavor. There are no pH adjusters, no plastic pouches, and absolutely no waste. Available in 3 and 6 milligram strengths, this is nicotine perfected. Reject the compromise and raise the standard. Go to knickknack.com/surrounded and use code surrounded for 20% off. Or use the store locator to find
Well, do you think he's a crazy idiot or a grifter? He feels like a grifter because he's an idiot, but I'm not sure how much he believes what he argues. For the Officer Tatum guy, of all the shit I've ever looked at in my lifetime, black issues in the United States, like culturally, that shit is just so insanely fucking complicated. It's just the amount of cultural content there is just a lot. So, I mean, like, people can occupy a ton of different positions in that argument. And it's just, yeah.
Snacks near you. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
My next round of claim is that black people hurt black people more than any other group.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Great, nice to meet you. Great. Okay, I personally think that, since we're talking about groups, I think that Republicans, their leadership caused more harm.
It's also not, it shouldn't be, maybe, I don't know. It shouldn't be lost on you that there aren't very many black women talking here. Because they might also give you some way different opinions on this. Not that it's okay and not that it's justified. And if you're a black man listening to me, I'm not trying to imply that their opinions are more legitimate than black men's opinions, but there's a lot of dynamics, everything going on. A lot of stuff here.
I think the fact that Louisiana, which has one of
the most needed.
True.
Highest murder rates, or a cop, has one of the highest poverty rates that's run by Republicans. And honestly, with the Voting Rights Act, they just axed the fact that black people can have a voice. So when we talk about like political harm, Republicans are trying to destroy black people. When we talk about economic harm, Republicans, I mean, with the tariffs, with just how we're doing as a country right now, Republicans have axed any way that black people can be able to speak, profit. We can go back to racist policies like redlining that, you know, President Trump has participated in twice. I just don't understand how black people are doing more harm there.
Okay, I disagree with a few things that you've claimed. But what I'm saying is that if you look at, I don't know the ages of everybody in this room.
Right. Why aren't black women speaking here? Because depending on where you pull your population of black women from, sometimes they're your like biggest black men haters.
But if you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Where are victimizations of black people higher?
In black neighborhoods.
Where? In red states? In Mississippi,
No,
Missouri? No, right?
Well, not necessarily true. Mississippi as a state, obviously has majority white people that live in it. We're talking about cities that are primarily black that are dealing with these issues.
So my problem with this is that whenever we talk about black harm, we're only able to talk about murder rates.
No, it's not just murder rates. I would argue that black people systemically voting for Democrats have been very harmful to the black community.
How?
Well, when you look at, let's start from Martin Luther King all the way on. There's plenty of statistical data points where black people have declined.
Who had?
In the birth rate, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In young black people born into single parent homes, Black people engaging in employment.
Can I talk
and mind
about
you, hold on one
employment?
second. Let me get to point by point.
Yeah.
And this entire time, Black people have been consistently voting for Democrats, which I argue is hurting the Black communities.
You went to employment, right? Okay. So let's talk about unemployment. Who had the lowest Black unemployment?
What you mean? Who had what administration?
What president? Yeah, what president?
Well, Joe Biden did.
Okay, so Joe Biden, the Democrat, right?
Let me explain. The first decline that we saw, which was historic, was under President Trump.
Yeah, and then it was historic under Biden, right?
And then it went down under Joe Biden.
After a pandemic, right? It was historically low in 2023 at 5.3 or 5.2 for Black unemployment, which beats Trump's 5.5, which increased to like a 7.9 by the end of his year.
Some people can argue that Trump's policies residually rolled over into
like
Biden's administration.
Like the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Opportunity zones help Black people. Tax cuts.
Is that why he didn't bring them back and brought them back for rural areas?
Tax cuts do help Black people. I don't know if you believe this or not, but Black people do have jobs.
Why
they do rely on taxes being cut.
That's why
to help
Biden
benefit.
had a lower unemployment rate. But when we were talking about tax cut, Biden had a child tax credit that Trump took away, that the Republicans didn't want to put into his 2023 and 2024 year. So why are the Republicans stopping those tax cuts that you said Black people have children that we don't care about?
I think we're getting off track. The premise of what I'm saying is that the ailments that we see in the Black community are perpetuated by other Black people. Listen, let me say, the drugs that are sold in our communities are sold by us. The crimes that is committed in our communities, that's devastating our communities, are perpetuated.
Just a heads up, my understanding, maybe there are certain crimes that break the mold on this, but my understanding is every single group victimizes itself. It's just a matter of like where they live. So white people tend to be victimized by white people more, Asian people by Asian people more, Black people by Black people. That's just like a reality of crime, just because you tend to commit crime in the areas when you're in it. It's my understanding for that.
Primarily
So what's your solution?
Okay,
what should
pause,
Black people
pause.
I can give you a solution.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Do you see how far Tesla has dropped? No. Has it? Isn't it still way too $1 trillion market cap? Oh, it has fallen quite a bit.
Get snark, Elon Musk.
Where are my boys? We went in it was 1 year ago. Wait, was the Luigi killing only a year ago?
Jesus.
What?
That's just so, like, time's moving slow.
Sometimes it feels like time moves slow and then time moves fast. But tomorrow, we will be at our 1 year, guys.
And are you selling?
I think so. I'm up bigly.
How much are you up? So if any CEO gets assassinated...
Whoa! We don't support that here. Chill. Damn.
Well, I don't
How are
support
you?
assassinations.
Good. I'm Zena. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, so Black people hurt Black people more than anyone else hurts Black people.
Okay.
My question to you is why?
Well,
I think on 500K, I think I'm up like 350K. It was a good investment.
Jeez.
It's like 70%. I posted something in the chat earlier. So if you guys jumped in on me for that, we're going to be doing the stock tips channel. No, just kidding. That's somewhere Alex, but damn. My UNH guys, UHC, whatever the fuck the company's called, don't care. Oh, 1 year? Yeah, if you jumped 1 year ago, 72% gains. Woo!
That's a really good question. I think that it stimulates from a few different facets, and I think a lot of them are responsible, but for the most part, by Black people. When you are not raised in a loving household and you're not protected, you don't have a father in the household, those things lead to devastating outcomes. Young men doing things they're not supposed to do, like we see in modern society, these young YNs. All of these things are contributing factors to decisions that we make.
Okay, cool. So what you're describing is a byproduct of poverty, right? And what we know under a capitalist system is that poverty
Young ninjas.
Compounds over time and history as well as wealth. And what has happened systematically as well as systemically in this system is that Black people have been pushed away from wealth-creating mechanisms. This has happened for generations, even past slavery. Even if we were to argue that after slavery, nothing else happened. There was no Jim Crow laws. There was no redlining. There was no unequal implementation of the GI Bill. We would still see that, like, our country has lived under this disenfranchisement of Black people longer than it has been free. So my question is, what do you think accounts for like the $4 to $16 trillion that was stolen from Black people through slavery? Like, where does that equalizing mechanism.
I don't believe that you can say that money was stolen from black people during slavery.
Oh, but
let me explain. Because money wasn't stolen, opportunities were not there because black people were slaves. It's not a fair comparison.
So imagine this: you got 200 people on a plantation, and they're making you millions and millions of dollars, right, a year. Through their labor, right? So what happens is there's no money to steal because black people weren't granted the humanity to be compensated for the value that they created.
Well, let's look at it like this. This is an environment and a dispensation of time where slavery was a fact and a reality around the world.
And we live under capitalism, right?
Let me explain. So it's not like it was somehow uniquely.
Oh, it was very unique to the West.
It's not uniquely in the United States of America.
Chattel slavery?
Majority of the slaves
Do you want to
were in
compare
South
chattel
America.
slavery?
Let me just give you an example. Majority of the slaves were in South America. You do agree to that. About 400,000 black people were made slaves over time.
Why are we pivoting the conversation? My question was.
We're not pivoting anything. You got it. You jumping around.
No.
Let's stick to something.
I actually don't know anything about South America in like the 1700s or whatever. What were the big places in South America? Is he talking about like shit was wild? Yeah, but were there like what? I have no idea what the big empires or entities or whatever. Brazil was very bad for slavery. Was it a colonized place or was it just like
Come to Brazil.
It must be, right? They speak fucking Portuguese there, no?
Yeah, it was a colonized.
But I don't know. I don't know the timelines on literally any of it. So.
Question I asked you around 2 minutes ago. I asked you this.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. You're saying
it's unfortunate that that's the way that you feel about how I'm trying to approach a question.
We need to stick to a point.
What's the equalizing mechanism? $4 to $16 trillion, right, was the revenue that was created through the unpaid labor that came from chattel slavery.
In my opinion, you cannot judge slavery and act as if black people even had a fair chance in the first place.
That's what I'm talking about here.
Let me explain. We need to talk in terms of after slavery was abolished, what opportunities were presented to black people.
If we do that, we cut out around 2/3 of the story, right? So what I told you before, right? We live under capitalism, and if we live under capitalism, what we know is a couple things. Wealth comes from capital, and capital compounds, right, value. So what happens is property taxes.
Are you trying to say that inevitably black people will never have an opportunity to be successful in America? Is that what you're saying?
I'm explaining something really, really crucial here.
I mean,
that'll
can
help
you answer that? Because I think we'll be on the same
You can't interrupt
platform.
me when we're not having the same conversation.
I'm trying to get to a point where we can have a real discussion.
If it is the case that property taxes, right, fund our school systems, build them up, okay, and we see redlining literally labeled neighborhoods where black people were living.
The Dems are so doomed if every argument is some proxy for capital. Well, yes, but it doesn't. It's different here for black people because the issue here is this is not like a class whatever, like black people didn't have capital like the capitalist class did. It's that you had huge portions of you had 100% of the black community, or I don't know why I'm saying this, slaves in the United States were building like up manufacturing, or not manufacturing, I guess, or textile, whatever the fuck, all the, farmer stuff and everything going on in the South. Like all of that industry is built on the backs of black slaves, but they didn't collect any of the money for it. So, the argument for like 40 acres and a mule or any kind of reparations being paid, like reparations being paid for a history of racism in America is fucking retarded. But the idea or the concept of trying to make right, and I don't know if there's even a good way to do this, like wages lost from slavery, when obviously the families and the corporations and the people that benefited from slavery, managed to maintain that generational wealth or managed to maintain that wealth in their communities, I think is a much fairer argument. But it's not just a matter of like, labor versus capital. It's a matter of like, these people were literally slaves and built decent chunks of the South, but would never, ever, ever fairly compensated for it.
As in harmony.
We know she called herself anti-capitalist on the last Jubilee Destiny Watch. Oh, wait, this one? Oh, she might be a commie or something. She might be. But I'm just saying that with regards to slavery, it's a different argument than just like a wage worker is also like a slave,
Full of inharmonious racial groups to the point where they couldn't get the mortgage, right? This was 60 years ago? Grandparents, parents, right, who experienced that inability to have a home. 2/3 of the middle class gets their generational wealth from properties. Where's this equalizing mechanism? Why do you expect there to be a similar playing field?
Okay, I think we're going to go in circles if we go back in time. What mechanism?
Oh, we got to.
I'm saying that we're going to get to a standstill. What mechanisms are in place today that prevent you from having the same financial success as anybody else in this country?
Does inheritance exist under capitalism?
I'm asking you to answer this question.
Because I've asked two questions now that were ignored.
What mechanism in place currently prevents you from being financially successful as anybody else in this country?
The continuity of private property, right? So I'm answering the question.
Are you not allowed to own property?
That's not the question here. It's who had access to property.
No,
the problem is,
we know. Let's put it this way, because we're gonna get into an argument in circles.
I don't think it's going in circles. I think you're not answering the question.
Here's the thing that we can agree on.
I asked 2 questions.
Let me say, this is the thing that we can agree on. We can agree that there was discrimination in this country. We can agree that there's some elements of.
Do you agree that inheritance exists?
We can agree that there's elements of things that happen in this country that put black people behind. We can agree to that.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is that we cannot still live.
We're not
60
living in the
years
past.
ago,
We're living in the
and
future.
act as if we don't have an opportunity today.
Here, let me.
We can break down redlining. We can go through the process of all these different things.
Let me address it.
Because I don't think that we're telling the full story
right.
about redlining. I don't think we're telling the full story about economic opportunity for black people in America today.
I think you're right. So white families, on average, have a 10 times higher median household income than black people.
Why is
and
that?
And that's what I want to answer for you.
Let me answer
it's because,
it.
No.
Let me answer it
you
for
asked me a question. Why are you answering the question that you asked to me?
You just let me answer the question for you.
No, I don't want you to answer it for me because I want to answer. I want to participate in it back and forth.
Okay, come on.
The reason is because wealth in this country is passed down. The biggest, in 2020, they projected that $765 billion, right, was passed down through gifts and bequests to the American population, right, the middle class, and that's just the middle class. That is the majority way that wealth funnels down in this country.
Are you saying that black people
can't pass
are
down
not
wealth?
Currently able to have financial success in this country just like white people?
I'm saying that we're comparing a tortoise to a hare right now.
I don't think that's true.
I think it's
are you
absolutely
alluding
true.
to the fact? Let's talk about redlining real quick, because I think that it's been disproportionately represented.
How would you answer his question? I think the most important thing you can do with people like this is you got to drill super hard into their priors, because with the way that conservatives talk about responsibility, if that's all you want to talk about, then fine. But I'd be curious if the black guy is going to own up to the idea that his argument essentializes that black people are inherently just not capable of doing it. That there's something essential about the black race that makes it impossible. Because if you're just going to say repeatedly that for some reason, black people aren't succeeding and it doesn't have much to do with any historical reason or current material conditions, then the question is, okay, well then why aren't they succeeding? And he can try to make up whatever about the culture or whatever other bullshit. It's okay, but why? But you admitted yourself, this is just a black people thing, right? So why do black people have this issue, but white people don't? And I don't know how you ever get through that without just saying, I guess it's just black people are just inherently more fucked than white people or something. So I don't know. I don't know how you escape that answer.
When you talk about redlining, do you know? And I think it's good for the crowd to understand this, that in
redlining, which is based on credit scores,
the red line districts, 92% of all the people who live in the red line districts were white. Are you aware of that?
Where is this source coming from? Redlining specifically labeled.
Do you not know this as a fact?
Okay, how about this? The underwritings of the HOLC specifically said that black groups, right, were seen as inharmonious groups that we should be very wary. No. Let's look it up. The fact check will be somewhere here or here for you.
FHA.
Right? It said
that's what the
inharmonious
FHA,
groups.
That's
black
what the
people were titled
determined.
as FHA. Okay, they
we're
both
gonna
work together.
pause it here.
They did not work together. They were different.
No, they were different, but they worked together.
Guys, you do have to pause. You've been voted out. Thank you. If you would like to be the next debater, get to that chair in 3, 2, 1.
Peace, brother.
What's up, brother?
So we were talking about black on black crime.
Yeah, we can address that.
Black on black crime is a myth. Human beings create crime based off where they're at. In the 90s, there was an opioid epidemic, specifically Oxycontin. This was white drug dealers selling this medicine to white fiends.
Okay.
Over 80,000 people in the year 2023, according to the CDC, overdosed from opioids. That same year, 31,000 people overdosed from cocaine. Now, a portion of those cocaine users were likely black people. The year 2023, according to the CDC, overdosed from opioids. That same year, 31,000 people overdosed from cocaine. Now, a portion of those cocaine users were likely black people.
How much to OD on cocaine? Does that include if you take, is it considered an OD on cocaine if it was laced with something and then you, obviously you get fucked up from whatever it's laced with, or?
On crack. However, more than twice as many people overdosed on opioids that were white drug dealers selling to white fiends. However, in no instance did anyone come up,
really,
a policymaker, and say that this opioid crisis was white on white crime.
Fiend for white
However,
fiends.
when
Sorry.
black people engage in crime based off where they're at, the government uses it as an excuse to over-criminalize them in a way that white communities are not criminalized at all.
I disagree with you because I don't think that anybody's
Can
saying.
you get really bad heart stuff from too much coke? I think you'd have to do a fuck ton of coke to actually like have your heart explode, or if you have a pre-existing condition, maybe. But
black on black crime,
or if you drink and do coke at the same time because it like fucking goes Super Saiyan in your body and you explodes or whatever. What's the name? There's a name of some chemical or whatever that's created if you do both at the same time. It's not good.
necessitates a police
Not
response.
good.
People point out that black people disproportionately, or I'll say, to a
Coke
higher
ethanol or
degree
whatever?
per capita,
Coke
kill
and
each
ethylene? I
other
don't
more
know.
than any other group.
It's not accurate.
That is
Not
100%
true.
accurate. That
Not
is
true.
100% accurate. Anybody can fact check that.
not
We
true.
kill each other at a higher rate per capita than any other group. That is a fact. Now, the reason that people point this out is because others try to claim that the biggest threat to our existence, the biggest threat to our young people are white people,
Absolutely.
or systemic racism.
Absolutely. The biggest
But
threat
the
to
reality is the cause of death, the leading cause of death for young people 25 and under, from 15 to 25, is being murdered by another
Okay.
black man.
I dig
then
it.
you go on beyond that,
I dig it.
and the leading cause of death is what? Health issues.
I dig it.
Heart
I dig it.
disease,
I dig it. So the biggest,
diabetes,
okay,
and
all
other.
right,
It has
I got
nothing
you,
to do
I
with
got
white
you.
people.
Okay, cool. So the biggest threat to black people and the biggest threat to the world is the system of racism and white supremacy that we live in. Because the system of racism and white supremacy.
To go up to like a white guy and be like, "Yo, what's up, my," and then do a handshake. That'd be sick.
Try it sometime.
I'll give you an example. I'll break it down. The system of racism, exactly. The system of racism, white supremacy affects every faction of interaction.
Give me an
talking,
example.
I'll give you an example. We're talking economic, social, and sports. So these these black drug dealers that you're mad at. For example, Freddie Gray. Freddie Gray was a petty black drug dealer.
He still
who
was selling drugs.
Yes, he
To
was
who?
selling
Who
drugs.
was he selling
He
drugs
was
to?
selling drugs to black people.
Okay.
But no petty white drug dealer
No,
has
we're
ever
not-
been
why we
thrown in
gotta
the
talk-
in the back of a
That's not
paddy
true.
wagon and ended
That
up
is not
dead.
true. They just
only
didn't get
black
publicity.
people are only petty
That's
black
not
drug
true.
dealers are criminalized for selling drugs. That's because we live in a
You
system
want to go to
of
Freddie Gray?
racism,
You wanna go-
white supremacy.
Who was the judge?
That over
Who was the judge?
over criminalizes
Who was the judge?
actions of black people.
Who was the
and
judge?
overlooks.
I didn't follow that one as closely. I don't remember it that well, but I think Freddie Gray got arrested. I don't know if he got roughed up by the cops a little bit, but they put him in the back of the police vehicle. Then they drove him to the precinct. By the time he got there, he was like dead. So somebody fucked up. I don't know if they like did a cause of death or whatever, but it was not good.
Petty white crime.
Who was the prosecutor and judge that allowed those police officers to get off in that crime? It was a black judge and a black prosecutor.
Also, in
And there were
2018,
black officers
there were multiple officers in Baltimore who were found guilty of planting drugs and weapons on black people and arresting them. That is an example of racism, white supremacy being used to weaponize crime and criminalize black people. You've never heard an instance in which petty white drug dealers have had drugs and weapons planted on them that has led to their arrest.
Have you ever been a police officer?
God,
have you ever
no.
arrested? Have
God,
you ever
no.
arrested anybody?
God, no.
Well, let me break this down.
God,
the things
no.
that you're saying are focused on what's happening in the black community. You don't know what's happening in the white community.
I know exactly. I just told you they're fiend out. I told you there's an opioid crisis. White street drug dealers are selling street fentanyl and Oxycontin and opioids to white fiends. But it's cool and it's not over criminalized.
Cool to
because
who?
It's cool to
So you're saying
it's cool to the government.
You're
It's
saying
cool
that
to the people
hold on.
that it's cool to the people that write the laws. The people that write the laws, the government and the politicians are not over criminalizing this behavior.
do you mean
They're not chasing the white dope dealer, the white petty drug dealer. They're not
How are
chasing
you
him
fig-
around
what
and
do you
throwing him
mean
into
they're
the
not
back of a
chasing
bag
a
in the
drug
back of
dealer around?
in the back of a paddy wagon.
makes you
the
think
same
that-
way that Freddie Gray got
All
thrown
right,
into
all
the
right.
back
I'm
of a
gonna
paddy
pause
wagon.
it.
they're
I'm gonna
not
pause.
chasing
You feel me?
criminals.
Timothy, please let Officer Tatum speak and address what you're
Yeah,
concerned about.
you said a lot of things. If you're saying that there's no instances where white people are getting arrested for criminal activity, or you're saying that they're not thrown in the back.
Like
of
sometimes I feel like maybe on these shows too, like sometimes these guys are getting just a little bit too woke. Like I feel like you could extract a more general argument here, and I think you kind of have to agree that when black people have drug issues in their lives or in their communities, it's like kind of seen as like, I mean, they're black people and it's a moral failing, obviously, on black people. But when white people started to have issues with fentanyl, like all of a sudden this was like or not fentanyl, but like painkillers in general, this became like a national level crisis that we all had to address, like the plight of like white people dying from drug overdoses, and it was the worst thing ever, and there were these huge like federal pushes and everything to cut down on it. We started talking about China shipping drugs over. Like when white people got impacted, it was a really, really, really big deal. But it seemed like we didn't have the same types of conversations about drug addiction before white people had the issues, I think. Yeah.
They're not criminalized the same way as black people.
No, that's not true.
What I'm saying is these white drug dealers are not policed and criminalized and put on TV and looked at as criminals and drug dealers in the same way that petty black drug dealers like Freddie Gray are criminalized and thrown in the back of paddy wagons.
Let me respond to you. I think that
I have to pause it here. He's been voted out by the.
There was also, yeah, that's true too. If you want to get, so I would push in wokely here. I think there are some things where people get like really woke and it's really cringe, and I think there are other areas where you can be mega woke and you should be really cringe. Like the attacks against like Kamala for not being qualified, and Donald Trump is. That's, I don't know how the fuck you could ever arrive at that position without just like fucking hating women and black people. That's just crazy. But the idea that if you were to try to make the argument that there was like, you know, white people, yeah, fine, you have surgery and you have some pain. How does a fucking old white guy get addicted to fucking painkillers? Like, what a fucking loser. I think people would go after you for making statements like that. I don't think people would be okay with you demonizing white people for having drug addictions or whatever like that. They would tell you to have, you know, compassion and empathy and whatever else. But it feels like for minority communities, it's a bit of a different standard, I would say, for sure.
Majority. If you would like to be the next debater, please get to the chair.
What laptop do I have? I bought some gaming laptop, MSI thing. I don't remember. You just want to watch movies in the highest quality?
Yeah, I want the best fucking screen, man. I don't even know if I'm gonna buy this. I'm just curious what the prices are for laptops right now.
I don't know.
Figure it out.
Can you touch on again why DSA has issues with black votes? Because Marxist perspectives mean that you exclusively, or I don't know all of them, but you almost exclusively analyze things through the lens of class. And class obviously doesn't take into account a whole bunch of other identities that people have. And so it's harder for them sometimes to communicate with minority communities because they're not seen as being as sympathetic to their, I guess, plight. Or not just minority communities, any community that's just not just like purely class focused.
In 3, 2, 1.
Back again. Okay, so thank you for clarifying the prompt for us, because I was a little confused reading it, because white people hurt white people around the same rates. But I guess my question is like, starting when and how are you quantifying harm?
Okay, that's a great question. I think that we can go all the way back to the beginning if you want to in slavery, when the slave trade was proliferated. Black people enslaved each other.
Where?
In Africa. Black people enslaved other blacks in Africa and sold them all over the world. That, to me, that's an incredible harm of black people inflicting on other blacks and perpetuated across the world. Then you have slavery now.
Something that might be better for you too, actually, is you could try them out, I guess, to see if you like them, but it might be better to just buy like an okay laptop and then just get an external screen that you can take with you.
Yeah, I have an external screen. I just don't know if it's like the...
Because where do you want to watch these movies at?
I probably just in bed.
Yeah, okay, this is going to sound really princessy, but I actually think it's really important. I think getting the external screen is better. Any sufficiently powerful laptop I've had, I can't have it in bed with me because it's way too fucking hot. If you put it on your legs, you're gonna get burned. If you put it on the covers, I feel like maybe it's not a big deal, but I feel like I'm gonna set my fucking house on fire. That shit gets way too fucking hot.
Yeah, the laptop's still really good too. So yeah, maybe I'll do just an external screen. Fuck it.
Perpetuated in South America, you have it in the United States of America. That is initial harm. Okay. I would argue that the point in time of slavery in America as we know it, I believe that white people hurt black people more than black people did.
Yes.
Now we go post-slavery.
Okay.
I believe that black people began to take the torch and destroy themselves or destroy other blacks more than any other group in America.
Okay, so let's start post-slavery. I'm gonna ignore the thing about black people selling black people in Africa.
Is that not true?
Well, do you know how many black people were sold as slaves to each other in Africa?
Well, millions were sold in the slave trade around the world.
Are you talking about the transatlantic slave trade or before the transatlantic slave trade?
Transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, yeah, but that was by white people again.
What you mean it was by white people? I'm saying that black people enslaved other blacks and sold them to white people. I think
they
that
were
was
primarily
was that not
kidnapped
true?
by the Portuguese.
There was not
The
primary
main-
kidnapping.
yes,
It was
the
an
main
actual
method.
legal slave trade that existed.
Yes, I mean,
The race discussion in the USA is so toxic. Jesus, at Destiny. Trump's war on fentanyl and the excess deaths of white people had nothing to do with Oxy. Destiny is obviously biased. I don't know how those two statements connect. I'll just say that in my entire life living in the United States, and maybe I missed it, I have never in my life heard the statement that black people are abusing downers too much because a lot of them had surgery for painful things and got addicted to the medications that their doctors prescribed. I've never heard that set of words in my entire life. But I'm just saying that I think that when different groups of people have problems in the U.S., I think they're treated quite differently. That's all I'm saying.
Millions of transactions between Africans.
the legal slave trade that existed before the transatlantic slave trade was mainly based on when a tribe conquered another tribe, they were prisoners
Still
of
enslaved.
war, which is still enslaved, but it's different from the transatlantic slave trade when we're talking about black people hurting black people versus white people hurting black people, right? But I wanted to go focus on your claim about
Post-slave.
But trade when we're talking. I wanted to go
Wait, has this guy spoken yet? Who's this cool motherfucker? Why hasn't he gone up and said anything? The fuck?
focus on your claim about post-slavery. Yes. So the primary.
Wait, who was he? Which one? What did he talk about? I don't remember the quote. Oh no, he was up here. Never mind. Okay.
I guess what do you think black people were doing post-slavery?
Well, you know, I think there's a period of time where there was an explosion of black excellence.
Yes, Reconstruction.
After slavery was abolished.
Right.
You know, we have black people fighting in the military, black people owning their own companies,
yes,
building wealth. We have Black Wall Street.
Okay.
We have, you go on, so on and so forth.
Right.
And I believe that as black people begin to support Marxist theology.
Why would you bring up Black Wall Street when it was literally destroyed in like a racial hatred-inspired massacre? Okay.
The King and others put us.
What was Black Wall Street? There, I think it was in Tulsa, because they're called the Tulsa Race Riots as well. It was like the highest concentration, I think, of black wealth in the entire United States in terms of business owners and everything else. And then I think there were like huge race riots, and all of it was basically fucking destroyed.
In a path
Okay.
where
Let's
we
pause.
rely on the government more than our own resilience.
Okay.
And you cannot tell me that that's not true.
So let's pause because we just skipped like a good 30 years of history. We just skipped like 3
I'm
decades
giving
of
you a
history.
summation from the 30s to the 60s.
Okay, yeah. So we did Reconstruction, and Reconstruction was ended, right? Because the South took back. At the time, we had Northerners in the South who were running the South so that the Union could stay together. Once the North left the South, Reconstruction ends, and that's when we see black people start to decline. It wasn't Karl Marx. Karl Marx didn't come in and
I said
say,
Marxist theology. I didn't say Karl Marx.
It wasn't Marxist theology. I mean, we're just ignoring the history of sharecropping. That's ignoring the history of Jim Crow, right? You think that Karl Marx was worse for the black community than Jim Crow segregation?
Let me argue this point. Capitalism has rescued and made successful so many people of different backgrounds and demographics. That's why America is so great. What I'm saying is that black people being resilient, operating through capitalism, and believing in themselves and being self-sustainable was the best path for blacks, and they were successful in that. When they begin to rely on the government, begin to rely on handouts, begin to listen to foolish things that people like Martin Luther King said, it caused us to be more dependent on the government, less dependent on ourselves, and now you see decline in multifaceted areas.
Okay,
Consistent,
but
let me
hold
say,
on. But
I'm gonna let you speak, I'm gonna let you speak.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that when you look at other groups, minority groups, they did not fall for that. You look at the Jewish population, look at immigrants that came over here, they were self-sustainable, they worked within their community, they built wealth.
That came over here, there's a difference. Something's a little different there.
Generational wealth amongst each other. They did not farm out their existence to the government.
Can I speak now, please? Thank you. So the other immigrant groups that you're talking about, first of all, were not subject to Jim Crow segregation laws. But do you? I just want you to answer.
Jews were subject to Jim Crow laws.
I just want you to answer this question, yes or no.
Okay.
Do you think that Karl Marx hurt the black community?
I'm sure there was definitely discrimination against Jewish people, but to say they were subject to Jim Crow in the same way, I don't think that's true. I've never heard that claim before, at least.
Community, and his ideology hurt the black community more than Jim Crow segregation.
I have to think that through. Jim Crow segregation.
What is there to think about?
Because you're
By the
acting.
way, Karl Marx is white, so
listen,
that would still be a white person in the black community. Just saying.
But then Martin Luther King embraced his theology.
Okay, but so
which is a black man leading the black community off a cliff.
Where is this idea that MLK was a Marxist? I've also never heard this before, but okay. This sounds like a thing white people and dumb conservatives would try to say. I don't know.
Now let me just say this.
So you think
I'm
that- wait,
saying
so
that every
Carl,
black
then let
person
me
was
ask
not
you that
subject.
question.
Every black person was not subject to Jim Crow laws. Every black person did not live in the South. There was a lot of successful black people during that time period. I mean, I would give you an example.
The Harlem Renaissance, of course.
I'm gonna give you an example of black people
Northerners.
who were incredibly successful through what? Capitalism. We see Madam C.J. Walker, the first female millionaire out of any race, very successful in the late 1800s, late 1800s,
Okay,
early
but that's
1900s.
one
That's
person.
not just one.
That is
we have
one
we have a
person.
tremendous amount of success.
My friend, it feels
George
like you're
Washington
forgetting-
Carver. We have.
I'd let you talk for a long time.
okay.
I would like my turn to speak.
I
I feel
mean,
like we're completely jumping over history. We go from slavery to Martin Luther King, then all the way back. We ignore the history of sharecropping, right? We've completely glossed over sharecropping. We've completely glossed over Jim Crow laws and how much wealth was stolen from the black community. We've completely glossed over the Tulsa race riots. And when black people did succeed under capitalism, those communities were destroyed. We've completely glossed over eminent domain and how much of the black community was taken, like literal black.
Let's talk about.
Like, what about Seneca Village?
Let's talk
Like, what
about
any
Black
of these
Wall Street.
communities?
Let's talk about Black Wall Street. Are we on the same page of what happened in the Tulsa riots?
Oh no, he's about to say some shit I've never heard in my life before. Was it black people's fault? Uh-oh.
Tulsa race war?
It depends. What do you think happened?
Well, I know what happened. There was a conflict between black and white people. There was a fight between the two. White people got the best of black people in Tulsa.
Then no, we are not on the same page.
Well,
no.
let me finish and you tell me where I'm wrong.
They got a new one every day.
In that fight, there was a lot of black businesses destroyed in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I've never even heard this one before. Their racism is evolving. Or I don't even know what you would call it. The historical revisionism is evolving. Holy shit.
They rebuild, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 years later, and they begin to continue to succeed. Is that not factual?
No.
What's the truth? What happened then?
I mean, the truth is that a community of successful black people who were succeeding under capitalism were directly targeted because
They were not
of
directly
that
targeted. It was a
success.
conflict.
Yes.
It was a conflict between
No.
a black man, I believe it was a black man.
It started
and
when a
white.
black man was accused of lynching,
No,
or not
it
lynching,
was
was
not
accused
lynching.
of raping a woman. And then because of that, there was this
The
anger and a
inappropriate
mob
behavior
started.
inappropriate behavior with a woman. There was a conflict that occurred. The first shots rang out from black people, shooting and killing several white people. And
So
then,
how many black people were killed in total?
Oh, I don't know how many black people were killed in total. I just know black people fired
Well,
the
I
first
do.
shot.
Can I tell you?
Well,
It was
okay.
300.
How many
and
white
that's
people were killed?
like a low
How many
estimate.
white people were killed?
They not as many because it was a riot
Because
against
what
the
happened
black
was
community.
white people came up into Tulsa, Oklahoma. It became a
Can I ask
violent
you a question?
confrontation, and white people overran the black people in that
Can
confrontation.
I ask you? Because it kind of feels like you're
Oh man.
defending the race rioters.
I'm
a
not
little bit.
defending any race riots. I'm saying
It
it's
does.
a conflict that happened.
Can
You're
you
saying
acknowledge
that
that
it's
this is
targeted.
one example in
you're
which white
saying-
people hurt black people
you're
unjustly?
saying.
Can you just say this is one?
What you're trying to say is that black people are doing their own thing, and a bunch of white people just came up and destroyed all their property just because.
Yes.
That wasn't what happened.
That
It was a
wasn't what-
conflict.
so,
it was a
okay.
conflict that occurred that caused that to happen.
But you know the KKK existed, right?
They did.
Yes,
In
white
the
supremacy
South.
existed, and that was in
In
the
the
South. Where's
South.
Oklahoma?
I didn't say that white supremacy don't exist. We're not arguing.
These race riots were so bad. The one-sidedness that people who privately owned aircraft were flying these over Tulsa to bomb the fucking neighborhoods. Like this is a wildly disproportionate response, but
That was the point, though.
I'm not arguing that the Ku Klux.
Just reading on a quick thing from the wiki here. Numerous eyewitnesses described airplanes carrying white assailants who fired rifles and dropped firebombs on buildings, homes, and fleeing families. The privately owned aircraft had been dispatched to the nearby Curtis Southwest Field outside Tulsa. Law enforcement officials later said that the planes were to provide recon and protect against a Negro uprising. Law enforcement personnel were thought to be aboard at least some flights. Eyewitness accounts such as testimony from the survivors during commission hearings and a manuscript by eyewitness and attorney Buck Colbert Franklin, discovered in 2015, said that on the morning of June 1st, at least a dozen or more planes circled the neighborhood and dropped burning turpentine balls on an office building, a hotel, a filling station, gas station, and multiple other buildings. The whites got the better of them. that's how people, me when I'm defending Israel and lefties' dreams, I guess.
Supremacy don't exist. We're not arguing
Yes, that was the point, though.
I'm not arguing that the Ku Klux Klan didn't have a negative effect in the black community. We're not arguing that.
But that's what we are arguing. The whole point of this prompt is that black people hurt the black community more than white people. And these are some examples of white people hurting the black community. And every time I give you one, you say no.
Let's give an example of some things that are ailments in the black community that I think that we can agree on.
Rap music.
The single parent household situation with young black men born out of young black men born, and women are born to parents who are not married.
Okay, guys, please don't raise the flags on me. I have to make one point, and then I'll get it, okay? So, to the single-parent house, I think that's a great example, right? Because I think we can all agree we want black families to stay together. What is the leading cause of the separation of black families?
Incarceration?
I think it's a degradation of values in the black community.
Would you say that the criminalization, black men disproportionately going to jail more, has an effect on the separation of the black household?
I would agree to that, but I would also say that is because of the choices and decisions that these young black men are making.
Perfect, thank you. I was hoping you would say that. So,
is that not true? You don't go to jail.
Hold on,
you go to jail for selling drugs.
Okay, you go to jail for selling drugs. Can I read you a quote from Nixon's domestic policy chief, John Ehrlichman? This is at the start of the war on drugs, which we know is what led to a lot of mass incarceration of the black community, a significant increase in black men imprisoned and incarcerated for drug possession and selling. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the Vietnam War or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities.
I'm not familiar with that quote.
Oh, really?
But
shocking.
I can go and read it later, but that's still
You
not.
should really read it later.
That's not getting to the point of saying that people are incarcerated because decisions that they made to commit crimes. Is that not true?
He kind of cooked her there.
Well, yes.
Never heard of that one.
Do you want to respond to what he just said?
The reason that none of us are selling dope, why? Because we don't want to go to prison. We value our lives. If you are going to sell drugs and you're going to kill people and you're going to commit robbery, you're going to go to jail.
Yes,
you can't blame all of that on the war on crime or whatever the case may be.
But the war on crime was specifically to get black men to go to jail.
It is nothing wrong.
They literally admitted it.
It is nothing wrong with imposing laws that help our community. You act
How
like,
does that help our community?
Let me explain. You act like it's a good thing for black people to be selling drugs in our community. It is not. So when you go to jail for selling drugs, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of anybody that's rational, that is a benefit to the black community
Diva,
by
in
getting
this quote,
drug
he
dealers,
literally says,
criminals off the street. And our communities to be able to thrive, our property value to be able to go up. These people need to go to jail.
Dude,
that's not a negative.
Okay, I hear you, thank you. But literally, the domestic policy chief is saying we could disrupt those communities. He is openly admitting. No, I let you talk a lot. I need you to let me speak.
I need you to clarify this.
No.
Disrupt these communities in what way? What is he saying disrupt the communities?
By heavily criminalizing.
To what end?
To hurt black people.
What would the prescription be here? Because crime, because no father, and no father because he is in jail. I mean, for situations like this, the prescription is like you have to be, there's like a lot. There's a lot that you have to do. It's kind of like, listen, if you really want to understand, you really got to watch The Wire. I can't teach it to you. You just got to see it in media. But if you would ask the question first, it's like, what does it take to make a good student? Like a student that has two parents in the household, that can have a mom or a dad that stays home and make sure that they're on their shit for homework. A person with a good school that has like after school programs that keep you busy all day. A person with like a strong like family, like extended family, can help with like babysitting and keeping the family active and involved in shit. There's all these little things build toward, and then like all of that is predicated on there being decent economic opportunities for the dad, like educational post school stuff for kids to go to. Like there's like everything working in a community is what enables a kid to be a good student. And there's just like a lot of, I don't know. It sounds like a cop-out answer, but I mean, you can talk about like on the individual level, basic thing like funding like meals and shit for school or extracurriculars for school, air conditioner for schools. Air conditioner and meals are like the two no-brainer things I see. And then past that, I don't know what the best like evidence-based stuff is to increase school, I guess, educational outcomes or whatever, but those are two big ones I know. But this is like a highly multifactorial thing or whatever. Yeah.
It hurt black people to get criminals off the street.
Officer Tatum, we have.
I mean, what would be Officer Tatum's prescription? Oh, I don't know. Whenever you ask these people, they always just say like people need more responsibility, but I don't know what the fuck that means or how that's supposed to just magically come about or whatever. I don't know.
You guys have gone over, so thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My final surrounded claim is that systemic racism is used as an excuse to avoid personal responsibility.
If you'd like to be the next debater, get to the chair in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, how are
Nice
you?
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What do you mean by systemic? Are you talking about like sociology within our society, or do you mean within the structure of our government?
I'm thinking that people would argue, because I don't feel systemic racism a part of my life, but I'm thinking that systems or laws
That are put in place to
or even that are implemented or acted upon
to bring down black people.
is alleged to bring down black people.
You would say DEI was a hindrance to us.
Wow, look who finally fucking woke up.
Well, it's because I got a message from Mr. Moot, and he's like, this fucking Don't Gusano name. fuck
Whoa.
stole our time slot. So I don't know what to do. I guess we're not getting paid today. No house for me. I said, damn, that sucks. And I went back to sleep.
Damn.
And then
Mooten just lost his league game. Is he triggered? Uh-oh.
He said the
Yeah,
W cat emoji after that as well.
Oh. Okay.
But I said, how is it just business for you to get rolled? And then he didn't have an answer to that.
Damn.
Destiny
That's
was
what I
on
call
time earlier than Dan.
cool fucking story,
OMEAGALUL.
bro.
You know when you repeat that 8 times, it just makes you look
based.
By the
I
way,
I will be out of town though on the 8th, and then I'll maybe not stream on the 7th, depending on. It'll be a short stream.
Where are you going? Where are you going on the 8th?
To top secret, I can't say, but it's for a debate thing.
Okay.
Can you tell me?
I'll think about it.
So why is it you're in the morning? What the fuck's going on?
It's just for the next 3 days. It's just easier for me to stream at these hours.
Interesting. Very mysterious.
No, not that much. Okay.
That's incredibly mysterious.
Back to the
How
black
you
guy
gonna say it's
debates.
not mysterious? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I
That's a
interrupting your
lot of-
fucking
well-
movie of Jubilee? Who cares? 2 dumb people fucking arguing. Wow, never seen this one before. It's like every fucking DGG stream. It's not
It's
even
all of our politics.
good
now. Yeah,
argument.
welcome.
What?
All politics is just.
By
dumb
the way,
people
I was gonna
arguing
let you
now.
know.
Uh-oh.
I discovered something last night. I don't know if you've noticed this. So I did a quick stream last night, and there are some members of your audience, I think, that probably have autism. Not that that's bad, but they kept sending me videos of people crushing rocks, and I don't mean like they were really excited to send me videos of rocks getting crushed, and I didn't get it. And it reminded me of like the Tyrion Lannister.
Yes, that's exactly
scene.
what I was thinking of.
And it's like, oh, why are you sending me this? And they just really are fucking into rocks getting crushed. And their favorite part, by the way, of the rocks getting crushed is when it gets stuck. And then they put a big crowbar in there, and then they unstuck the rocks so that they start flowing again. And they are, to them,
Can you
that
send me
is...
some of these? These sound good.
No, Moot, stay away, all right? If you don't have autism, it's going to give it to you. I'm telling you
I
right
haven't
now.
seen it.
Oh, man. Moot, there's so many of them also. I don't know if it's the same group of... I'm going to tell you right now.
Wait, was there a
There's
point to
cou-
this story, or what? You just telling me people send you videos of rocks being crushed?
Every morning.
Oh.
This is what conversation is, okay? This is what conversation is. It's me telling you something that you don't know. You're about to watch something where you know, and it's just going to be a bunch of people saying classic, classic, classic in chat over and over and over again because they've heard this before. You've never heard this before. What I'm telling you, this is the first time for you.
Okay.
And you want me to be silenced as soon as possible
So you can get back to this? Why? For what reason?
No, I was just asking if there was a larger point you were making or not. That's okay. That doesn't have
the
to
larger point is that it's interesting. I don't fucking know. Like, have you seen these videos? These people like out of Pakistan, and it's like, I'm going to make a battery. And it's like, how are you going to do that? It's like, well, we start with an old battery and we get the battery acid all over everything and we start from fucking scratch. And it's just fucking crazy. These dudes out of Pakistan, man, they're fucking doing wild shit over there, building something out of nothing.
Rockets out of cookies. You ever see those?
No, that's in Palestine, wrong place.
Yeah. Pakistan.
Actually, I think it was in Iraq with the videos of the people doing it. But
so with cookies or with the ingredients?
It was
for
with
cookies?
sugar. They show you how to like do somebody's. It's probably in my notes. It's like a minute 30-second video on it where with a bunch of sugar. You can use sugar and fertilizer, I think, to make some kind of propellant. I don't know. It's a shitty propellant, but.
Let me ask you this, hypothetically. If the Jews did decide to pack up and leave, like let's say they're like, you know what, we got a lot of money. We're Jewish after all. Let's get the fuck out of this bitch. We're surrounded by a bunch of motherfuckers who want to kill us. Where can we go? And let's say they found an area like it's some island off the coast of Brazil or something, bigger than Israel. Holy upgrade. You know what I'm talking about, right? That's business. That's good. We got more land. It's all our shit. Everything's happy. They're just going to buy that bitch. Kind of like how Larry Ellison bought like a Hawaiian island. We're going to do that, but it's going to be bigger. Fuck ton of land. Do you think that even in that instance, people would still be losing their fucking marbles over Israel 2.0?
I have no idea.
Let's say there wasn't a single person that was evicted. I know you don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't be happy with it, but it wouldn't be like a furthering of like the American empire, so they probably wouldn't talk about it as much. Right now, Israel is seen as a Western-aligned democracy in the Middle East, and that's why they attack it so much. So if they were in like some random spot where it didn't matter and there was no U.S. influence to exert over, they probably wouldn't give a fuck.
No, I think they would give a fuck because they'd be like, why is it only Jews that you allow there? Because obviously it would still be the Jewish ethno-state.
I don't think they would care. I don't think they'd care that much.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because it's an anti-Western thing that powers their anti-Semitism. It's not like a intrinsic hatred for Jewish people, I don't think.
I am
so
not
they just hate. Well, who are the biggest? Shouldn't we hate Canada then? Because I mean, Canada's like, in France, those are the biggest allies to the United States, way more than Israel is.
Sure, but it's harder to hate on them, I guess. I don't know. I think they like France right now because France is like NATO skeptic, so they're all jerking off France or something. Or is that Spain?
That's Spain.
Spain.
France love.
Yeah, just kidding. Sorry.
I thought, isn't France our oldest ally?
Maybe, technically, yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, very, very, very interesting. Well, I'm sorry that I've interrupted the Jubilee video, which, by the way, I think we could do better. Actually, you know what? Fuck this shit. Why don't we put on a CopSLOP this morning? You know what I'm saying?
We'll get there.
I mean, you could do that now, though.
I'm going to finish this
There was
video,
one.
though.
There was one I wanted to watch yesterday. I didn't get to it, and it was called "Nurse Runs Over Soldier Doesn't Realize She Just Killed Him."
Wow.
I mean, come on. Does that not sound like a fucking sick ass video to watch this morning? I don't think we've ever seen you actually react to a decent CopSLOP.
Oh my god, let him
We've
do the
done
fucking
so
video,
much.
man.
Yeah, we'll finish this. But also, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure we watched. Yeah, we used to debate fucking cop shootings and shit all the fucking time. That's probably where you got the fucking idea from.
Hold up. Well, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's from the community for sure. You know, honestly, I don't like the way that I'm being spoken to right now.
Wait, what were we just talking about? I had a question or a thing, and then Dan kept you up, and fuck. What was he talking about before this?
I'm sure
Before
it was
me?
something smart. I don't remember.
Israel. Fuck, I don't remember what it was going to be.
Classic.
Must not have been that good.
All right, fine. Put back on your shit. Sorry, I was your friend. My fault. Sorry for being here and caring.
We're like Karening.
Good one. Fuck. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Just play the video, man.
Whatever. Wait, have you ever seen The Devil Wears Prada, Dan?
Yep.
Did you watch the second one?
Probably.
Okay. That's a no. You just
Why?
triggered me today. Well, because it literally just came out. You would know if you watch it or not.
Oh, then no.
Thank you. Okay.
But Republicans like to argue.
You know, you're such a fucking cunt. You know that?
What?
You're just a big fat fucking cunt face. Be like, you know, you could have said that. You want trade positions? I'll show you how you can not
I
be
just
a cunt
asked you if you
and do what
watched the
just did.
movie, and you were like,
Hey.
yeah, probably. But you clearly hadn't at all. So why did you say no? I don't care if
All
you haven't
right,
seen it.
yeah.
That's
Let me
fine.
show you. Let me show you how it's actually done when you're not a fucking cunt.
Okay.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
You ever see the movie The Devil Wears Prada?
Yeah.
Oh, did you ever see the movie The Devil Wears Prada 2? It just came out in theaters.
I didn't know I had to prime it so you wouldn't have to lie to me. My bad.
Don't lie to dear leader.
No, it's not that, because otherwise you think you'd be like, not sure. Why not help? Why not be a helpful buddy and let the other guy know so they know? Or, hey, did you see The Devil Wear Prada 2 came out last month? You think it's worth seeing? Be like, I don't know. Like, why are you trying to trick me? Because that's what it is. That's it. You're like setting me up.
I wanted to ask a question comparing the two films, so I need to know if you've seen the first one and the second one. I can't just ask if you watched the second one, because then I would have to ask, okay, well, have you seen the first one? Because it doesn't make sense. So I asked if you've seen the first one, and you say no. And I was like, oh, then I probably wouldn't even ask you if you've seen the second one, because you haven't seen the first one.
Okay.
Okay, I just won a league game in like 8 minutes.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Oh, good job. Now Moot's in a good mood. Glad that you can have your mood so easily dictated to you by...
I'm back in a good mood.
Systemic racism.
That's because that's what a lot of them will believe.
DEI, in my opinion, was the overcorrection
right, back to your
of
fucking
injustices
Jubilee.
that has
Love you.
happened to black people, which caused, I think, more harm to black people than good.
So systematic racism does exist.
I think in part, systematic racism and
Okay,
racism
so-
in America does exist.
Okay,
Systemic,
thank
I think,
you.
but that's
You
okay.
literally
I don't
just
think, but
confirmed.
my point is that I don't think that it rises to the degree that it affects black people where they cannot be successful in America and they cannot have the same opportunities as others do in America. I don't think I don't think it's a primary causation of black people or the things that are ailments in the black community. That
What do you want to say about it? I just thought it was... I didn't like it. I thought it was a bad movie. But if nobody's seen it, there's no point in me going over it, so...
cause the numbers
Well,
of
now
blacks.
you fucking primed me.
What?
You primed me not to like it.
Good. Then don't watch it.
Well, now I'm not.
Good. I'm glad.
in marker points to go down and be degenerate.
So I like to think
I
that
think this is Spider-Man
when
today.
we put in red line districting, when we put all that stuff in, we saw that our schools were greatly affected by that. We saw that the systems within the schools were greatly affected in the way that some were more white schools and a lot of white districting, predominantly white districting, were way more economically benefited by the community around them than the black community who could not afford to grow any kind of economic revenue for themselves within the education system. We weren't able to get certain soccer fields, we weren't able to get different auditoriums for acting and stuff like that. You know, when you're not able to have those kind of like things in your school, how do you expect people to not want to go to the streets? How do you expect them to not want to, how do you expect them to invest in things that they cannot afford within their system?
Well, let me give you a perspective here. Not all black people are poor, right?
Well,
Not all
yeah,
black,
it's a
I know you're
diaspora.
not saying that, but I'm saying it's a lot of diversity within. So I grew up in a black neighborhood, right? All black people. Within the black neighborhood, there are
If you're not talking about, can you greenlight Devil Wears Prada 2 for tonight? Sure.
those who succeed and those who do not succeed. There are those who go on and get a good education, even at the same school that I went to. There's some that do well and some that do not do well.
The rank 1 EU West League of Legends player got banned and had 4,700 LP removed because he would continuously stream snipe to target banned people. Damn.
Why?
Why did he stream snipe him, or why?
Oh my god, I just accidentally picked Kane.
Nice.
Whatever, I can dodge, it's fine.
In my
wife, when she
opinion,
wakes
that's a
up and sees
perfect
him
example
going
of
to
how
movies.
I don't.
Wait, what?
My wife, when she wakes up and realizes we're going to the movies today.
Is upset? Why would that make her upset?
She's got the tism real bad, and she likes to know things in advance.
Okay.
That do well and some that do not do well. in my opinion, that's a perfect example of how I don't think systemic racism has much to do with the success of black people. It's personal decision making. Some of it does have something to do with parents.
I feel like you can do good, you can excel, you can be great, and I really do believe that there is a part of your person, you're part of your personality. But I'm saying that there is obviously, you can see that there are less black people that are able to graduate than white people. There are way more white people that are able to graduate.
But I don't think that has anything to do with systemic racism.
No, you don't. You don't think that that has anything
to
You don't think that has anything to do with them not being able to afford to continue going to school because of the systems that were put in place?
Okay, I have to pause here. I'm so sorry you have been voted out by the majority. Thank you. Thank you. If you would like to be the next debater to the chair, get there in 3, 2, 1.
Bing.
What's up?
All right, I just want to.
Can I lay the foundation of this real quick?
I was just
for like
about
2
to have
seconds.
you do that. Thank you.
What I want to say is, and I want us to be very clear about this, and I'm hoping that we all can at least come to a common knowledge of this. I do not believe that there's no such thing as racism in America. There's racism in America. There's systems that disproportionately affect black people in a negative way. But what I'm saying is that I don't even think it's close to a primary reason why black people see success or do not see success in America. So I think it's a very minor thing that occurs in society. Everybody has their own engagement with disparity in this country. Some believe it's discrimination. You have privileges of being better looking, you have privileges of being athletic, you have privileges of having parents. All of those things are contributing factors that everybody engage in. Yep. Racism does exist in part. Systemic things that cause black people to be behind the curb in part does exist. Sure. But it's
So
not
let me
a
get to a
significant
couple
reason
of,
why black people succeed or not.
clarification questions. First and foremost, why are you saying systemic racism instead of just racism?
Well, you got to qualify it. I mean, I don't, systemic means the continuation of racial practices. So you're saying from this point till now, that's why you would say systemic.
You believe in interpersonal racism? Can black people be racist?
Yeah.
One of the things that I hate about this conversation on systemic racism, I'm pretty sure the idea is supposed to be that because of things that have happened in the past and because of laws on the books that might exist today that aren't explicitly racist, it still manages without any overt racist action to prolong or continue basically racist outcomes, disparate outcomes. So like you can have a systemically racist society where none of the individual actors are actually like racist themselves, but just because of the things that have happened in the past and then the cycles that exist in society, it can be indefinitely perpetuated. But for some reason, a lot of people, when they talk about like systemic racism, they start to lean into arguments of like, well, white people might be racist, or sometimes there's still cops that are racist, but that's not, I don't think that's technically what it's supposed to mean.
Really?
Otherwise, we would just call that racist. Or racism.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're just wrong. And
how am I wrong?
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Come on.
The reason why I asked about like why you brought it down to systemic is because it's a whole. Racism is a whole. It's an entire system, right? So when you talk about black people being racist, you have to understand the ability to actually flip the power structure and
you give a current day example to help. Current day example to help. It might be, I don't know, you could argue there's maybe systemic, let's say that it's the case that if your parents owned a home, then you're like 80% more likely to qualify for your own home or something. Black people not owning homes, you could argue, is a result of like a system in place that checks for certain types of things that you are disadvantaged in due to actually racist policies in the past, like slavery or Jim Crow. So there's like a racist law or a racist thing that was actually like racist in intent and outcome in the past, but then they roll back that law, but the impacts of that are still felt to today. And then there are other systems that, in a roundabout way kind of perpetuate. You could argue policing in general it's kind of like a form of systemic racism because it has a huge disparate impact on black people, but then black people commit crimes for reasons that are because of overtly racist things in the past, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Use the premise of race and racism for your benefit. Question, who created race?
Yakub.
That's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zerara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you
It's a
believe race
social
exists?
construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it.
Yes, it's literally
Black people
documented.
also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same
Yeah,
page. The
so
social construct is not really
Wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was
I
in
got
creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not agree
It's
to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care.
I've never heard this before. I don't think the concept of race was invented that late, but I think that the concept of like white or like a white race and then a non-white race for slavery, I think was a unique American idea, I believe, but not the entirety. The entirety of like people of different races. I don't think is. I don't think that was a new American thing.
I don't agree to that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the
accept that.
the point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise Black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
But I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise Black people.
It literally was.
Race has
to go back
never
and read the Papal
slavery.
Bulls.
Slavery was never about race. It was about cheap available labor.
Chattel slavery was about race.
Slavery, as
Chattel
we know
slavery was
and
about race. I'm not saying slavery.
The perpetuation of race, perpetuation of slavery was not
Why do you
instigated
keep
by
just
race.
saying slavery instead of chattel slavery? Acknowledge the thing that I'm saying.
Well, I don't really.
Do you know what the
I
difference
don't
is
really-
between just slavery and chattel slavery?
I don't see that being a major point to the conversation that we're having right now.
You don't think chattel slavery is a major point?
To the conversation we're having right now, I
The
don't think that
premise
there
of
needs to
chattel,
be a delineation.
It literally is.
How
Gomez
does that
Inez
affect
Days
you
of
today?
Rara said,
How does that affect you today?
I got you.
Okay, let's get
Gomez
that going.
Inez Days of Rara said that these people were hypersexual, animalistic, they were the lower hemisphere, and they needed to be civilized. And they could civilize them vis-a-vis chattel slavery. Now, that rolls forward to where we are today.
How?
There's a whole bunch of stuff that you missed, but I'm going to skip forward.
Well, what policies are in place
right now? I'm getting there right now.
that back
Getting
up
there
your
right
claim?
now. The systems that Black people exist in today that continue to disenfranchise us: medical racism, educational racism, financial racism.
Explain
Quick question.
that. Explain that to
I got
me.
you. Do you know?
I don't agree with you.
Do you know the Black maternal mortality rate in the United States of America?
I don't know it, but I do know this, that Black people have a disproportionate effect in that area.
Yeah, it's 50.3 versus the white.
But that's not
Hold on.
necessarily. Discrimination and disparities are different. That's not necessarily meaning that somehow the medical system is intentionally
It's
discriminating
literally
against Black
medical
people.
racism. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. 14.5 when it comes to the white maternity mortality rate. Do you know what the infant mortality rate is?
I do not know that offhand.
Yeah, the infant mortality rate is 10.8 versus white 4.5. There was a study that was completed that showed that when it comes to white babies, no matter who they're treated by, whatever race their doctors is, whoever they're treated by, they have the same possibility to life versus anyone else. Black babies, literally, the survival rate for Black babies drop unless it's a Black doctor taking care of the baby. Everyone else, the baby
what you're
out of the
saying-
womb,
what you're saying-
the Black baby has less of a possibility to life. It's literally.
I can believe when it comes to things like prescribing pain medication and like different outcomes there based on like the doctor being racist or whatever. I don't know what is the mechanism that would be used to explain disparate outcomes for like child survival rate. That has to do with like some type of like unexpressed or like a hidden racist thing in the doctor. I'm not sure. I just don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure about that.
Let me give you a perspective, because just because there's a statistical data point, you gotta work through the data points, because what you're saying is that every white doctor is racist against Black people. That's what you're implicating.
I'm telling you that's medical racism.
So you're saying. So are you saying that when you go to the hospital, doctors are intentionally being racist against Black?
Like, yeah, I don't know what the explainer for this is. Like, I can understand like the pain medication. You think a Black guy is more likely to be a druggie, or a woman is just more bitchy. You don't take her seriously, or something like that. Like, I understand the mechanisms for that. I just don't know for the baby thing. Like, we got to save the baby. Like, it's got these conditions. Like, Black baby, throw him in the dumpster. She'll have another one. Like, I don't know what the...
That doctors are taught through pseudoscience. Question for you. Have you ever heard the myth that Black people have thick skin?
I never heard of that.
It's literally a medical practice.
I've never heard of that.
It's something that's
I've never
derived,
heard of it.
It's something that's derived from chattel slavery. It said black people have less nerve endings and thicker skin. And what
Where
they
is
said.
that taught at?
Oh, in medical school, literally medical school.
That black people have thicker skin.
I'll give you an example.
Now, wait,
hold on,
no,
I got you.
hold on. Now we got to break this down.
Example.
So when you go to the hospital today, they're going to treat you differently because you somehow have thicker skin.
Yes.
What medical practice is in place right now that treats you
They're
differently?
literally giving less pain medication to
specific-
black people because they think black people lie about their pain levels because they have less nerve endings. This is literally documented.
So you're saying every doctor is filled with racism, and so when a black person go to the hospital, they won't treat them fairly. They are incapable of treating black people fairly because they're black.
What I'm telling you is this is something that has been taught and passed down.
There's correlation and causation are two different things.
Can I give you direct information?
You're saying
there's
things.
literally studies. You think it's a correlation causation, but there's studies on this.
What about comorbidities? What about the health of the mother
You're
when she go into the hospital?
You're not engaging
black people
in the premise just because you don't know the information.
I know. This is what you're saying.
Can I finish my point about the whole medical racism with the nerve endings? The thicker skin?
Go ahead, man.
Sure. This was something that is derived from chattel slavery. They literally use this as an excuse. They said you can beat your black slaves because they feel less pain and they recover quickly. And so they use this as a pseudoscience to say that this still happens today. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Are black doctors taught the same thing?
Yes.
Are black
you
people?
Keep cutting me off.
We got to go point by point. You're saying the system is taught to anybody in medicine.
I have to pause it here. You have been voted out by the majority.
I wanted to finish
Thank you so much.
I'm telling you. Hey.
3, 2, 1.
All right. So you're talking about 2026, right? Okay, cool. You want to say that these systems no longer exist in the way that they have before, but kind of going off of some of the other claims, there's a resulting effect that comes from the decades and decades and generations that have not received like fairness and equity. So when you say personal responsibility, even what you said, like, I come from a neighborhood where some people make it, some people don't. It's not that. Like, you have a low floor and a high ceiling, right? For white people, their floor is a little bit higher because they start off with a little bit more. Their families come from a little bit more. They might have better choices as opposed to better outcomes. And I think that if you don't apply that sense of logic into the decision making of what you're saying, it's like you're kind of victim shaming people who already had one foot kind of like in a trap. And
like this argument is the least satisfying sounding for whatever reason. Just because I don't know, nuance is just it sucks. But like this is like the closest I think to like the actual. This is a correct analysis of things. It's not that like all black people are screwed forever or that all white people have, these magical gifts or whatever, but it's just like on the aggregate, you have these things that we all know these are true in terms of advantages that people have unearned in life because of the families they're born into. In the past, some of these things were literally directly controlled by and caused by your race because of slavery, Jim Crow, whatever the fuck else. And then, it's good to be aware of that some people have like a leg up as a result of these things.
They're trying to run this race, but there's like barriers that's holding them back that have been there for decades.
Yeah, let me explain. I love what you said, and I think we agree on a lot of what you said.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there isn't disparity.
Right.
There's clearly disparity. You would have to be a fool to say that there's not disparity in law enforcement. There's not disparity in what we've seen with the negative effects of redlining, which we could go into that. You can't, it's not that there's not disparities. What I'm saying is that these disparities that exist, I don't believe that they're rooted in systemic racism, and I don't think that we can't overcome them.
Not related, but what's the truth about the claim or behind the claim that COVID deaths are over-exaggerated? Hospitals counted any deaths while someone had COVID as a COVID death? It's just not true. There's no good source for that claim. Yeah, it's just not true. King Vaughn, thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
Sheesh, 25 gifted. You own the Jew Stalker already.
Jesus.
And become better. I don't believe that because
Can you add
like and then also some of these disparities.
Can I what?
Can you do donos real quick? Or after?
You mean like TTS?
Yeah.
In a bit. Let me finish this.
Cool.
Almost done.
we have a lot of responsibility in changing these disparities.
Right.
Like we talk about a person's credit history. Like that's a personal responsibility thing. We talk about our young brothers getting locked up in prison, the things that we are doing and how we're teaching our young people, the music that we listen to, all of those things are contributing factors that keep us here when white people are here on average.
Gotcha.
I don't think that there's a system in place that's really holding us back beyond what we've done to ourselves. That's what my claim is.
And I'm willing to say, like, you know, as somebody who come from a neighborhood that not necessarily a lot of people went the college route, like I got a master's degree and everything like that, I'm reinvesting in my community and helping people out. But I do think that there's a piece of that you said, like, all of this, blah, 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 and then you said, but. And I think when you say that without like an and, like it misses the mark of having humanity for people who might not, again, like choices are choices. And if I grew up in a neighborhood where I didn't have like books at a young age, I didn't have after school programs, my family couldn't afford a tutor, I couldn't get good lunch, so I'm eating the shit that you know what I'm saying? So it's
yeah,
like,
so let's keep that point. I agree.
Wait, I didn't get that. Wait.
Books at a young age. I didn't have after school programs. My family couldn't afford a tutor. I couldn't get good lunch, so I'm eating the shit that you know what I'm saying? So it's
yeah,
like,
so let's keep that point. I agree with you 100%
because
you know I wasn't always Brandon Tatum, you know, making the money I make and all that other stuff, man. I grew up in a very balanced perspective.
Sure.
And I understand some people don't start from the same place. You know, when your mama and daddy selling dope, your daddy go to prison, your mama get killed, your chances of dealing through trauma is much different than if you had a healthy household. I don't want to come across as saying I don't understand what goes on in the inner city community. And this is more about poverty. No, what I'm saying is this is more about poverty than
100%.
race, in my opinion. When I was a cop patrolling poor white neighborhoods, they daddy wasn't there either.
Right.
And they were committing most of the crime in these poverty-stricken neighborhoods.
sure.
Education was not something that was afforded to some of these people. So it's not necessarily just a race thing, you know, and I want us to get past the point of using it as an excuse to say, because we're black, we uniquely have these
Right.
things
So-
that are holding us back. And I don't know if that's true.
But no, so I work with students with special needs, right? And a lot of times what we say when we have their diagnoses is it's not an excuse as much as it's an explanation. And it's
We never talk about this because it's not a sexy issue and they just don't get any coverage or anything else. But like truly the best of the people that humanity has to offer are probably teachers that work with special needs students. It is an incredibly difficult job. It is insanely thankless. It is tons of work. It's just these are the real, not even,
like,
it sounded ironic,
I don't know how we aren't paying our teachers more. They have unions and everything. I feel like the teachers could genuinely go on like a general teacher strike and get more money.
I don't know. Good question.
It's the most important thing in the United States is a genuinely our education.
Yeah, I don't know.
like you have a reason or a rationale behind why.
What?
And nurses.
Oh, good one.
Something exists, and when you have that, it's like you have to let that seep into your thinking. And it's like you talk about the music or the movies or the TV shows, like it ain't, you know, Goodfellas and Godfather and Scarface and all these stuff with people who don't look like us, who, you know, we got power and, you know, all of that stuff like that. Cool, we got music, but don't act like we ain't seen Tiger King, you know, or you know what I'm saying. And they was out there anyway. But what I'm saying is, it's like there's microscopic like examples you can give of all of these things, but if you just look overall with all of the systems, there's never been like an equitable amount of it that goes towards black folks. And I think that for that reason, you have to embed that into your thinking. And I think, again, your claim is not horribly off, but it's also like without regard to the reality of the whole holistic situation.
So can we come to an agreement on this? Is that we both acknowledge all of these things happen. We both acknowledge that it's not in part of some of the things that have happened in the black community is not necessarily just an excuse, it's an explanation.
Right.
But we do we agree that it does not prevent you from.
Okay, well, we have some Andy DeLevis from chat. Destiny, my step-aunt is one of those special needs teachers. She's a piece of shit. There you go.
Becoming successful and doing those things today.
I think yes and which is again the practice that I like to do is a yes and, because I think that there are going to be people who transcend what life is kind of like put in their place. But I think for a lot of folks, like it's just like if I have a above average ability, like if I'm 6'5", so it's like I have a leg up on somebody who might have also been the same level as I am in basketball or sports or something like that. But because I have height, I have a little bit higher of a chance. Like if I'm somebody who's from a similar neighborhood with the similar like IQ and all of that stuff, but my parents have access to things that these other parents don't, my outcomes are gonna be different. And I think that's like, you're saying it like it's an excuse, where it's not so much of an excuse as it's like, I just want us to be able to have like some people transcend, some people go along with the, like you have a bell curve, like you have.
My brother taught at a low-income inner-city school, and it blew my mind. I actually lost faith in fixing poor black areas from the ground up. The vast majority of their day is physically restraining violent kids, chasing truancy issues, outbursts in class, etc. Most teachers don't even stay a full year. The turnover is that bad. Yeah, I think that's the thing I talked about when there was some movie I saw recently. I don't remember it. And then A Good Time is another movie. I think that a lot of people that come from like middle class or upper class areas think that the like a poor, dysfunctional experience in the United States is just kind of like the middle class, but less money. So your meals aren't as nice. You don't have as many cars. You don't get to take vacations or whatever. But I don't think people realize the amount of like dysfunction that can exist inside of homes that are more dysfunctional. Like it's just, it's a whole other type of thing that it's not just a money problem. It's a whole thing. It's a whole ass thing.
The people that's in the standard deviations outside of the mean, but like the outcomes over here and the outcomes over here are the ones that we tend to focus on, when it's like there's a lot of people in the middle who really just not getting a fair shake at it because these systems are in place that don't benefit us properly or effectively.
I think that
I have to pause here. It was a great debate, but you have been voted out by the majority. Well done. 3, 2, 1.
Again?
You're back.
I am. So I do want to isolate this cause, you think, of black disenfranchisement just over the course of history, because the thing I keep hearing you say is culture, right? But in psychology, we have this debate between nature and nurture, all right?
Sure.
Every decision, the patterns that come from different populations can be caused by either one of two things. It's like your material conditions, okay, this is the culture you're talking about. This is like attitudes, okay, and behavioral patterns. Or it's like...
I don't know if I agree with the way she stated that. Culture and stuff, I feel, are outside of material conditions. No, I thought material conditions, like pretty strictly, at least in a Marxist sense, refers to like basically your class and the amount of wealth and everything. But I feel like she meant environmental.
What you said? I missed it.
Well, it sounded like she was just explaining like environmental stuff versus like genetic stuff or biological stuff, maybe. But she said
like nature versus nurture.
Kind of, yeah, because that's what she just said for like psychologists, like nature or nurture or whatever. But then she's material conditions. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know. But
genetically, in some way, you are different from other populations. Like you naturally have less of an inclination towards success. So for black people, I have to ask you, which one is it?
No, I definitely don't think black people have a less inclination towards success.
This is a really good question.
Some DNA makeup.
Perfect.
Black people do have.
Because like, how do you explain? Because the thing that they want to retreat after you push that question is like, well, it's because of all these cultural problems. Like, okay, fine. Why do they have a worse culture? And then they'll maybe retreat to the, well, actually, it's because the welfare state destroyed the black family. And it's like, oh, okay. Why did the welfare state destroy the black family? And then I don't know how you, at some point, I think you just have to say, I guess, like, black people are just racially inferior to white people. Like, I don't know how you escape.
She's like walking him through the.
Well, maybe, yeah. I don't know if she'll get there.
To the old shit, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't actually know what her perspective is. But yeah, I always wanted to hear this like line of questioning.
A DNA, I guess, expression that makes them a lot more proficient in sports. I mean, that's an advantage. But when you're talking about, like, so your point is very broad. Systemic racism, does it affect you today, and does it affect your life moving forward? I do not believe so.
If you believe that nurture, right, is the cause, right, of black people acting differently, it's not something biological here. We have to ask, okay, when it comes to culture,
it can be in part biological. Generational trauma could be biological.
But that comes from like, again, social standards, okay, issues that are replicated from the material conditions. When I say material conditions, I'm talking about what is around you, what is the infrastructure of your life, okay? What systems are you born into, okay? So if we can recognize that, right, is where the cause is lying, my question to you is gonna be, again, where has this equalizer been, right, in the whole status quo between white folks and black folks?
Let's put it this way. I'm hoping that we can get to a conclusion of understanding, because you keep saying black people as if we uniquely are the only people who are dealing with certain issues in poverty. White poor people experience a lot of similar things as black people.
But
do.
not segregation and not redlining.
It's not.
Right?
But when you say redlining, when I just told you when you look at the historicity of redlining, majority of the people who were in the red line district were white.
I can't wait for the fact check for this one.
92%.
I'm going to be so
I'm gonna tell you right
honest
now.
with
Okay.
No, black.
92%. Listen to me. Let me explain
explicitly
it.
a factor.
No, it was not explicitly a factor.
Oh, it was.
I have heard this. He's going to do they were just going for people with bad credit scores, and can you blame them?
And I can't wait for the fact check to show that part too.
I hope they do. When you're talking about the creation of the red line from the HOLC corporation, it's a lot of things in my mind. When you look at the delineation line, when they drew the red line, that was after discrimination had already existed.
And what did the red lines do?
The red lines were more of a revelation of what was happening, more so than a demarcation that created it. Because
sure. I mean, you maybe could argue this, but like this would be like an example then, I would say, of like systemic racism or structural racism or something, where you didn't need like racist actors. You could just have a system that had racist stuff in the past. Now that stuff is gone, but like the impacts of it are still felt because parts of the system still intentionally are not perpetuated, basically.
They had already been.
Although I'm pretty sure for racist stuff, or I'm sorry, for redlining stuff, there like a lot of this did have like racial considerations explicitly as a thing. I'm pretty sure, if not formally, then definitely informally. But
none of because you haven't looked it up. That's why. That's why you haven't looked it up.
Black people really are naturally better at athletic sports, though. No, I don't think that's ever solidly been demonstrated. I think there are certain ethnic groups that have higher propensities for certain things, but even that's debated. I remember chasing this down a long time ago related to Kenya or Nigeria. Do these countries have mountains? Do these people live in higher elevations? Because I feel like there was a debate on like why are they so good at running or something, and then people do the black people have more fast twitch muscle fibers or whatever. But then I don't know if it was an elevation thing or if it was just like a culture thing. When you go to these like cultures, these people like walk and run a lot. It's a ton, and I don't know if like to some extent. This is okay. Now, there's a whole bunch of like crazy, messy race realist argument. Listen, the race realists aren't wrong about everything also, okay? The people that are like, there's absolutely no aggregate differences between groups of people. This is probably not true, but this is the issue, okay? If we imagine a given trait, if we imagine that a given trait can exist on a scale like this, I think that the issue is that like people that fall too hard on the race realist side of things imagine that that traits are like this or like this. So if like this is like the white man and this is like the black man or something, that like this is what the differences are, and you can see there's like the white people are dramatically outclassing the black people here. Whereas I think in reality it's more kind of like this, like there's probably aggregate differences. I think you have to give that there are aggregate differences in certain traits between groups of people, but there's a ton of in-group variation as well, and people tend to dramatically over-exaggerate, I think, like the aggregate differences between groups of people. But I mean, you have to, if we believe in genetics, we have to concede to some extent that there are going to be some differences that we can see it at the very least in skin color, right? That there are going to be some differences. And then how prone people are to certain diseases, like black people can have sickle cell anemia, and et cetera, et cetera. Or I don't know if that's, I don't know if it's right to say black or if it's certain ethnic black groups or whatever, but.
Because they had already been, because you haven't looked it up. That's why. That's why you haven't looked it up. I did a lot of looking up. You didn't do enough. So some of these discriminatory practices by lenders occurred way before there was a red line. The negative effects of redlining affected white people and black people.
How about this?
Disproportionately affecting black people.
How about this? Let's get back to the cause of black individuals' strife in America, okay? I want you to isolate again, for me, If it's not biological, where is this culture coming from? How does it happen?
It's like, for instance, when you look at black culture,
Okay.
30s, 40s,
So now we're
50s,
running down this. But where did the black
it's very
culture come
different
from?
than today. There was no gangster hip hop music that was talking about killing and thugging and smashing every day. That didn't exist. Black families were intact at a higher rate. Black entrepreneurship was up. Education was prioritized in the black community. We begin to see that degrade over time. So it's impossible almost to say slavery caused black people to be here. We're not accounting for the explosion of success here in the black community. Okay. And I'm saying that the degrading of culture, people falling away from God, not marrying the people they have children with, all of those contributing factors that are perpetuated by black people has caused a lot of the problems that we see
When
today.
we talk about things like rap music, okay, when we talk about the hip hop and whatever,
Yeah.
what is being talked about in these songs? It's obviously
Degeneracy.
shootings, okay? It's like life experiences are what are being discussed, okay? And when we look at those life experiences,
Glorifying life experiences.
They're much more so being concentrated in black areas, and that was true in the 30s and 40s and 50s.
No, it was
Hold on.
nowhere near. It was nowhere
I would love
near
to see
the
statistics.
concentration
I would
of-
love to see the statistics
Wait,
on
the Bloods and Crips, was there Bloods and Crips in the 30s?
I want to get like three sentences out.
Go ahead.
So that's important in this debate. Okay, so once again, 30s, 40s, 50s, there was segregation. Again, we all know this.
But black people still persevered through.
That wasn't even one sentence I got out. You recognize that?
We got the
Yeah,
time
we got
limit.
time
Come on,
going
I gotta
down.
get-
And for us to be on the same page, we have to understand the same kind of history. So I didn't get any, there was no statistic or there's no kind of facts about the wealth in the 30s or 40s, 50s that you gave me, hold on, right? What I'm trying to tell you, right, is that this disparity has existed even in those times you're talking about, where there wasn't any, expressions of culture that had to do with music. There was still disenfranchisement. There was still a lack of resources. HBCUs were still underfunded in those time periods. And we saw that black people, for the most part, did not have home equity, which is the greatest way that you can essentially create generational wealth. That was all true.
But yes, some of what you're saying is true, but I don't think it's the end all be all in success of black people today. Like, for instance, all of the things that you're referring to, hundreds of years ago, 60 years ago, I'm asking you right now, do those things that happened then have a profound negative effect on black people in perpetuity?
Of course, and I'll tell you
All right,
why.
I have to stop here.
Property
The clock has run out.
That's why.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, guys. In the final debate, Officer Tatum gets 10 minutes uninterrupted. There's been a lot of conversations here today. Officer Tatum, it's up to you now to choose, look around, think carefully. Who would you like to continue the conversation with?
God dang it, that's a hard one. It's hard. It's hard to pick. I think I had a few that I would like to finish.
They all got a lot of energy. They all want to talk.
I want the gentleman in the green shirt.
All right. Do you have a claim?
Yes, I do.
All right.
All right, good to see you again.
Yes.
So, Officer Tatum, why have you chosen Travanti?
Well, because I think he's acting in good faith. Seemed like an educated guy. We had a
Bad faith
spirited debate, and I
accusations.
felt like it was fair. And so I had plenty of people I would like to finish the conversation with, but I think this would be the best one.
My surrounded claim is black people do not support Democrats because of welfare.
Uh-oh.
Well, hey, I think we agree on that in part. I don't think black people supported the Democrat Party is just because of welfare. I think it's because of manipulation. You have not seen a single group of people disproportionately voting for one party in almost the history of this country like black people have, which I think is a shame, and it's the reason why the black community is devastated the way it is. Because when you sell your soul to one party, they don't have to do anything for you, and they haven't done anything for black people. And then once you sell to one side, the other side don't have a vested interest in doing anything to support you because they'll never get your support anyway. I would argue, and my whole premise with this is I'm hopeful that black people will begin to consider their own self-interests when they vote outside of party line.
So I would like to say it is not a shame. It actually proves that black people are smarter than conservatives give them credit for. Because the fact of the matter is black people, well, let me ask you this. What year did blacks begin voting en masse for the Democratic Party? Do you know?
It began in the 30s and 40s.
You're right. Okay,
Was it?
so
Oh,
it
before
began
that?
in 1930.
Began, not as
Right.
prolific as it is today, but it
Right.
began there.
So originally, African Americans voted for the Republican Party squarely because of the legislative efforts of Abraham Lincoln and
Oh, it's Republican versus Democrat rather than
the
liberal and
radical
conservative.
Republicans in Congress. They continued to vote for them right up until the New Deal. The reason why things shifted is because after the radical Republicans left Congress, the Republican Party stepped back and allowed the Confederacy to make a comeback in the form of the Ku Klux Klan.
The Ku Klux Klan was a Democrat
Right, but let me
military arm
but
of
let
the
me explain
Democrat
to you
Party.
what happened. I'll be clear.
That was the Democrats.
I will be clear.
Against Republicans.
The federal government allowed the Ku Klux Klan to stop black people from voting.
Democrats.
Stop them from owning homes. Stop them from social mobility that was upwards.
Democrat government.
Wait, is pogrom is like, or pogrom is like state-sanctioned violence, basically, right? Or at the very least, the state allows it to happen unnoticed. Pogroms don't have to be against Jews, right? Pogrom, it's pogrom. Why, or maybe do they? Do we ever call the do we ever call like KKK riots or like the Tulsa race riots? Why do we never call those things pogroms? Or do we? And I missed that maybe. Oh, it's only used against Jews because they weren't pog. Okay.
No. It was Republicans
No,
too.
it was not. It was not Republicans.
Listen. There was a spate of Republican presidencies after Lincoln was assassinated, okay? And guess what? That was when the Klan became stronger and stronger and stronger. And so the talking point that they would always repeat is, we freed you, now pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But what they didn't realize is that you cannot pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you are being terrorized through racial violence by the Ku Klux
By the
Klan.
Democrat Party.
And so guess what? One of the things that...
Why don't you acknowledge that it was the Democrat
hold on a second.
Party?
One of the things that Martin Luther King advocated for was the federal government stepping in, and he wrote about this in Striving Toward Freedom.
What's his problem?
He said that they needed to intervene in local situations because local governments were not protecting blacks
Democrats.
from racial violence. No.
Democrats.
Now, let me
say
get
the
to
Republican Party was established to combat the Democrat Party from their proliferation of racism, slavery.
No.
100%.
Slavery, yes.
Slavery, yes.
No, but not racism.
Later, racism and discrimination against blacks. The Ku Klux Klan was established as the military arm of the Democrat Party.
No.
Democrats did not unanimously vote for the right for blacks to be free, to have citizenship, and to vote. The Democrats did not. Republicans unanimously voted for that. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're talking about.
Can you answer that?
You're talking about the 1860s. After that, they
talking
did nothing.
The Republican Party.
They did absolutely
has
nothing.
Been a
Now
party
let me
that
give you
championed
this.
blacks.
So, during.
But why don't you address that?
What part?
That the Republican Party unanimously voted.
During the 1860s.
And the Republican Party unanimously voted for the Civil Rights Act.
After
the Civil Rights Act, unanimous by Republicans, not Democrats.
Yeah, because of the efforts of LBJ.
Okay, we have 5 minutes. What has Democrats done for black people in
will
America?
tell you.
Give me policy and give me a reason why
I will tell you.
A person like me would vote for the Democrats at the current state that they're in now.
Right, I'll give you
You got to
two.
explain. We can't do a whole
I know.
theological
I will
thing.
give you
I need you to answer that. I got 5 minutes.
I will give you two.
4 now.
So number one was underneath Roosevelt. The number...
We can't go through this.
No.
Give me the policy position now that I should go for.
Guess what?
We're going to do a whole history lesson.
No,
we run out of time.
underneath Donald Trump's...
Okay,
Donald
come on.
Trump placed 3 Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court, and they overturned affirmative action in terms of schools. That was created
because it's not necessary for us to continue in affirmative action.
It is 100%
It is not
necessary.
This is what holds black people down.
No,
we have
that's not true.
We have the opportunity
That's not true.
to work and do things on our own merit.
No, that is
we
not
do not
true.
need
I'm going to tell you something.
discrimination
I'm going to tell you
for
something.
us to be successful in
That's
this
not
country.
discrimination.
We are starting to now
That is
discriminate
reversing
against
discrimination.
others.
No, we're
we
not.
are starting to discriminate against
then why
others.
why is there such an enormous wealth disparity if
Why
other
is there a
people are
wealth
being
disparity
discriminated
between?
against?
Why is there a wealth disparity between Asians and whites?
What do you? And
White
where?
people, Asian people make tremendous amount more money than white people on average.
Because of the
And also
relationship that
Indian
the
people.
United States has.
And why
with
do black
China.
people? But why do black people, immigrants who come over here, are more educated? They have less crime. All of these statistical data points that immigrants who come over here do better, black immigrants, than black citizens here.
They don't have the history of oppression.
Wait, what? Black immigrants than black citizens here.
They don't have the history of oppression in this country that we have.
But what does that tell you? That tell you.
It
that
tells
at this
you that
point,
it tells you that the thing that is most offensive to white liberals, to white conservatives, is the descendants of those slaves found.
Did you see that Hassan and friends were pushing a lie about Stevens' campaign, saying a leak showed she's unelectable? I saw this everywhere yesterday. I think I asked Chad about this, but I think this was just there was the original account that posted it. It has like 50,000 followers, but I was scrolling and I didn't see anything credible on this account. It feels like this was a coordinated thing where all the lefties were just pushing this to try to, I guess, maybe discourage Stevens voters. But I couldn't find a source for this claim at all. And then her pollster came out this morning, I think, and said it was all bullshit.
Oh my God, Haley internal leaked? Haley internal leaked?
So who originated this claim? Because I feel like they should get a fucking...
I don't think that
Can
this
you get a
is...
sue?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, unless internal pollster, maybe if it's referring to that particular person, maybe they could sue. You have to be careful with some election stuff because some of it is actually like illegal. So like you can't lie to people about where to go and vote.
Where to go vote or whatever.
Or like how to sign up for voting. Those are considered crimes. But I don't know. I think this claim was just completely and totally made up.
Allegedly, Haley Simmons pollsters called her up and told her there's no path to victory. There's obviously a mole in the campaign because I heard an hour ago that a pollster called her and she's down by 14 points. Is this raps for the Haley Stevens campaign?
The especially pernicious thing about this too is that that person that tweeted that literally said that they had 4 sources on it as well. So it read really credible if you didn't take anything out of it. Yeah.
Campaign ahead of Tuesday. Update has now been triple confirmed by staffers close to the campaign. I mean, that's not surprising. It's just, if an internal's showing 14, I might be right. Remember, I told you 2 things. I said 60 and I said plus 20. But the people that I've talked to, on the ground, like, you know, their estimates are far more conservative than mine. Oh my God,
dude, he's actually, if Haley Stevens wins, he's actually gonna lose it.
Maybe. Not really, though. These people always have, like, good defense mechanisms. The nice thing about buying into conspiracies is you never actually lose ever. You always get to write it off as, like, some other reason. So I actually think it gives you a whole bunch of tenacity that people don't.
Oh, yeah, I meant, like, he's gonna go full conspiracy mode of, like, oh, here's the reason that the deep state, like, came in and, like, I guess they wouldn't say deep state. They would use the word establishment.
Sure.
Came in
Well,
and, like, took over.
No. Close. Go ahead. Think for 2 seconds. What are they going to use? You're thinking too hard.
I mean, they would call him racist.
No, too hard. You're thinking too hard.
Shit libs.
If she loses, who are they going to blame?
The Democrats?
AIPAC.
Oh, true.
It'll be AIPAC. 1 trillion %.
You're right. The Jews.
Traditional black Americans, whatever you kind, actually experiencing social mobility.
But let me explain this to you. This is my point being proven. It's not about color. It's about decisions.
No,
because
it is about color when it comes to black people in America.
No, a black person can come over here from a foreign country
No,
and be very
that's
successful
not true.
and race that are higher than
That's
black
not true.
citizens. here.
Those
That is
differences are
facts.
wildly exaggerated.
It's not wildly exaggerated. It is a
Yes,
fact
they are.
because there's no policy in
That is
place
not
right now
true.
that will stop you from doing anything that white people can
You
do.
know, what do
Name
you
one.
actually believe that systemic
Name one.
racism is?
You're saying there's systems in place, or there's a continuation of either systems, policies that are in place that are
So,
disenfranchising
right.
black people. Name
Right.
one of them.
So let me explain.
Name one. We got to make it quick. Name
We've
one.
already named a number. We've named
What policy
affirmative
stopped you from
action.
being successful?
I haven't been stopped from being successful.
Why?
Well, if you look at the data,
Hold on, let me stop you real quick. We'll get to that.
Right.
No, I just want to do a quick poll. Raise your
Isn't
hand.
it a big
if
issue that
there's-
you don't know when you're being stopped because you're, like, black or whatever?
A little bit. But also, like, this guy might be, chances are everybody here is exceptional. Like they all live in California. They're all, like, decently well-spoken. They're all getting invited to be on a show like Jubilee. Like, every person here is probably an exceptional person. So you can't really use the people in here as, like, a foundation for your argument if you're arguing, like, a societal-wide thing.
Yeah.
White supremacy.
It's like being in Congress and being like, how many of you here have felt like extreme racism or whatever? And like, it's 90% fucking white people. It's like, well, okay.
Sure. Well, but also, unless you're Khanna, then he feels that racism when he goes to
Only
the
in
West
Israel,
Bank.
though.
Only in Israel.
Have stopped you from being successful in America?
Second and third generation African.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Yes, keep it personal.
Some of you can
Like truthfully, I mean, unless you have like a highly specific example, like none of these people have probably explicitly and specifically been hardcore kept on by racism, because all of these people have made it. But like that's the selection for being on the show. So of course these people are not going to have necessarily the same thing to talk about there, but you're always speaking about
This is just a shitty poll.
in averages and on the aggregate. Yeah, because like if we play this game, like this is like I think every single person on the planet should just be a streamer, right? Obviously you could become wealthy and successful, and you don't have to go to college or anything, but like that's
It's
stupid.
easy.
And then if I pull between me and Mootin, then it's like, well, yeah.
see, others cannot. I have a scar on my knee, on my leg. I was impacted by the healthcare system not supporting Black women when my leg was broke in 2 places. I was on blood thinners. I couldn't have Tylenol because I'm allergic to Tylenol.
Yeah, this
Couldn't
could
have
also
Ad-
just be because you're a woman, though. Like, genuinely, doctors don't take
Yeah.
women's like pain and stuff seriously.
True, but
Like,
it also could be you just had a shitty experience with the doctor too. I mean, like white people do
Yeah,
as well, so it's hard to know
100%.
exactly when it's like a racial thing as well, which is annoying too. But yeah.
They wanted to give me opiums, and I refused. I told them I did not want that. I told them I struggle with morphine. Do you have anything else to please provide me? And they refused. They only gave me the opiates. And they told me that I had to just go with whatever. Only to hear from a Black doctor 2 weeks later that I could have just had a muscle relaxer. Those doctors actively chose not to do their research to find a better way for me to go through less pain. They decided they wanted me to experience pain from a broken leg. You wanted me to raw dog all that pain on nothing. On nothing.
Okay, so I used to work as an assistant manager at the mall, and I had a white manager, right? There was a huge discrepancy in the count of sales of the hats inside the store. And because I was, for whatever reason, right, the target, they hired trained law enforcement to come and interrogate me under the pretense of first, like, hey, like, how are you doing? Like, how's your money troubles? How's this? How's that? Just to essentially lock me into a story where I was committing this retail fraud, right? They had at least 40 hours of store footage of me working my shifts where there wasn't a single instance of me stealing anything. But because I'm the only dark-skinned Black person working in the store, they had someone try to come and frame me for a crime, essentially.
I'm currently getting my MBA from Berkeley Haas, and as a result of Trump's policies removing DEI and such, my scholarship was removed.
Damn.
And this has caused, in addition to his new policies, is caused a cap on the loans. I'm currently financially struggling because I have to figure out how I'm going to pay for my next year's school.
Basically, when I was younger, there was an officer at our school who would always kind of interrogate me every day. I never said anything because, unfortunately, what can you say when you're Black and alone? You kind of got to go with it and just go about your day. And the officer was never disciplined.
Financial racism. I'm first generation person to go to college out of my family. I had to fill out the FAFSA. I was specifically disproportionately targeted for predatory loans. I got into 3 colleges. The only college that offered full scholarship, which is an HBCU, the State College, University of South Carolina, specifically targeted me with multiple loans instead of offering scholarships. Later, when I started working, because I was low income, so I had to continue to make money and also go to college, I had to take on those predatory loans, which then put me behind after I graduated as far as being able to accomplish the next level. Specifically, if you take a look at the way that they finance the loans inside of the United States of America, it's disproportionately Black people have these loans where white people get specific grants, even though if you look at the actual transcripts and the testing, they're very, very parallel.
I'd just like to say that the idea of us having to explain racism to a Black man is absurd. That's all I got.
Okay.
I have experienced discrimination. The reason I responded no to your question was if it held me back. No, it didn't hold me back because I fought against the discrimination, but I was discriminated against when I was looking for housing, when I was trying to get my master's degree. One guy even told me it's not because you're black. When I saw a bunch of white people, he did not want to give me housing. I was also targeted by the police on multiple occasions. And then 2 weeks after Donald Trump became president, I was on my lunch break at my job and a white guy drove past me and yelled white power. He was emboldened because of Trump's rhetoric, and that...
Like, far be it for me to speak against the experiences of other people's. One, you don't really know how many of these things are racially driven. You know, like, obviously a lot of white people get fucked by predatory loans as well. But I think the worst thing is, I think this actually puts like a bad burden on black people or minorities, whatever, to try to figure out, like, is there a time you've experienced racism? Because, like, chances are there's probably a lot of times where you might be experiencing it, but you actually don't even know. Because, I mean, like, assume somebody sees a certain name on a job application or sees you and makes some decision about you, and this has some impact on you. You might never even know that the person saw you to make this determination, because why would you? Maybe they passed you over for something and you have no fucking idea whatsoever. So I think... yeah, like, I feel like it's kind of an unfair burden shift. Like, you kind of have to look at the data in the aggregate to try to figure out what's going on, and then it's kind of complicated to figure that out. But
I've been called the N-word just walking on the street multiple times by white people who feel emboldened by Trump's rhetoric. And so I have struggled against difficult odds, but it hasn't stopped me because there's something inside of me that is determined to succeed, and it's because I want to help people. I want to be that person that I did not have. And so black people have striven against nearly insurmountable odds. That does not mean...
I've heard crazy stories about people getting more job offers after changing their ethnic names. Yeah, like, that sounds crazy, and a lot of white people or a lot of conservatives will pretend that that's, like, not a real thing. Mootin, do you know that Ted Cruz is, I think, Cuban?
Yep.
Do you know what his real name is?
It's not off the top of my head, but it is like a Cuban ass name.
His name is Raphael.
He ain't Ted. Oh, Raphael, there it is, yeah. He ain't Ted.
Yeah, his name was Raphael Cruz, and he renamed himself to Ted. So I mean, like, to pretend that, to engage in stuff like this and to pretend that there is no discrimination or whatever, but, like, why? Come on. There's a few examples of this. I don't remember the others off the top of my head, but, like, yeah, cringe.
That there is not systemic racism.
So
didn't you stream on stream? You said you LARPed as a Hispanic for favorable school. I applied to all the Hispanic school loans. Hell yeah, you
I
better fucking
applied as
believe
a
it.
Hispanic too.
Hell yeah.
You might as well use it if you got it. You might as well use it. Fuck it.
Well, I actually wasn't gonna respond at first because of
That's
just
why
like
I
he
think
said.
women a lot of the times are like, oh, I don't want to like use my looks or whatever to get ahead. But like, you being a woman is going to like hold you back in so many ways in like the streaming career. You might as well use what you got.
Yeah, I remember
think
saying
it's
this
just
when it came
stupid
time to
not
like when it was like Zerging and Rust or anything like that, where it's like I have to deal with all the downsides of being a streamer. So fuck it, if people are gonna stream snipe me with 400 fucking people because they think it's epic to kill streamer, well, then fuck it, I'm gonna use my whole fucking audience to to build and do shit, because why the fuck wouldn't I? If I have to deal with the downsides, why wouldn't I deal with the upsides? Yeah. I will say also that like not to pull the whole DEI thing, but if you can succeed as a minority, the opportunities out there for you, like if you're a black person or like a woman of color and you're like well educated and speak well and you have like an engineering degree or whatever, if you can make it through that filter, you can get mega opportunities because people really want
like the one
and it's just
whatever.
it obviously looks really good. Yeah.
I don't think that it held me back, but I actually had a full EEOC claim that I got fired based off of my race. And it took me years to get like my back pay and everything like that. And the basis is that there was like a discrepancy for like $35. And they tried to compare that to somebody at the same job who had did something for like $3,000 plus. And they tried to put us in the same basket when I just took the 35 on my wallet and tried to be like, oh, like it was a mistake. They fired me for that. But then on top of that, I came to find out from my coworkers that they had said things like, they needed to staff the store based off of the demographics of the city, and that there were too many black people working in there, that it was like driving down the consumerism. So at the end of the day, it didn't prevent me from being great. Like I was gonna be great regardless, you feel me? So that wasn't why I wanted to speak up, but it happens, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not bad to say. I don't, I'm gonna just stop because I see bro tripping, so we good.
Honest to God truth, I have never
That
experienced
was probably the time guy. It's like, shut the fuck
Yeah.
up.
systemic racism or anything or racism. I've experienced a person say something racist to me, but it has no material effect on my life. It didn't stop me from doing nothing.
Okay,
This person
him talking to
said,
the audience
"Call
is
me-"
so much more interesting than the actual Jubilee format. Like, this is way
Well, I
more
guess, but
interesting.
that was like, they had a moment there. They probably enforced people to not scream at each other and to chill and everything. So, but
an N-word while I was a cop, and I don't think it hurt me for 35/10 of a second. So I have never had anything racist, systematically, that have prevented me from becoming as successful as I am today. Not one.
it's also kind of sad because like this is one of the conservatives live in such a conundrum of a fucking world. Like this is one of the rare times where you probably should stop as a conservative and recognize that like this Officer Tatum guy, I mean, just based on the little I've seen of it, and the fact that he's a content creator and everything else, right? This guy probably is an exceptional person. Like, he probably does have an exceptional level of tenacity, such that this guy might actually be able to deal with people being actually racist and shit, and him not being as bothered by it. Like, that he might just have that personality type. But the idea that has to be like an expectation for the average black person, or that every person can be at that level of tenacity, I just think it's kind of like an unfair burden to place on anybody.
Thing. Now, can I respond to what everybody's saying? I think that when I listen to everybody's statement, there is no unequivocal proof that what happened to you was specifically because of the color of your skin. And we are talking about systemic. We're not talking about one-offs. You guys are giving a scenario. No. What I'm saying is that the occurrence that you're alluding to seems to be a one-off thing. It's not systemic. It's not a system in place. There's no
Okay,
evidence.
all right, Officer Tatum, I'm gonna have to stop you all. Santana, I'm gonna have to stop you all here because that's all we have time for. We've tried something new, all right, so but we are out of time now. I wanna thank you all. You really brought your passion and your energy. I really appreciate you guys, so much respect. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. All right, Officer Tatum, I also want to thank you for listening to everyone and being really graceful. I know it's not easy, so I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now, it's been a great conversation. Would you be willing to continue this conversation on our podcast?
Yes, I would love to.
All right, well, I thank you so much, and I thank you guys in the audience for watching. I'm sure you have a lot of opinions after watching this one, so please let us know in the comments, and I'll see you next time.
Wow.
And I would argue, I don't think anybody that I've posed this question to have directly told me that this was proven racism systemically that caused me to have this negative outcome, and that it has a negative outcome that affects my success in life.
A lot of his arguments.
Like, a lot of the times you just don't know. Like, you'll have no idea. Like, I bring this up sometimes when people talk about, I don't know if they still do this. People used to make fun of the whole, like, oh, we just need more basketball courts so that black people won't commit crime. Like, you think that's what matters? But it's like when people talk about things for school, and, you know, I bring up like after school programs, people talk about things like, you didn't sell drugs as a kid, or, you didn't get up into this type of mischief or whatever. Like, I wouldn't even know how to sell drugs as a kid. I don't know who the fuck I would talk to. I don't know where the fuck I would get the drugs from. Like, those are things on TV shows. Like, that's not even like an option to me. It's not like I didn't overcome as a child the temptation to become a drug dealer. That, like, it wasn't even an option in my life to think about that. So, but that's the thing, that depending on the environment you grow up in, like, you might be dealing with things or overcoming things that you don't even realize that you have to overcome. It's just like built into your upbringing, and you don't even realize, especially as a kid. You have no idea as a kid how fucked up your life can be. And sometimes it's not until you reapproach or reengage with your life afterwards that you realize, like, oh shit, a lot of this was not okay.
I think every Midwestern kid that's white needs to watch The Wire. It's not
True,
exact, probably, but it
we're
gives
an
you
enlightened
perspective
breed. We're
that
an
you will
enlightened
never
people.
have otherwise, man.
Hell yeah.
Lacked context, like historical context, and I think it's clear that he needs to read much more.
I think the debate went well in the sense that all of the speakers were well prepared and points were made that were very salient. However,
Who does the
I
joke
know
about
that
the
we did
baby
not
selling crack on the corner? Is that Chappelle?
Yeah, it is Chappelle.
change his mind, because this is his job, and anytime you bring money into the equation, hearts are hardened and opinions become more inflexible.
And I think kind of the goal of tokenism and the reason why Trump likes him
is not because Trump is not racist, but because Trump needs a token black person to excuse his racism.
For the people who are out here watching, I'm just hoping they take away a different perspective from the one they already have. So even those who agree with me, hopefully they listen to others and gain some knowledge from what other people have to say. And people who disagree with me, that they listen to some of the things that I have to say and just be open-minded to consider it, that we can be spirited, but we can actually sit down and talk to each other and come to some commonalities.
What do you think of how selective breeding during slavery, mistakenly gave race realists evidence for their bullshit? Well, one, I'm not even sure. I don't know how effective like selective breeding practices would have even been. I'm not sure how widely those were enforced, but I think the big issue would be I don't know how many generations of people would this impact. Like I don't know if you're going enough generations deep to start to breed massively disparate genomes or whatever from one group to the next. TTS, here you go.
Quarry foremen are sent to a mock Chick-fil a torture center in Pyongyang Western District. It is filled with white monkey pedophiles wearing MAGA hat.
When this bullshit is over, can you do a tier list on the most manipulative foes, from Taylor Lorenz to Boogie.
Oh, me so sorry, dear reader. I actually big fan of streamer man, not like Mr. Mutton. He big loser who secretly like communist. Does streamer man like me too? Yours face fairy, ding dong.
Oh, how did you know it was me?
Oh.
I do think the black cop is stupid for denying so much that racism exists, but the people they sent against him sound racist against white people. They constantly point to white people for drug dealer and mass shooters. Whataboutism, racism.
Damn.
Hey, Destiny,
Hey.
I miss you.
Oh my God, it's...
Oh, Hassan!
Oh, shit, somebody's at the door. Get back.
Wait 1 second. Kaya Place.
You gnome fuck!
Epic. Smash all the sound effects.
Mate, Lord, Sean here. I went to
I'll be
the
back, one sec.
dentist this morning after waiting only 6 months for an appointment. The dentist spent 3 hours
They have
drilling
those in
hard in
England?
baked beans out of my mouth. Good news, the doctor says I still have 6 teeth left.
But Tucker, black people were put at a disadvantage for decades due to redlining.
Is that
thinks you're
Elmo?
being obtuse.
Listen, Elmo, we had a black president. If redlining was a problem, he would never moved into the White House. Explain that.
Have you seen Nexpo's newest video? Egon Cholakian is tied to an actual cult that is
You
trying
watched that last night, you
or has
fucking
tried to
moron.
cozy up to the Trump admin.
That's it? Those are all the donos. Really? Fine, I'll do a dono. Destiny, can you please play League of Legends again? We really want to see you in the bot lane. Yeah, ban that dono. Oh, can we get Jar Jar Binks for the dono board?
Yo, check out my friend's website, reallegacyoftrump.com.
Do not, that's not, do not click that. That's an ad. Do or do not, Stephen. There is no try. Hutch is our strongest warrior out there, man. He's just on Twitter being a god. Actually, they have to earn my vote. Pepe Smug. Look, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is not a cult. No politician deserves blind loyalty. If El Sayed wins the primary and wants support from the Stevens voters in the general, he's going to have to earn them. Pepe Smug. Problem?
Hey, yo, Des, listen, bro. I'm down bad. Can I borrow 10K? I'm good for it, I promise. Hey, Mr. Mouton, since you're here, I wanted to ask if you wanted to come to Scuff. Get it twisted, though. We're just gonna gamble.
I'm down. Where'd streamer go? He's in the back, fucking your mom.
What are you guys screaming about?
Just good business. Oh. New LSF drama, if you're interested.
Uh-oh. Hello?
That was a donut.
Oh. Jesus. Ronnie opens up on his experience with the ex-girlfriend, including allegations of verbal and physical abuse, deportation threats, and attempts of financial manipulation. Is she a streamer, or...?
She said, on a mocking way.
Wait, why is this LSF drama? Or why do people care? Is this guy a big streamer now? Okay, fuck me. My bad.
Yo, you're asking me?
No, it's okay.
You want me to tell them that you're illegal, Ronnie? You want to go home tomorrow, Ronnie? And I said, I don't give a fuck. Two things. The first one is I came legally to this country. That's the first one. The second one is like, I'm not from this country. I wasn't born here. I was born in El Salvador. Well, the third one, and this is the important one, where the time where this happened specifically, there was something going on in Texas that was on the news as well. It was very well known that
Somebody said his ex is Julian's part of the Austin/Nimplol crew. Did you see there's an... Oh, so, okay. I don't know any of these streamers.
ICE was doing a lot of raids in Texas. And this is the only part that I don't have recorded, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
But it's the part that pisses me off the most.
Uh-oh.
Because this person knew that I was calling my family and told me, oh, you want me to call the cops on your family? You want them all to go home, Ronnie? My mom...
Holy shit. Finkelstein's granddaughter. Wait, does Finkelstein have any children? No, never mind. No shot.
My brother, who have always been nothing but good to this person. This person spent Christmas with my family, and they were nothing but good to this person. Dude. That fucking shit. That's the part. That right there. That's the part.
And I watched your debate with D'Souza yesterday when it dropped, and I noticed you weren't as intense in your confrontation with him like in Pangburn. Is that just me, or was there a reason? Unironically, I thought about this a little bit during and after, because I noticed during I was getting irritated, and I'm like, why does it feel like I can't be as aggressive, or that I'm not being as aggressive? I think one thing actually is I like being seated right in front of a person. It's kind of harder to talk. I don't want to say shout down a person, that's mean. But like, dude, that guy was just... I don't know if he was as shameless in the first debate. Maybe he was, but this guy could like, he was just spinning everything as like the biggest Trump W in the universe. I was like, I don't even know what the fuck planet we're on right now. He went on, it was another level of like Trump buffoonery. Holy shit. Okay, threatening to call ICE on his family is straight up evil. Damn. Dude, do you ever think that, like...
Waiting.
Wait. He's an MMA fighter in front of Julia, who used to train at the Iron Forge gym. Do you think like MMA fighters have like crazy domestic violence? They're having like matches in the house.
They're having fights.
I don't know what you want, bro.
I'd say if you're an MMA fighter, I would be curious to see the stats, but my initial thought would be you're more likely to beat your partner.
Damn. I noticed at one point he painted you as the socialist type and you didn't correct him or push back. Bro, every statement he said was like 50 different incorrect things, and they were so out there incorrect. I don't even know. I just had to pick and choose.
This clip contains sensitive themes.
Had a very daddy.
Oh, this is old, isn't it? The Hassan Kaya anime thing. Why would somebody just stale posted this here? Why in LSF? Okay. I summon the Justice Court of Reddit to decide the verdict.
Jesus Christ.
Oh!
Wait, go back? Watching? I mean, she hit him first. What do you want me to say?
Listen, you know what?
I'm trying to get a Scuff podcast invite, man. Why doesn't he do that anymore?
Can I say one of the things that I hate the most about trying to find fucking clips on YouTube or whatever is fucking shorts or reels are the only thing that come up, and I don't know if it's going to be the full video or if it's going to be like autistically cut to make it so that I'm getting the like I want the original video and not like a hyper abbreviated version.
Save your vids then. Save them locally. Put them in your meme folder.
Come on.
The internet's changing. You're booming out.
I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, just a little bit of this, all right? I
didn't know how to say it, but yeah. The Stockholm Syndrome. And a little bit of love. I still love him.
So you don't think she should have left?
Daughters. I got a daughter. I got 2 daughters.
So you don't think she should have left?
No. I don't think she should have left.
Why?
Because she got help. He turned into, you know, getting help. Listen. Sweetheart, let me tell you something. You're a young girl. Young woman. When you find somebody to be with, you gotta take the good with the bad. Right hook with the left hook. No, I'm just joking. No, you gotta take the good with the bad. Just joking. But you gotta take the good with the bad.
What?
You do.
Why? I don't think it's very acceptable to stay with somebody who's beating your ass.
No, I don't think so either.
So because he got help, I should forget about everything, the black eyes, the hospital, the broken ribs, and just live with you because you got better.
No, I mean, every situation is different.
I mean, I think abuse is abuse.
Well,
it is.
This is crazy.
Okay, let me pose a question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to Mike.
Let me pose a serious question to you.
Base.
And
The answer's probably
we're all
no.
against abuse of nobody should be hitting nobody. Let's put it that way. Don't hit me, or you know, I might hit you back. Let's not put our hands on each other.
Right.
Let's have a talk.
That makes sense.
Okay? While we talking, I tell you to shut up.
Okay.
Do you think it's wise for you to keep talking?
Huh?
Oh my God.
We having an argument. You tell me to shut up, and I'm supposed to shut up?
See, that mechanism is the start. That's just chill. Shut up. and done everything is
well,
good.
it depends what the context of the
Oh, Jesus. Is that guy from, does he sound like he's from New York? Is that like a New York thing? The way
I would say yeah.
Okay. Because I hear my aunt. That's 1,000,000,000% sounds like some shit my aunt would say. Holy fuck.
I don't even think I've ever heard your aunt. Does she got the accent?
Yeah, she was NYPD for 20 years. Oh, yeah.
Damn. Do you ever debate her?
I used to when I was a kid growing up, yeah. We would fight over
God,
stuff.
that'd be fucking awesome.
We'd scream at each other like crazy.
You should bring her on.
Well, she's like a...
Is she MAGA?
Yeah, but she's like a broken person now after her little brother got murdered in a car accident, so she's not... I think I kind of ruined her mind.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, thanks.
That's not funny.
Yeah, it's not. It's tragic. It's sad.
But yeah, Emily, find a man that you like and threaten them, because I truly believe that every man needs to feel a sense of fear.
Oh, no.
I think men, like if we talk about biology, right?
This is that one guy's ex
Women are
who
the
said that his
gatherers,
girlfriend was calling
and,
the cops up,
you
or was going to call ICE on him.
Men are the hunters, okay? And I think it's something primal. Something happens inside of a man that is so primal when you threaten him. And I think from a biological standpoint, subconsciously it reminds them of what they were meant to be. It's called disgust. No, it's not. They like it. And by they, I mean most of you guys. I believe men like fear subconsciously. I don't think it works. It works for me.
Sheesh. That's a big sheeshers. Oh, HaSLOP.
Breaking news.
The full press interview segment at Francesca Hong, Wisconsin's rally in Wisconsin.
Is she in scrubs?
Oh my god. No, I think she's in an outfit.
No,
I don't think
she's
scrubs.
not.
Fucking Elon is here. Oh my god.
Oh, she's doing the Tate hands.
True. The power stance.
Caricature, you Representative Omar, and you, Mr. Piker, you're kind of, I'm curious, is it a risk appearing alongside these guys as you kind of frame and head to the general?
It would be risk not to try to build the broadest coalition possible. I think that one of the reasons we see Republicans or the right attack leaders like Representative Hassan is because they know that they're losing, that the people are powerful and want the issues that they fight for. So let them run scared.
His tie, way too short, in my opinion.
No, it's supposed to go right above the belt, so I think this is appropriate. No,
I was making a joke.
Go, good one. Now the real question is, where's
we're
the
done.
mouse suit?
How are we going to reclaim
True.
public land? That's with for instance, the data centers that are being built all over Wisconsin and the nation. Like the land that's already been purchased, how are we actually going to reclaim the privatization?
She talks like she has a pending process of trying to run an LLM to figure out the next word. I watched
felt like
her
she was fine
stream.
there.
Yeah, and I watched her stream with Hassan talking with him earlier. She sounded a billion times more human.
She was really bad on the debate stage.
And in her TV interviews.
CNN interview or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. This is kind of, it's like a topic and it's mean and it's difficult, especially because she's a woman. Like women and mental health things are treated a little differently sometimes, I think, than men and mental health things. But one thing I kind of legitimately wonder is supposedly, I think this is true, I'm assuming this is true because I've seen so many people say it, that she has bipolar or something. She actually has some kind of personality disorder or mental disorder, whatever, that she's medicated for. I wonder if she has I don't know, for bipolar, are you always taking the same meds every day, or do these come and go with symptoms? Do you take lithium on some days when the symptoms are really bad, or when you're going through a manic or depressive period, does that change? I wonder if that impacts her ability to give a good interview or to be on message and on level or whatever. And then there's there's an added question from there of would we want somebody like that, as governor or whatever, or is that too much of a liability? And then is it ableist to say that? I
guess that gets interesting. Would you want somebody who is I have major depressive disorder or whatever? Would you want someone who has MPD or as a MDP? Sorry, MDD. I don't know. I'm being retarded. As a president, if they're on fucking antidepressants, etc. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty challenging. And I don't know if there's a clear right answer. Sometimes, yeah, I don't know if there's a clear right answer. I think the biggest problem with like mental disorders or like race or whatever else is sometimes these issues are treated as like far more relevant than they actually are for things. So like when people talk about like affirmative action or when they talk about DEI, I think sometimes people have this assumption that you have like these like very clearly qualified candidates, and then you've got people who are like very clearly not really qualified, but they're getting DEI'd or affirmative action to their way up to like the job. When in reality, you just have buckets of people that are qualified or not qualified, and then you kind of like go from there. But it's not like it's this clear cut, like this guy was like the first, and then this was the 10th best applicant, and then we had to go down to the 50th best one to hire the black person. Like I don't think people normally evaluate people like that. So it might be that somebody with major depressive disorder or bipolar or whatever, that these people, like all else equal, are maybe less qualified to hold these positions. It'd be better if they didn't have those, you know, mental afflictions or whatever. However, all of the other stuff that goes into determining if a person is a worthwhile candidate or would be good at the job, this is like 95%, and maybe having a mental illness is like 5%. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the answer. Obviously, if it's like untreated or if somebody hasn't like been able to manage it, I think that would be really bad. But I mean,
yeah,
it's also difficult to say like what can you show to demonstrate that you are capable of being the president. It's not like there's like prior jobs we can look to, unless you're, I guess, like the governor or something. But yeah, I don't know.
I would say like senator, like House. Well, I mean, it's a high elected official. There's nothing like the presidency though.
Sure.
Was she a previous representative of the House?
Was she a representative or she was in the state assembly? I don't remember. There's someone in Spain's parliament with Down syndrome. Is that true? Why are you laughing so much?
I'm so sorry.
I need you to explain what was so funny about that.
I don't think that we should be that woke that we're electing people who have fucking Down syndrome. I'm sorry.
Wow. I feel like, okay. Now, I don't know how this works exactly, but I feel like there are some motherfuckers out there that are able to cheat with their Down syndrome, because I feel like I've seen like 1 or 2 people that say they have Down syndrome and they kind of have like some of the physiological indicators, like your face can take on a different like stuff or whatever, but I feel like they're not quite Down syndrome. I feel like there's something else going on there that looks similar to it, or you can have like somehow not that bad Down syndrome or something. I don't know how that works.
Maybe there's levels to like everything, I think, right? Like there's levels to autism or whatever.
Well, autism is an exceptional thing, I think, to speak of, because it's just so out there. Or it's like it's literally autism spectrum. It's like a spectrum of diseases or things or conditions, or we don't even know really what we're describing.
Down syndrome on a spectrum?
Down syndrome specifically refers to, it's called, what is it, like trisomy 23? One of them splits a little bit more, and then you end up with a bunch of like weird shit that happens.
It is not a spectrum condition.
Yeah. But there might be
an extra copy of chromosome 21.
Oh, is it trisomy 21?
Yeah. Trisomy 21, translocation, or mosaicism? I don't know.
Oh, okay. There's mosaic Down syndrome, and there is... Oh, that's a rare form of Down syndrome. Oh, people with this form may have fewer symptoms of Down syndrome.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, see? This is bullshit. So these guys are the... well...
Interesting.
Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. This would be like an actually interesting conversation. And I don't think it should maybe... I don't know. Should it be brought up against Francesca Hall?
Jesus.
That she has BPD? Probably not, but this is an interesting conversation.
Well, I think it wouldn't be... careful also. Borderline personality disorder is BPD. Bipolar... It might just be BD or something. I don't know. But I don't think it's not BPD.
Wait, is she
BPD
bipolar or borderline personality? Sorry. Borderline personality, that's the one that's not a thing, right?
That's a crazy thing. I think bipolar it's not borderline. Bipolar is like you have like large periods of like mania or depression, and then you medicate that. Borderline is a bit different. I think isn't bipolar like a mental illness, and borderline is like a personality disorder? Somebody can look it up. I don't even remember if there was a strict delineation between these things. So I feel like I look these up all the time, and I always come away with not a full understanding. So get fucked. But if you were to criticize her, though, I don't think the criticism should be I don't think the criticism should be, oh, she's not qualified because she has BPD or because she's got some cluster B whatever thing. I think it should just be like she seems like she can't function in interviews or whatever else. So like for instance, was it? Fuck, who were we listening to? I don't know if it was JVL or somebody else said, like, I agree that Biden shouldn't have run again because he just couldn't communicate at the end of his presidency effectively.
Yeah, it was JVL, yeah.
Yeah, I think actually that's super fair. I think it's a super fair thing to say.
Agreed.
And it might even be, as the president, it might even be enough to say this is disqualifying. I think it's super fair.
And it keeps away from the he's old, right?
Sure. Well, I'm just saying that, like, because I don't know, and I understand people have different feelings about this, I don't know if he was senile in terms of, like, people who are actually have senility, like their brains are not working anymore and there's, like, a disease there or something. But, like, not able to communicate is inarguable. Like, he absolutely had issues relating to his communication. Obviously, that's what we were all talking about. And the, yeah. Yeah, and then you can have that conversation, and then it really doesn't matter what the underlying condition is. It's the inability to communicate is maybe why he shouldn't be in office anymore, as opposed to like targeting on other conditions where it's like, well, are we discriminating because they're old or whatever else? Yeah.
Sure, of like almost everything in America to make it public controlled, publicly owned by the people.
Yeah, public lands are important to every single Wisconsinite, and it's a very unifying issue in terms of whether you're Republican, Independent, Democrat. And so the state absolutely has a responsibility in protecting our public lands and working with the Treasurer's Office and the different environmental coalitions to fight for it together.
You indicated that you don't agree with the entire DSA national platform. What would you add to it if you could add something, or what do you think is missing? And that goes for all three of you. What do you think that the political platform is missing to reel more people in to the philosophy?
She 100 got the call. These guys are so politically effective. Bro, we're cooked, man. I think she had a lot of kind of radical police abolition statements and all this other dumb shit, and she definitely got the call on that because on her debate and everything, she was very big on the like, we have to worry about crime right now. I don't believe we should abolish the police. I think that we need to do whatever we can to keep communities safe. Like, she definitely dialed the fuck in on her rhetoric for that stuff.
Did she say that she didn't want to abolish the police, or it was like, we have to worry about things now? Because I thought she was kind of like snaky around her answer a little bit.
I think her answer was very clear that she did not want to abolish the police right now. Maybe in the future,
now,
whatever. But
correct.
but regardless, that's the thing. The qualifier that she put would be a qualifier that's so meaningless it doesn't matter at that point. Like, it's never going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there should be a right to self-determination, that everyone has the freedom to be themselves, and that we're protecting communities and their right to be able to be themselves.
With such an up-close seat to the way things are changing within the Democratic Party here, are you noticing a changing in tone or a changing of the guard in terms?
It's so, and I understand it. It's a psychological thing, I guess, and he likes the clout or the whatever, but it's just, it cannot be understated how unbelievably selfish and clout hungry Hassan is, that he like has to be standing beside all these politicians and he has to get like the clout collection from being there and everything. That he doesn't give a fuck how much of a liability he is to any of these people. He wants to.
Why do they let him then?
I mean, he does have a
liability,
large.
yeah.
He does have a large online audience, and maybe these people think it doesn't matter at this point. I guess they could be making the decision that they want to be near him, but yeah, I don't know.
In terms of just how viable your campaign, what's happening in Michigan and all over the country might be?
And I was excited when one of my opponents came out and said that now he supports free childcare. I think it's great if we can get more people with us on the issues that impact the most people. So are we trying to advance their brand? No, but we are seeing we have to build the Big Tent coalition for the Democrats if we're going to keep winning.
The Wisconsin subreddit got hijacked by Hassan fans already. They're blaming DGG brigading. I've heard the same thing about the Michigan one too. I feel so bad about how national level all these things are. Like, I remember there was just a brief moment in time where it was Carrie Eastman was running for a representative seat, I think in Nebraska. And I think she was like Medicare for All or something. And just like hearing so many people around the country arguing with like Mike from PA talking about like my state and my city's politics was so fucking annoying, because it's like you don't have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I can tell you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And I can't imagine, bro, living in fucking Michigan or Wisconsin, having to hear so many different opinions right now about how your state should be ran or what's good for Michigan or whatever.
It's every sort of state, yeah.
I said before, I was talking to somebody else yesterday, but yeah, I was like, I'm so glad I guess now I don't give a fuck where I live because I'm a citizen of the world. But living in a swing state, if you're super invested in your local political scene at all, it's got to be so fucking annoying.
And
And I think for far too long, Democrats have been considered the party.
Are you
for the
considering
working people.
for, like, let's say, again, this is a way future question. Are you considering at all for going after some of, like, the more gettable seats in non-swing states with the new redistricting efforts? Do you think that's, like, a worthwhile gambit?
Oh, yeah, I think it could be, yeah. I think it'd be fun to try, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do
that's kind of
think
what I'm interested in right now.
the ideal would have been, because we could have proved the template
Yeah,
so
that
hard
Texas one.
if we could have won that Texas one. Like it's like that's like the perfect storm of so many things, because it's obviously it's a race that we would all be interested in. It's a thing that was minorly impacted by gerrymandering, and then it's also a place that we would get like an artificial boost in because the other guy is a little bit uniquely vulnerable, since there was so much crazy drama involving the guy that was just kicked out. And then because he's a YouTuber, obviously there's so much that is going to catch the eyes of people because he said so much unhinged and crazy shit in the past.
Yeah.
So that like the chance to like have like a big international or not, I'm sorry, a national level like interest in that race, if we were to drive up enough attention, I feel like that was like a boiling pot of explosive potentiality. But yeah, and then we could have taken that model forward into the next election cycle in 2028. But what are you going to do? The fundraising alone, I think, would have raised a lot of eyes. That if people were so motivated against that Brandon Herrera guy, we could have done events and shit off of it too. That if you could start raising like $1 million and shit off of streamer communities, I think a lot of people would turn an eye to it and be like, wait, what the fuck's going on down here?
You can too, which is
we absolutely could have 1 trillion %. Yeah.
And they've forgotten that that's what they're supposed to be doing. And
As a Minnesotan, watching Hassan try and co-opt the anti-ICE protest was truly infuriating. I saw Hassan literally taking bullets for you guys down there. He was talking to organizers on the ground, okay?
For the working people, and they've forgotten that that's what they're supposed to be doing. And so the energy that you're seeing, not just in...
Has Ilhan Omar ever made any statements about whether or not she thinks Assad gassed his citizens? I wonder if she also doesn't believe that happened.
Wisconsin, but in Minnesota, in Michigan.
He already left, right? He's on to Detroit to talk to the blacks. Did you see that clip? No. I did see that tweet yesterday, though, where it's like, this man, Hassan, flew to Wisconsin, then flew to Michigan, and then back to Wisconsin in 3 days. And I'm like, bruh.
It's an hour flight.
It's like a 55-minute flight. Like, calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ.
He said that he's like on the same level as like a president, like burning at all cylinders.
So
Kill
cringe.
me, man.
Yeah. I feel like in my West Coast tour, I feel like I did like 5 or 6 locations in like 5 or 6 days. And that was like flying from like LA to SF to Oregon to Seattle to Vancouver, whatever the fuck. Like, whatever. Jesus. Oh. Omar and Tlaib introduced bill to hold Assad accountable for crimes against humanity. Oh, well, that's good at least.
What you saw in New York is that the people are...
Ilhan Omar is related to a general that was a war criminal general in the Syed Bar regime. That's might be true. I'm not trying to be fucking racist or weird, but depending on the country, I would be wary about the like is related to, because the way that like extended families and cousins or whatever the fuck else work, like you might have, somebody told me this a long time ago about the UAE, and I don't know how true it is. I mean, maybe this is bullshit, but because I think somebody in the past used to donate a lot on stream, or just a person that was a member of this community, I think he still hangs around sometimes, but mentioned being kind of like related to royalty in the UAE. And somebody emailed me and was like, because of the way the families and everything work here, basically like a quarter of the people in the UAE are related to royalty. That it's not really as grand of a claim as it might seem. But, you know.
In Michigan, what you saw in New York is that the people...
Not to shit on, it was Hadri, if you guys remember him. Not to shit on him at all. I've never had a problem with this guy. I think he's a cool, funny guy. Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
People are reclaiming that. They're saying you're supposed to be working on our behalf, and we need candidates that will do just that. And that's why you're seeing the kind of excitement and the energy and the hope that people have when they see Francesca standing up for them.
One of the things Tom Tiffany runs on saying is don't Minnesota, Wisconsin. What are your thoughts on that?
Minnesota is a great state. We are proud of the progress that we've made, whether it is advancing paid sick and safe time, whether it is having universal school meals, whether it is expanding healthcare for folks, whether it is addressing the climate crisis so that the next generation doesn't have to suffer. And I think it is our brothers and sisters in the Midwest that have always inspired that kind of change. They've just not had the kind of politic that allowed for the advancement of those kind of policies that they deeply believe in, because here in the Midwest we care for one another. We've always been the kind of place where people come because they know that there's going to be good people who are going to fight for you, and I think that there is some restoration that is happening here in Wisconsin and in Michigan.
You asked the DSA question, and I would like to answer that.
Why though? Why? Yes. That's crazy, but hey, go off, King.
I know
I have
we
a follow-up
skipped
for
it.
you, too.
Okay. Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption, and prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Wow.
That would be a platform position that I would want to see from the Democratic Socialists of America.
You said that there is no chance that the party's pick is going to be pro-Israel in 2028. What else do you think that there is no chance of in this future?
Yes, dear leader, give us your great political
great
predictions.
Question. So I think that was another point of divergence between the DC bubble and the media bubble and like regular folk. From all of my travels around the country, from protest to protest, but then also like now stumping for candidates, I have heard the most. I've heard consistently that people, especially under the age of 50, and now it's getting even older, are sick and tired of the unconditional loyalty that this government has shown, and even previous governments have shown to Israel, especially when Israel has done so many war crimes and the crime of all crimes, genocide.
True.
With our tax dollars, with our munitions, and what I found very interesting was the response from Fox News with Mark Libby crying on camera, which was incredible, to even Democratic consultants going on Fox News to say this is ridiculous. They're out of
Democrats
touch.
love
They're
Israel.
Completely out of step with the base. From my perspective, that saying that is almost like saying there's no chance that there is going to be an anti-abortion Democrat. That is where we're at right now. I think that's where the people are at. That's where the party's base is at. And it's up to the Democratic Party to recognize where this movement is going.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
anything else?
That's my attitude on that question.
Okay. Thanks for telling us.
Taking care of the working class, advancing policies that keep our tax dollars here to care for one another, and not sending it abroad for bombs.
Yes.
Making sure that we're protecting the environment for the next generation. I think those are going to be the policies going forward of the Democrats, because that just is who our base is. That's what they care about, and they want us to go back to the idea of caring for one another.
What's something that Governor Evers has done that you really respect?
I think Governor Evers has done a tremendous job in building relationships with our tribal communities, and the next governor, for them it will be imperative that we continue to make sure that we strengthen a sovereign-to-sovereign relationship.
Does anyone give a fuck about that?
The wokies do, motherfucker.
Spoken with him despite him endorsing a candidate who you are currently running against?
I have not spoken yet to the governor.
One last question.
Speaking of tribal communities and tribal leadership, sorry, is that okay?
Two questions.
Okay. Years ago, everyone was talking about the climate, right? It's Standing Rock, and it was a great form of unity. Now it seems to be even more income inequality, and AI data centers is like a form where you can see rural people and people in urban communities, Republican and Democrat and independents, all agreeing on that.
This guy sucks at asking
Fight for
questions.
humanity.
Oh, he's getting there, bro.
Do you see that playing a role with the rise of DSA, all these policies that you've had maybe for a long time are actually being recognized by people that are now first time dealing with settler colonialism? I would say, with extractive industries coming in, taking their
Settler colonialism.
My legislation and support for a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers has broad, bipartisan, multi-geographic, multi-status, multi-economic status support. So I think it's indicating that people can see it as a democracy issue, that they want us to stand up to big tech and oligarchs, that they see it as a threat to our natural resources, and that we should be telling these companies that our natural resources are not for sale. And I think people are uniting around the fact that this is something that we all have to be solving and figuring out together. And I'm excited to have.
Like, I don't want to say medication issue. That sounds mean, but like she obviously she's being much better now than she did on the debate stage and than she did in like all of her TV stuff. So I don't know what was going on there, or if, and like I would say be careful of this. Sometimes if you do feel kind of autistic, and I don't know if she's doing this, but like sometimes having a drink, like one or two shots to just like chill you out might help too. But careful, because you can fall into bad patterns doing that. But I don't know.
A potential opportunity to do that with the legislature as well.
You mentioned Israel, but notably it was something that didn't come up when you guys were up there. And it's not really a big part of your stump speech. Obviously, this is a state race, not a federal race. But can you talk a little bit about whether that's intentional and whether you see
Israel,
whether you're like looking to avoid talking about Israel and other like major national, international issues?
We talk about Israel here.
Big, as you like to say.
Oh no, not that big.
If
not
I'm
that
at
big.
a town hall or at another event,
Let's not be crazy.
and someone asks about the genocide, I'll answer. But we have been listening to voters all across the state, and they want elected leaders to be leading with moral clarity. But they also want to make sure that in that we're fighting to be able to take care of our babies and have free childcare. That we make sure that we're fighting for our elders to be able to age and live a life of dignity here in our state. That we have fair wages. This is a state that has a $7.25.
Are you gonna be here tomorrow? Late?
I'll be here tomorrow, but late. No, why?
You're missing the Michigan fucking primary then. It's August 4th.
Well, maybe I'll stream for it. When do the polls close or whatever?
I'll look right now.
And folks want us to focus on affordable housing and make
Just kidding, Hutch. I love you. You might not have said it. Maybe I'm mixing it with somebody else then. But I love you, buddy.
sure that we're protecting our
8 p.m. they
lives.
close.
It is not intentional. I'm here listening to the voters and staying open and transparent about where I stand when it comes to genocide.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
We will be streaming that together.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Get one with me too. All right, you I'm that Northeast Wisconsin DSA co-chair that keeps bothering you in chat.
Nice hat. Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice hat. You got the Will Neff hat.
I do, yeah. I mean, he is the better content creator.
That's crazy.
Appreciate you. Hi, chat.
Thanks for being here, man. He is the better content creator. It's true.
Here, give me one over here.
Where you going?
We love a Will Neff fan.
Fran, maybe look at the picture.
What is that? Is it Austin with him or?
My wife will kill me if I don't get an autograph. She's in chat.
You're in the know.
And I'm in trouble for being here.
Have you had it? It's so good. It's so good.
This is going on. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I swear it's like half the reason.
Dude, I know. The people's team. Yeah, people's team. Yeah.
Can we get a picture together?
Yeah. What's up? Let's do it. Real quick. All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Can I see the phone?
Wait, was that me? What's that voice? Hold on.
Sure.
Great speech. Can I see the phone?
Oh, he sounds like a slightly gayer version of me.
You can't say that.
Why?
What a great shirt. That was
My 25-year-old son got me watching you, and I have a
Well, what is that? It's DSA's, or our new DSA.
What's on
Northeast
the
Wisconsin.
Wow.
And,
Sick.
yeah, we made them up real quick.
Okay, hell yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we're that in
All
LA.
right.
I worked with your uncle at TYT.
Oh, hell yeah.
Northeast Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah, 2016.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, we got a lot of momentum on our side right now. Thank you.
Oh, no shit, yeah.
You go inside. I need to pee really bad.
What? Wait, are you talking?
Yeah, I said, can we get some Diallo gang colors? Can we get blue?
Oh, true.
You go inside. I need to pee really bad. Where's the nearest restroom?
When you have the
Once you get out this way, start with you, right?
Thank you. For sure.
He's gonna Dr. Disrespect himself.
We're not going to follow him into the bathroom chat.
Yeah, you keep him occupied.
All right, Mike, it's your time. Ready, bro?
That's a lot of plays here.
Okay. I don't know why we watched this, but thanks. But like,
Because Audrey loves him.
true. Hey, I've heard that before.
Very obvious to see. The reason Republicans support the invasion of the Spanish cities is they're doing this on behalf of Israel. They're promoting Morocco's core security interests, punishing Spain at the expense of their core security interests, because Spain is an adversary of Israel and Morocco is a security ally of Israel.
Wait,
and we know this because the State
before?
Department did the same thing in 2020. As part of the deal for Morocco to recognize Israel, the United States and Israel recognized Morocco and its claim over Western Sahara, another disputed territory in northern Africa. And so the U.S. and Israel effectively gave Morocco disputed Spanish territory in 2020. This was Morocco's reward for recognizing Israel. Now the Republicans are back in power 6 years later, and they say the same thing. Go ahead, Morocco, take Spain's 2 remaining cities in northern Africa. This is your reward for being loyal to Israel. This is Spain's punishment for being disloyal. It's also worth noting, as Netanyahu carries out the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, one of the big questions hanging over the security situation there.
What? Oh, man, the language. Okay, good job, good job.
Is what do we do with all the Palestinians in Gaza? Where are we going to put them? You got 1.5, 2 million people that are clearly miserable and hate Israel and militating against them. What are we going to do with them? Where are we going to put them? Do we push them into the Sinai Peninsula? Egypt will not allow that. Egypt is putting their military on the border to prevent them from going there. Where else can we send them? Well, one of the countries that was under consideration was Morocco. The Trump administration said maybe we will have Morocco take the displaced Palestinians, and in exchange, we'll give Morocco more territory.
I like how he says, like, one of the considered countries, like Trump is considering literally anything, and he doesn't just say the most random, inane shit that comes to his fucking head because he's a fucking retard. That's cute.
Trump is more senile
In
than
exchange,
Biden.
Trump is what?
More senile than Biden.
Oh, true.
we'll do things for Morocco. Maybe this is part of that deal. Whether it is or it isn't, it shows this is the kind of mindset behind the policy making and decision making in Washington and Israel, which is using Morocco, a Muslim Arab ally under this monarchical dictatorship, and also using it to punish one of their left-wing liberal enemies in Europe, in Spain. And so that's the third civilizational enemy, is that somebody opened up the gates here. Somebody opened up the gates of Toledo and let the Muslims pour in and conquer and invade Europe.
Jesus Christ.
And as always, it is the Jews. So it's the left-wing government in Spain that promotes refugees welcome, makes it harder to deport these people, incentivizes them to come here through permanent residency. It's the Muslims that are pushing their own people as a biological weapon to go out and conquer Europe. But in the end, it's Israel and its Jewish allies in the United States. They're really the ones that are opening the gates and making this happen. And they're doing it to punish Spain because Spain doesn't co-sign the wickedness of Israel.
Wow. You know, this is, I don't know if you were listening, but this is like Hassan's exact position, right?
I've never heard Hassan's exact position.
He was talking about it yesterday, that it was all caused by Israel and the U.S., the immigrant flood thing recently or whatever.
Blame the Jews for everything. It's the old reliable.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Oh, it's our boy.
What, we only have one? You only like one person?
On Live and Learn? No, there's two.
On,
right.
Jesus. Okay. Hi, what's up?
Hey, so are you guys memeing with the blue no matter who stuff, or are you being serious with it?
What do you mean?
No, I'm pretty serious.
Like, well, I haven't even seen what you said. I've just seen people posting about it. But you guys would support the Republican in the Wisconsin governor's race?
I don't know about support, but maybe be indifferent. But the thing about, okay, vote blue no matter who was supposed to be that MAGA and the Republican, MAGA and Trump were like such an existential threat to the country that, like, regardless of which candidate gets through, we have to support them. People rejected that in the last election, and Trump and MAGA won that election. So the fight against like MAGA and Trump, in my mind, is like largely over. And so now we move on to the next election things. But if the people that we were especially pushing to vote blue no matter who completely and totally abandon it, and already have to some extent in this election cycle, or it seems like they already have to some extent in this election cycle, there'd be no point in us continue, or in my mind, in me or anybody related to our electoral project continuing that mantra, because it's just a one-way exploitative mechanism by which people are on the other side forcing us to vote for their candidates while they refuse to vote for ours. I think it's a one-way, not good thing.
My opinion, Hutch, is I will not be supporting, stumping, or anything for anybody who is a DSA candidate for the House of Representatives. I will support any single person for the Senate because I feel like it's way too more important to lose. For Wisconsin, if you push me on it right now, I'd say you should vote for the Republican over letting a DSA member get more and more power and further legitimize people who are trying to like ruin my party. So if you're gonna push me, I'll say that. Otherwise, I'd kind of be indifferent of it.
Well, I think the strongest version of your argument is the idea that by electing Hong, you could imperil other Democrats from the coverage that she would get on Fox News, which is already starting. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the betting odds for her went way down in the general versus the Republican just in the days after her Fox News appearance. And so, I think you could make an argument for that. I still think the Republican Party are so uniquely bad, and they will continue to be so post-Trump that, for me, I couldn't justify doing something like that. But I guess, like...
Do you acknowledge, at least, this is the thing that I have an issue with, you cannot exist in any long-term solution with one-way exploitative mechanisms, right? Will you offer unconditional support and love for one side, and the other side never reciprocates it?
Well, I'm with you on that. And what I was going to say was that I think that like, even though I am pretty maximally blue no matter who, that's not going to change anytime soon. I don't think, probably not in my lifetime. What I'm not going to do anymore, and I've done it a few times in the past, is give any oxygen to people that were never blue no matter who, pressuring libs to vote blue no matter who when it's their candidate. So, like, if I see a lib online, saying that El Sayed's going to have to earn their vote, or they're not sure if they can support him, I'm not going to lecture that lib, and I'm certainly not going to jump on a dog pile, like joining other progressives that are doing it in such a blatantly disingenuous way, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
Although I will say that, like, even with that, even with that rule, they're still way more aggressive on our candidates than we are against theirs. Like, I think that the rhetoric that they engage in with regards to other candidates it forces you to you can't realistically support them.
Let's just say this, like...
Oh, wait, do you agree with that, Hutch? That, like if you're calling somebody like a pro-APAC genocide supporter, there is no coming together in the general to support this person. Like, you're making this person...
No, not with anybody that's using that rhetoric.
Yeah,
no.
Which is basically everybody, right? Like, the APAC genocide shit I've seen all over the place for Stevens. Like, you're an APAC bot candidate. Like, how the fuck can you... Like, I think that you can do as much as I might have an issue with it, like, I think you can have room for, like, this person is, like, kind of owned by corporations. They're bought out by corporate lobbyists or whatever. But when you're on, like, APAC-owned Diet MAGA... I think El Sayed called her... Did he say she was the least capable legislator in the whole country? I think. Did he say that? I feel like at some point it's like, well, how the fuck can we ever... Like, Kyle Kalinske and them are not going to be supporting her in the general. They'll probably just stop talking about it if she were to win against El Sayed. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of annoying.
Well, he's got that locked up.
The amount of discourse we're getting over me saying I wouldn't vote for the Wisconsin governorship for Hong is insanely 10,000 times the amount as people gave Kyle Kalinske for not voting or supporting any of the Democratic nominees for president over the last 3 elections.
Oh, you're right about that.
So it's really funny to see this when we're talking about like DSA members. But anytime you press them about like, oh, well, how did you feel about this? They were like, well, yeah, that's bad. And then they just leave it there and then they move on.
Yeah. But there's no like, there's intense pressure on our side to capitulate because obviously libs don't want to see Trump succeed, but there's no pressure on the other side for them to like support the party or whatever, because it's epic and based actually to shut on moderate Dems. So I don't like that. I just don't like that one-way system. And I think it's facilitated by a lot of the bullying online about having to support the socialist, communist, whatever fucking candidates.
I was just about to say that I think the bullying is the reason why people don't apply that same standard in the same way to that crowd, is because like that crowd is just pretty unbelievably vicious.
True, but like it's effective, right? It's good. They do it for a reason because it works, and they've had great success with it.
Yeah, It's also easy if you guys want to have a little fun trolling to flip around.
Your Twitter's been amazing.
It's so perfect, man, because El Sayed endorsed Kamala Harris, and so it's so easy to like fuck with them on that. So you just ask them, like, did Kamala Harris do a genocide? Yes or no? And they say obviously they're going to say yes, and it's like, and he endorsed her. So you want me to support a candidate who endorsed a genocide enabler? I mean, and then like I've been doing that unironically, or I've been doing that ironically, like in my replies. And I'm getting these people to make the same arguments for El Sayed that libs were making for Kamala in 2024. It's
you could do this for
amazing.
any candidate. Well, you say it's fucking amazing, but in my mind, it just demonstrates that they have no principles on any of these positions, which means they've been, the little bit of hand-wringing they were able to do on us for purity testing were things that they absolutely didn't believe in. If you really want to trigger people, you bring up Kamala, the easiest thing you could do is she's like, oh yeah, like I think Kamala should run in the primary. Like all these people who cried about open primaries and it's important for the party to choose, like they don't want Kamala to run, probably because a lot of the polling still has her as one of the more popular Democrats, which for whatever reason is the case.
No, she's the clear front runner right now.
Well, a guy convinced me too. If she comes in and she's like, well, fuck you, I told you so. Like, I think that's actually like a really good thing for her to run on. Like, like everything I said happened.
Yeah. And she could just play campaign ads from the last election. But it's annoying.
And this is America, man. We love a good comeback story in America. I mean, it's going to infuriate them. But she is like right now the clear front runner, and she has strong support from black voters, which are a crucially important demographic, especially in the primaries.
Yeah,
they're super active,
especially now because they moved South Carolina as the first one, which the lefties are not happy with. Ooh, man, you're gonna see the.
Oh, they're furious. They're furious.
Have you seen a lot of the shifts in demographic, like how they voted for the recent elections in like black people or like minorities, etc.?
You mean they're not really strongly supporting the DSA candidates, or?
No, I mean like they are moving back towards the Dems, whereas in the previous election with Trump, they had moved towards the Republicans.
Who's they? Which people?
Black voters and Hispanics.
I think you just have to be careful because I think when they say like Trump doubled his black support, didn't it go from like 5% to 10% or something? Like we're talking about a very low number of people.
It was mainly black men. Like I think he gained pretty significant. It was like he gained double digits with black men, but black women still overwhelmingly voted for Kamala. But so much of that was just like gas prices and inflation. I mean, that shit is so fucking important.
Sure.
So I don't know. I just I think I freaked out a little bit when the demographics shifted in 2024, but it really did not take long for all of those gains to.
Black men supported Republicans 19% in 2020 to 21% in 2024. It's like a 3% shift. Yeah. The biggest one was the Latino voters. In 2020, it was 61% of Latino voters are supporting the Dems. Versus in 2024, it was 51% swap to the Dems.
Sure.
So that's like an 11-point shift.
Yeah.
11% point.
And then I feel like we were gonna fight on something last week, and then we couldn't do it because you're banned on Twitch. But now I don't remember.
Well, I think it was probably right. Fuck.
It was. Didn't you want to go on and talk to Soy Pill?
Me? Look, all I'm saying is that if we can just win these midterms, we're good.
Are we though? What does that matter much, or?
I'm just playing.
How do you feel about House seats? Do you think that we have enough wiggle room for Dems not to support like the DSA members? That's my position.
It's a moot point. Ooh, that's a good pun for you.
That's a good one, yeah.
A moot point. Because I like none of the DSA all of the DSA candidates are going to win their races because those are like very, very, very blue seats.
Yeah.
So I don't think you should have to shred your credibility to say, I don't like DAC, but it's blue no matter who. Like, she doesn't need your help. So like, if you're a liberal, you don't actually have to endorse the DSA candidates running in those races. It's different for like, I think Wisconsin and, El Sayed's not officially DSA, but he's, obviously aligned. And so like, I don't know, those are going to be close races. I'm still going to probably try to influence people to support those candidates if they win those primaries. But for these races, like in New York, no, you don't need to weigh in. You can say like, I don't like her, I don't want her as a part of the party.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was it.
Yeah. Okay. Be careful. Stay safe, buddy. What?
I DM the person that you set me up with.
Okay. Remember, her name is Teresa. Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. No, wait. It's Teresa's your mom's name, right? Fuck.
That's right. Yeah. You
Fuck. You didn't even get the joke anyway, so whatever. Fuck me. Okay, people keep spamming this. Republican beats his wife or something?
My former wife has claimed that during a custody exchange at my home that day, I assaulted her. Here's what actually happened, and I have the Ring doorbell footage that backs it up. She came to my home in a good mood, and we have text messages to prove it, which you'll have, to pick up our daughter early for a friend's birthday party. She was inside my house for several minutes when she left. The video shows her walking out, carrying our daughter calm, in the same good mood, showing no distress whatsoever. And as they left, you can hear me say, "Goodbye, I love you, and I love you, Ruthie." Literally telling my ex-wife that I still cared for her. Does that sound like somebody who would just walk out and who had been violently thrown a wall and been abused? She didn't call the police after that. She didn't go to the hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to know what she did? She went straight to a child's birthday party. The very next day, we had a friendly phone call about our daughter's upcoming hospital procedure, and I drove in from Washington to be there for it. 6 days later, she offered to cook empanadas for me for dinner, just 2 days later after this alleged incident. The day after that, she invited me and my girlfriend, and which you'll have in text messages, to join her and our daughter at a playground. And that day, I just went with my former wife to the playground to spend time with our daughter. A week later, on February 15th, she wrote to me in her own words, which you will see, "I think it's great you and I are in a friendlier place." She then offered me more extra overnights with our daughter, which I can prove to every single one of you is recently. Every one of these messages is time-stamped on our court-sanctioned co-parenting app and is all in the packet. Only weeks later did the story of February 1st assault appear, so ask yourself, if I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later? Would she have invited me to spend an afternoon at the playground with her and our daughter?
Maybe she doesn't want to get beat more.
Would she have written that we were in a friendlier place? No, she wouldn't have, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, like, the whole in totality is not as ridiculous as the single quote, but I don't know the actual story. Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno says Representative Max Miller, who is married to Moreno's daughter, is not fit to serve in Congress. He needs serious psychological help. He is a danger to my daughter, and I hold my breath every minute he has custody of my granddaughter. Okay.
He's an Ohio guy?
Ohio Senator is apparently, his daughter is this guy's wife, I guess. Oops, we thought this was Haley Stevens' office. What?
So this is what $30 million from AIPAC buys. 3 copiers. Here we are at Haley Stevens' campaign office. This is the address listed on her website. She's in there, and we're going to go talk to her. Yep.
Hey, how's the campaign going?
Campaign.
Oh, Haley Stevens, campaign. How's it going? Is it going well?
She's not here.
What are you talking about?
No, she's here.
Yeah, it's listed on every website. This is her office. Do you guys think it was smart to take all that money from AIPAC?
Hey, get out!
What are you talking about? You work for Haley Stevens as well?
No, absolutely not. Get out!
Well, this is listed on her website.
Fucking bullshit.
All right, so actually this just turned out to be a UPS store. So this is what 30...
It's over. I'm dooming.
Okay. Oh! Francesca Hong rallies with Ilhan Omar and Hassan Piker at Milwaukee. 1,822 comments. in the Wisconsin subreddit.
I bet this is the most commented post
Maybe of all time.
The week.
Unless there's like a Bernie Sanders rally or something. In a week? Wow, Moot, real brave there.
Well, I was gonna say of all time, but I don't know.
At least for the year, no?
Recently.
Oh, true. Actually, wait. Oh no, hold on. We gotta. Oh no, yeah, the ICE thing actually should. You're right. Fuck, you can't sort by comments. Do I see another 1.8K? Oh, I bet it's a controversial thread, so it's not going to show up as much, but... Damn. What's going on in this thread? Mr. Foucault. Destiny Brigaders. They post anything that mentions Hassan, and a few dozen people log on to multiple accounts to lie about Hassan. I wonder where this guy posts.
You're doxing him, really?
You've got motorcycle kitties. Oh, r/Hassan Piker, r/Hassan Piker. These are posts, also not just comments.
He's a rapper.
Is he?
From Chicago, Illinois.
Oh.
It says. Oh, well, no, he lives in Lansing, Michigan on the inside. Posting in the Wisconsin subreddit. Interesting. Isn't he a brigader, literally, by definition?
Woo! What I look like. Why is he... DoorDash refusing to pay me for entire time of order while doing pay per hour. Damn. Oh, okay, buddy Hassan. 6 years old. Damn! That's an old Hassan fan. Woo! Woo!
This guy's gonna be like, Steve pulled up my Reddit thing. He doxed me.
What is this? The guy who shocks his dog if it moves out of frame and said nobody was raped on October 7th? Really? This is who progressives like? Dude literally dressed up as a mount and spent the entire time railing against his allies instead of Trump. This is your guy, Michigan, Hassan Piker. Really? Ooh, do we have a Destiny warrior in here? PC gaming. TikTok cringe. Xbox. Oh, politics. Only to terminally online and politically irrelevant leftists that think IP is the only issue. Oh, even if he's not a Destiny poster, this is an undercover DGG warrior. Guaranteed. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
our boy.
So strong.
Our boy fighting. Read your Destiny Discord post better. This was a Hong rally in Wisconsin. You are posting in the Wisconsin subreddit. Oh, true. He put Michigan here. Brother, check the Discord orders, you idiot. Stop obsessing over Twitch streamers.
I can't. He's literally only here because of a Twitch streamer.
True.
How is he saying this? Does he not see
Doesn't
the
matter.
fucking...
None of that matters.
He doesn't care?
Nope. It's all about the fight. Hassan Piker is immediately disqualifying.
True.
You're right. She should be campaigning with pedophilic sex pest like Destiny instead. I'm sure that will do wonders for her campaign. From the river to the sea. Jesus Christ. Hassan bragged about going to Diddy parties, by the way, but sure. I'm not going to defend Destiny, but Hassan is arguably the only left-leaning political influence who is worse than him. Excuse me. Who the fuck is this? This is not a strong Destiny warrior. Ooh, and I think their thing is supposed to look like Jinx. Red flag. League. What?
Oh, they're masked up. No, they're masked up.
Oh, you think they're masked up?
They're masked.
No!
Yeah.
We're not masked up anymore. We're out here loud and proud.
Then permaban them.
Well,
get him out of there. How dare they talk to dear leader like that?
Oh my god, just...
It's his cover. Oh, they're undercover.
No, they can't be undercover. They have their profiles open. People can see their posts. Gonna need a citation on that one. He said it on stream, Limfeo. There's more evidence of that than any of your accusations against Destiny. If it exists, then provide the source, please. A 2-second Google pulled up 3 separate clips where he talks about it, since you're apparently incapable. I think I remember seeing a 4th clip as well, but I'll let you know when I find one. LOL! A heavily edited, out-of-context compilation from a hostile sub of a known genocide apologist, Ethan Decline, isn't a primary source. Short snippets stripped of surrounding stream context are textbook clip chimping. If you're claiming he said something specific, link the unedited stream context or the full VOD. Damn.
This is actually a bot, man.
This like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties
Let's
at
hear
at
out of
Coachella.
context this is.
And they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift. And I think I told you about this where I was like, this is some real weird Alex Jones style pedo thing here. Me and my girlfriends are going to this P. Diddy party. And I was like, okay, you can go. You can go. I'm breaking up with you. So I broke up with her over the phone. Then and there. That was probably one of the worst ways I've ever broken up with someone. I was like, no, you can go. Like, have fun. We're no longer dating. I was in fucking traffic, too.
Damn.
Oh, my God, dude. That would be so sick. Yo. I know Diddy's into stuff like that 100%. He does, like, crazy stuff like that.
I feel like if you fucked enough, it's like you kind of want to do some shit like that.
He knows. Firsthand. Because he's been at.
Those were all out of context clips.
I'm sure there's context.
I don't even
explains
think
each
that
of
was
them.
Hassan.
There's tons of out of context clips of me saying I've been going to Diddy parties, right? So
more replies, please.
Bro, they're 3 clips put together. They're not heavily edited. I'm curious what context do you think makes it better than missing going to Diddy parties? He said his girlfriend at the time was invited to a Diddy party, and he said he would break up with her if she did. But sure, make up a story for CSAM loving Destiny. He just can't engage.
It's the same guy as before.
Mr. Foucault. Oh, true. He did. He showed up.
Yeah.
All these guys are working together.
He's in this one now.
They're on the Discord with each other. Did we check out this guy's post history? Oh, he's a little sneaker. Oh, he's trying to be a little sneaker here.
Nah, we'll handle that.
Oh, we got a lore master.
Oh my God.
You're gonna have a bad day when Destiny's court case reaches its conclusion. Not sure how you're gonna cope. Which one that pedo is involved in and losing? More than one revenge porn case. If I recall, what? I'm in multiple court. I don't even know. What is the indication that he's losing? He's been very open about talking about the specifics of the case. Not really something you can do when losing. Or instead of blindly parroting stream copium, try taking 2 minutes to read actual federal court dockets. The Doe v. Bonnell case wasn't thrown out as frivolous like Pestini promised on stream. It survived straight into discovery. There was no motion to dismiss filed before discovery, okay? Where the federal judge literally took the trial off the calendar. Oh, this is like an AI. Oh, you're fighting with a bot. This is an AI response, by the way.
I called it a bot earlier, by the way.
Where the federal judge literally took the trial off the calendar specifically to address a motion for sanctions under Federal Rules Civil Procedure 37E2 for spoliation of evidence. When a federal judge halts proceedings because he's even got the M dash in here. When a federal judge halts proceedings because your side is accused of deleting or destroying evidence, you aren't winning. You're in deep procedural trouble. But sure, keep pretending that running your mouth on Kik carries more weight in front of a judge than actual federal filings. And he put it in italics and everything, and another M dash. This is absolutely a fucking AI response. Nice. Okay, bots are fighting here.
God, we need to get TNG on this.
He was literally called for doing this multiple times on his stream. Wait, this is about me too? Wait,
can we start like putting these names in like in your Obsidian or whatever, so like we can keep track of like the fucking crazies and which subreddits they're going to? Because I feel like we're not remembering how many times we see these people.
I don't get why people keep hitching themselves to Hassan. Only Hassan's fans like Hassan. Everyone else, most of the left included, rightfully dislikes him. Why is this their guy? He raised like 50 grand last night for a candidate, and everyone who campaigned with him has at least won a primary. Is that even true? I don't think that's true. At the very least, I know the California mayor lady didn't.
That is not true.
Yeah, not even. I don't think it's even close to true. Can you name anyone in a similar space, even 10% as successful? Yes, Destiny LeMayo. The sex pest that got kicked out of the college Dems of America, organizing his innocent internet trolls to stalk and harass Hassan and anybody associated with them. Epstein is basically the liberal version of Nick Fuentes. Oh, it's from the river to the sea again.
Sure, liberal. Yeah.
Okay, hold on, wait. Was this guy a Hassan poster? What is YAPMS? What is this subreddit? Ethnically Zionist is an oxymoron. That's not what oxymoron means, but okay. No, okay.
Oh, they're in the Bulwark.
We need 100,000 more Mamdanis in public office, including POTUS. True, he is in the Bulwark. They're fighting. These guys fight. I bet it's only like 10 accounts or less that are doing like the majority of this fighting, by the way. I bet it's not that many, but I bet you see them everywhere.
What threads were they in?
The Bulwark, they fight a lot. TM on 0 speed. This was a month ago. Citation needed for politicians, particularly on the left, that hate America. You people who continue to insist that Hillary Clinton was somehow not the legitimate winner of the 2016 primary frustrate me. That's because she wasn't. What? They think that Bernie was stolen from. Ooh, AIPAC in the Bulwark has spent close to $50 million on Stevens and anti-Abdul TV ads. Damn. Big lefty Bulwark poster. Holy shit. I notice that when certain Reddit accounts discover anti-Hassan or pro-U posts, suddenly the upvote/downvote gets heavily tilted in favor of Hassan. Sure. I'm sure that they sound the sirens or whatever. Oh, he's fighting an LSF too? What a king. He is obsessed with Piker on a level that reaches depravity at this point. Jesus, what a dick suck. Can someone give me the lore with the Destiny Hassan shit? He saw Hassan doing political commentary and wanted to get in on the trend. Destiny is very transparently a grifter. Probably something to do with the revenge porn cases that he's embroiled in. Damn. Does he post in any lefty subreddits, or is this like exclusively like a forward operating warrior?
True. On the list, we should have like
how they're like sectioned
where
up.
they're at in the battlefield. Yeah.
This guy lives in the field, man.
How often is this person posting? Wait, you're only like 3 in, and they're back.
Oh yeah, he posts a lot.
Oh wow.
Okay, after and before. How old is this account? Oh, is this a new account? 2020.
This guy's in no man's land fighting.
No, wait. Sort. Ascending? Wait, is this account like 4 days old? May 29th, 2026. It is. It's a brand new account. Damn. Is there a way for this site or for Reddit to tell you like how many posts they have altogether or no?
Wait, can you not see when the account was created on their...
Yeah, I did. It's 4 days old.
It's 4 days old?
And I'm sorting through... So the set is set to a 100 limit. So there's 1 whole page, 2 whole page, 3.
Wow.
So 3. So between... It's like maybe 250 comments in 3 days or 4 days.
Any posts yet or no?
Did I say 3 days old? Sorry, 2 months old. Or wait, May, January, February, March, April, May, 3 months old. My bad. So 300 comments in 3 months. Or 250-ish or whatever, however many. I don't know how far down this goes. So, ... Destiny. Destiny.
Just once again, I'm so for everything being tied to a social security number or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you should just be able to make multiple fucking accounts and have gay ops going.
Are these like bots that are cross-firing each other? Oh, wait. The sex pest that got kicked out of the college gyms of America organizing his internet trolls to stalking around. Nah, bro. I think it was the guy who self-admitted having sex with a 17-year-old child. Is that about me? Are we even at any?
Hey, real
It's not even any reality at this point. Or was
That
he the
is
one
about
watching
you,
an
yeah.
8-year-old penis on some live stream? What's up?
Hey, so I'm not home, but on the mobile app, you can click on somebody's profile, and it'll say contributions, and it'll tell you how many they've done.
Even if they have their account hidden or
I don't
whatever?
know if on the desk. Oh, with that, you'd have to use a third-party site, but
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
it sounds
at.
like they don't have their account hidden, right?
I don't remember. But
Oh.
I'll check it out.
Well, yeah, if you look up these guys and they're not privated, again, I'm not sure on the desktop version because I'm not at my desk, but you can just pull them up on your phone and it'll say like contributions,
says it
and
right
you
there,
can click on
contributions.
that. Yeah, it'll tell you how many posts
Oh, I
and
see, I see.
comments they've had.
So 236 comments and 29 posts.
In
and an account
3
that
months.
is...
Oh, 2 months.
There was a joined Reddit in, but I guess it says 2 months. Damn.
Yeah, so like my account's 5 years old. I have 15,000 comments and 217 posts. So when like it's not like the greatest of things to go off of, but yeah, you can look at how many they've done, especially on these newer accounts.
My account is 13 years old. I have 763 comments and 85 posts.
Loser. That's because nobody wants to hear you talk. Got it.
Gotta get those numbers up, dude. But yeah, just wanted to say that. Have a good day.
Mentally ill, man. Have a good one.
Be careful. Okay, this guy, this task, or Sakas guy, or Sakax. Okay, 2015. That's an old account. All right.
We need Reddit verified. That'd be good. Like verified to be a real person or just a
True.
regular name. That'd be sick.
Bleep borp. At this point, a sizable portion of people in the subreddit aren't going to vote for Hong just because they don't want to be associated with the weird cult that has developed around her. Edit, I can't see your comment if the automod considers them too vulgar. It's happened quite a few times so far. Consider that as you try to sway people's opinions. So they would rather not have healthcare, childcare, and education for all? Guess you can't fix stupid! As one of the weirdo culty people shows up. God, fuck, it's so cringe. Destiny, the From the River to the Sea guy is an actual Brigader stock account, 1 month old and hyperactive in Bulwark, Pac-Man / similar subs, posting only pro DSA shit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's got that many comments, 2 months old, knows all my court case shit. I wonder if this guy... Damn, these poor subreddits being invaded. Oh, r/anti-capitalism poster, nice. What?
You should show this to like the Bulwark people if you're friendly with Tim or whatever, just as like
I don't know how...
proof?
Well, I don't know how much they're like hands-on moderating their subreddit or whatever. The Dems have not changed since 2016. It had been on their biggest losing streak, one of their biggest losing streaks. Anti-capitalism, anti-capitalism.
Isn't even true.
Eh.
Biden won.
Yeah.
He had the most turnout ever.
What the fuck drives these people? Are they just so severely mentally ill or what? I mean, probably the same thing drives my people now, right? People like to fight online. You feel like you're fighting for a side. Whatever is driving them, I hope it drives you guys too. They are getting pushback now, which is good. And I don't think there are as many of them as we thought before. It's just before nobody else is willing to fight against them, so. Because they lose a lot of the upvote wars now, I see.
No, in the last month, it's been
yeah,
amazing. Thank God you went on the offensive. Shout out to all my Taliban soldiers out there.
True. There he's in New Hampshire. Damn, this guy's a believer. And all this. How many states does this guy live in? r/California.
Is it illegal to do fake polls?
What is a fake poll?
Like if I just if I got like 1,000 accounts to like just upvote
and in Maine
a fake poll that I did that said like, oh, actually Haley's winning by
to lie like
80% or
that?
whatever.
I'm not sure. I have no idea actually. Man, this guy lives in every single socialist relevant state. That's crazy. Huh. Oh, New York Times poster. Anti-Jew shit. Michigan. In New York. Wisconsin, Maine. Plano. Damn. What the fuck is even happening
Oh,
here?
that is usually how they build fuck, what's it called?
Karma?
Karma is
This is not safe for work, but let me show you this. Don't show it on stream. They go to NSFW subreddits and like post shit.
Oh, was he? This guy?
Yeah. At the very beginning, he was posting on tip of my penis.
Oh, interesting. Oh shit! And full porn.
And then immediately went to.
And then immediately is posting on the Bulwark. Damn! Holy shit! He posted that same Sarah video.
3 times, 4 times.
To the New York Times subreddit, to live news, 24 hours, to depropagandize news, to r/Hassan Piker, r/Palestine, r/Track APAC, r/The Bulwark. Holy shit! They're warrior. I like the forward operating warriors that never go back to their home territory. They just like live amongst us all the time.
Front lines,
yeah,
man.
like this guy right here. I don't know if this guy ever posts in like. I guess he posts in the anti-capitalist sub. Oh, he's a San Franciscan too. Okay. Damn. Imagine being in so many domestic like local subreddits. That's so fucking cringe. Holy shit.
And these are like, these subreddits are ripe for grooming because they're small.
Some of them are. Some of them are larger than others, but yeah, generally compared to like the politics sub or anything like that.
Even like the largest state subreddit, I think if DGG wanted, like we could go take it over.
If we were actively pushing the community to do it, yeah, for sure, yeah. But it would take more than a few dedicated posters, yeah. Fuck, we're doing $100. Okay, from YouTube, thank you, buddy. The bot farm lasts another month now. Okay, last page. Control F. No Destiny mention, no Hassan mention. Platinum mention, no. DSA, no. These are just all innocuous posts. Chase Sapphire. Damn. California again? Okay. Okay. Why was this linked? Sorry, moderates, they're a socialist now. It's a perspective people have. The DSA has more members than the Socialist Party of America did back around the Great Depression. The DSA also now has 6 chapters in Wisconsin, and at least one other one is being built right now. And that's just dues paying members in one org. There are plenty of people who are not in an org, but who engage with and like these ideas online. I met 2 people while door knocking who first learned about Hong from the streamers y'all don't like here, Hassan and that other one. Is that supposed to be me or somebody else? Vosh, maybe? Why would they learn about Hong from me? Ooh, he's only active in Wisconsin and Milwaukee. This might be a real believer guy, or a real... Hold on.
A real Wisconsinite. A real cheesehead.
Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. This is another account we were looking at. Oh, fuck. Was this guy, the itchy organization, was that the guy who was trying to get all the people to move in with him in New York? Oh, shit. Our king. Oh, this account doesn't have too many comments. Oh, wait, it's a new account. Oh. Some of us are also socialists who also said, abolish the police in 2020. So that's why I have been door knocking for. I imagine for most voters, though, it's because the normal DNC leadership has pissed them off and alienated them so much. Really? For most voters do not know who the DNC is. Like, I don't even know, like, nobody fucking knows in the United States what any of these organizations do. They don't talk about them ever. Oh, full disclosure, I am a DSA member. Damn, when the fuck did this guy even make his account? Oh, it's 1 year old. But no posts anywhere? August 3rd, and then scroll down to July 30th? This guy had no posts for a year, and then the account became activated. Activate. And then this is his first ever post. Nice. Holy shit. They be running ops out here, guys. God damn. Big operations. Okay. The fuck else do I have open? What is this? Oh no. We hate ground news now? Call this the bread internet theory? True. HaSLOP? What's this?
Brought in Hassan Piker. You know, this, I guess, talented...
What is this guy doing, bro? Hey, my man. Why are you shaking your damn head?
Boy.
Okay.
Say it.
What are you doing back there? Okay. I love this guy. He, as soon as my name gets mentioned, he goes,
say it.
No. Hell no. Not Hassan.
My opponent in this Democratic primary, you know, he brought in Hassan Piker. You know, this, I guess, talent.
He said, nah, Hassan.
Jesus Christ.
Nah, what? He said, what gives? I hate that she found all 4 of the brothers who will ride for her to appear in one frame.
Wow. 4 black people in one frame for her? That's 4 times as many black people showed up to the fucking Detroit El Sayed rally.
Streamer or blogger who...
Yeah, this was beautiful. Haley Stevens called me talented and a blogger for some weird reason. Because, I don't know, blogger is like, is this 2012? The fuck do you mean blogger? But... it turns out it's not just Israel that comes to her in her dreams, okay? I come to her in her dreams as well.
He brought in Hassan Piker, you know, this, I guess, talented streamer or blogger who has been, you know, very anti-Semitic.
That's crazy.
Not
I think you are not beating the anti-black allegations, brother. Brother, I am literally going to Detroit later today, okay?
True. I'm going to the home of black people.
Bro.
I'm going to Detroit. It's literally black people capital. Hello? Do you think I don't speak regularly to the representative of black people?
Someone please clip me that. That's a new donut sound for me.
You'll see. It's all bullshit. That stuff is bullshit. Most of the Hasanabe heads that I saw in Hamtramck, there's hella black Hasanabe heads in Hamtramck, okay? They were stoked. They just... you know, don't happen to be at Haley Stevens' campaign stop.
Hassan Piker does not care about black people.
True. Jesus Christ. What is this?
Want to date someone who's a Bush into guy? You do want to date someone who's a Bush, but at the same.
No, not really.
Yeah,
But I would say I'm gonna see all of you.
By the way, banned by the way.
Am I gonna get banned? Men do
probably.
it less than women do. Unattractiveness just because she has a good personality.
Because they can actually have an intercourse. What? That's the most.
What?
Yeah.
What are you getting at? So you're saying that you want to crack, bro? That's it. That's what you're saying. They just want to crack.
I'm just saying, men will overlook everything if for a chance to hit. What? That's like the most men thing ever.
Yeah, that is true. You could be missing a leg, and honestly, you'll still crack.
But she said dating, bro, for them, not like them getting cracked. Like
literally, the average men, you could say that this woman will ruin your life and will steal your car, and they would actually still go for it. Wait, hold on.
Bro, speaking from experience, by the way.
I mean, if they're bad, then
I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said that.
bro is speaking from literal experience right now. Yo, get that McLaren back.
Sorry, I'm here.
Get that McLaren back, X.
Okay. Oh, another Mac Miller audio clip. No, I'm sorry, Max Miller.
Max Miller.
Never was done to hurt you, and you know that. You were weaponizing
Okay, wait, hold on,
this.
pause.
What?
Does he look kind of like that Tim guy, Tim and Eric?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. What do you want, Kafka?
Hey, just real quick. I've been out in the trenches on the whole discussion around the vote blue, no matter who stuff. Can I ask you about this? I think I'm not sure I understand one aspect of it. I feel like for me, vote blue, no matter who, is kind of a thing that you would say to someone who's like, "Oh, I'm going to go vote. I'm not sure who to vote for," and you'd say, "Oh yeah, just vote blue, no matter who. You're probably going to be okay." But like, to me, it seems like it's trying to push vote blue, no matter who, is kind of a thing. In all cases, it's kind of like dumbing down shit. Where it's like, why don't we just like understand the people we're voting for and vote for the people that we like or dislike, right? Am I being too like pedantic here?
I think when we were originally talking about this, I thought it came up in the context of like, would you support this person or this person? Like, you can just like down ballot vote blue if you want, but I think it was like a call to action for people that were like, I don't know if this is the candidate that I want, and I don't know how I feel about this person. It was like a vote blue no matter who. I think it was in that context. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can be down ballot voting, but.
Well, because it's like I feel like whenever I'm hearing people like say it to me, as far as like, I feel like, oh well, I didn't vote blue no matter who because Joe Biden supported a genocide, and it's like, all right, I'm not gonna argue the points with you right now, but if you think someone's supporting a genocide, I think that's a good reason to not vote blue no matter who. But by the same token, if I think someone is destroying the Democratic Party from the inside out, I think it's fine not to vote blue.
Yeah,
no
but the
matter who. Like,
issue, the thing you ran
that
into, as soon as you say
useless.
that, they're going to start screaming random hypotheticals at you, and that's it. But I think the big issue is there's like a revealed preference thing going on, and I don't think that the people either believe that they're going to do that, they don't think that they're actually going to try to destroy the Democratic Party, or they don't think that socialism is that bad, and they also just think that it's just like kind of like more healthcare and education or something. So that's, yeah.
Well, like I think Mootin did a good job in his discussion with Pisco, where like I feel like Pisco was trying to put him into this kind of like, well, here's your two options, and here's what like you have to go down these like decision trees, and it's like, well, I'm just gonna like have a specific analysis of who I'm gonna vote for, and it might come across as vote blue no matter who, but in reality, it's here's my motivations. I don't like he was saying the entire time, I don't care if the person's blue, I care about not giving MAGA more Supreme Court seats. That's my goal here.
Sure.
And you know, and at the same time though, and like Mootin, correct me if I'm wrong, but like if you looked into the Hong person and you're like, oh, actually, this person does seem horrible and is as bad, if not worse, than giving up the Senate or something. So yes, I would, right? Like you have positions that are able to be challenged and then possibly right. And so it's like, I don't know. It just feels weird to me.
That's
to
stupid. No. Only moderate Dems have to earn your vote. If they're socialist candidates, then automatically you have to give them the vote to beat MAGA or something. So earn your vote. That's only things that we say to get people to not vote for Democrats. Nice try though, clown.
Yeah, dumb of me. I know, very stupid of me. But okay, well, and then like as far as kind of, I keep running into this thing where people are like, oh well, you know, DSA people and socialists, they've just got all these policies that Democrats keep like. Obviously, the voters are going that direction, and to me, all I see, and maybe you guys see more than me, but like all I see is just there's some messaging around affordability, but like I just don't think that like I haven't seen anything that shows that like the reason people like Al Saeed is because like that dude says APAC, you know, as often as he breathes, right? Like I don't like, to me it feels more like people just look at him as like this is someone different from the Dems who I don't like, and there's messaging around affordability, but like I don't see anything that they're bringing to the table that the Dems couldn't also have without ceding ground on like more ridiculous places, or is there? Do you feel like there's a significant thing that they're holding that Dems can't take on that's allowing them to gain these voters?
It seems to be an obsession with like the AIPAC stuff in Israel is all I can see. But
Well, but like, no, but like, do you think that like the AIPAC stuff in Israel, do you think that that is like materially like helping Al Said win in his state? Or do you think it's like people just hate the Dems and they think that socialists are going to give them more of an affordability thing?
I don't know. I wouldn't doubt that a lot of the voter stuff right now is being driven by just a general sense of apathy about the Democratic Party, that people feel like the Democratic Party is not fighting hard enough or doing enough. Like, it could be that a decent amount of stuff is driven by that.
Okay. I feel like I'm getting caught in these conversations where people are like, oh, well, see, we've got the correct position on Israel, and that's why people are voting for us. And it's like, I just have, in my personal life, like talking to people and things like that, like people that have like talked about maybe voting further left and things like that. I really haven't heard very many people talk about how like they're super upset about Israel. It's usually like, these guys talked about getting Medicare for all, and that's what I really like, or shit like that, or like, yeah, I can't wait till he texts rich people, right? Sure. Like it's kind of
my guess is it's going to be mainly like economic anxieties and feeling like the Democratic Party isn't doing enough is going to be my guess on most of these things.
Okay. I just make sure I wasn't like missing that or being gaslit or whatever. But yeah, okay, just thanks guys, I appreciate it.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Bye.
Fuck that guy.
It never was done to hurt you, and you know that. You are weaponizing this because of my previous allegation.
And if you knew it was because you went into my room when I was crying.
So
and
Emily,
you started crying saying, I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Why are you scared of me? Why are you scared of me?
I didn't mean to hurt you. It wasn't done with intent. You just said it yourself. You literally just said it yourself. It wasn't done to hurt you. And I told you before that not to come over to me and start screwing around with me.
I wasn't trying to screw around with you.
Emily,
I was trying to give you a hug.
You're taking a playful incident and making something nefarious.
It's not playful. When you have hot water.
Emily, going out of the faucet, it does not get to a temperature of boiling water. It does not.
Put it on when you get home, Max, and see if you can get it.
I did it, and I tested it, and I had our attorneys test it because I figured that this is what you were going to come at me with.
It's literally at you.
But literally, it's like standing under a hot shower, and we already have someone to go ahead and combat this if this is what you're going to do.
What the fuck is it? What happened? Were they fighting, or did he?
It sounds like they were fighting, and he like sprayed her with like hot water.
Okay. I can't tell if this was like a playful thing or if it was like a fighting thing, because then she's like, I was going to give you a hug, and then because it seemed like you were upset, I don't know. Okay. Was he at the sink and he just grabbed the sprayer thing, and then he must have been doing the dishes, I guess? I don't know. Okay.
He's an abusive man. He's a Republican.
I don't know what's going on over there.
These damn Republicans, they can't stop abusing women.
True. What is this? It's physically impossible to watch this video without saying, get the fuck out of here when you get to the end.
A Republican doing the dishes? Are you retarded, Destiny?
True.
It's down. Rip. Here's what happens if you're a wheelchair user and the lift breaks at the train station. This was Manchester Piccadilly, and when I arrived, the lift was broken and I had my chair and attachment. I spoke to the staff and they brought down a stair lift. I don't know if it works. The first option was the built-in stair lift, but this actually didn't work. They figured out that it was broken, so that was 2 options completely down. The second option was a small portable stair lift, which didn't look as sturdy, and I was quite scared of it, not gonna lie. But they brought it down anyway, and when we got to the bottom, we realized that my chair wouldn't fit onto it. I have quite a long wheelbase with my attachment, so we couldn't do it.
She's got it modded.
The flight too, so I couldn't even detach my attachment because it was physically taped together and we didn't have scissors. So in the end, because I'm ambulatory and I did have a bit of energy on this day, I offered to walk up the stairs while they carried up my setup.
What? Wait, this is a rage bait video. This is a rage baiter video. Stop.
My attachment because it was physically taped together and we didn't have scissors. So in the end,
I
because
was
I'm
not expecting
ambulatory and
that.
I did have a bit of energy on this day, I offered to walk up the stairs while they carried up my setup. The staff were really helpful in this case, but I'm not sure how it would have been fixed if I couldn't walk up the stairs. Travel is really unpredictable anyway, but if you add in being a wheelchair user, you never quite know what's going to happen or how to get to your destination. So traveling with a disability is a roller coaster.
This is me at Disneyland, by the way.
Shut up. President Trump pulls out some TicTacs and shows them to JD Vance. The fuck? God damn! Look at that, 210
That's
pounds.
a big boy.
Oh my God.
He's probably like, I'm gonna invest in this company. We're gonna be having one of these in like a few days for Mitch McConnell.
Hold on. Destiny, some disabled people can walk for a little bit, I've heard. Sure. But if you can, first of all, there's a difference between being able to walk for a little bit because you're kind of disabled, but like it's easier to be in a wheelchair versus like I can walk up fucking 2 flights of stairs. And then also, if you can walk for a little bit, why the fuck would you do all this rigmarole to get people around you to try to find alternate ways to artificially get you to the top of the platform? If you could just get up and walk the whole time. What? Bruh. Damn, those must have been some crazy TicTacs.
He's probably like, this is the size of your penis, JD.
Destiny, she can't carry the wheelchair, genius. Oh, so when she got to the top of the stairs, she left it? That wheelchair's gone.
She's walking for the rest of her life?
She's cured.
Did you see the Midgar Lego set I sent you?
What? What? That looks like fucking ass. That can't pop.
Well,
That's not real.
It's not an actual Lego set. They had to like make it themselves.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Don't link me
bro.
that dog shit ever again. Oh my God. When is Mr. Moon going to build his own Lego set? Like make your own build. Your own build. Like your own build.
Oh, I'm not. That's not me.
Oh my God.
I don't do that shit.
Bruh. Huge incentive to push uncorroborated rumors on social media. 908,000 views. Oh, this is the account that it originated from. This Mitch voter. Oh, and he's even named Michigan voter. Bruh, these people, dude. It's MAGA copied. Every single thing I said has come true. It is MAGA copied. 93,000 views.
26 elections and college football co-founder. 100,000 followers. Followed by Bing.
Chilling.
Adam Mockler. The Pondering.
Wait, what are you? I don't know what you're talking. What are you talking about right now?
The University of Michigan voter dude.
Oh.
The dude that you're talking about right now who
Gotcha.
originated it, you said.
Not good.
Tim Miller.
Bro. They jumped ship on that woke shit so fast. Oh my God.
Your party is grappling with accusations of anti-Semitism from statements from candidates. What is your message to American Jewish voters about what they can expect from your party?
First, I'll tell you while Abdul is winning. He's winning because he's for free health care for Americans and Medicare for all. He's winning because he doesn't believe in money in politics and these super PACs that are spending millions of dollars. And he's winning because he thinks that billionaires in places like my district should be paying fair tax, just like teachers and nurses pay.
Your party...
King. Well, he might have went on to answer it after. I am curious, is there like an easy way to see, or is there a website? This is your homework for tomorrow, or tonight, I guess. Find out how much money like El State is raised in state versus out of state. I'm curious. I'm curious if that's even tracked. Well, no, it's tracked because all the donations are public, or they will be once they're reported. And then I guess you can do the database afterwards. But I wonder if there's an easy way to see that right now.
We'll get on it.
This Trump clip from the funeral is so good.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is the guy behind him? What is this AI or is this?
Yeah.
This. Bruh. Oh my god. Janet Mills raised more in Maine than Plattner. The vast majority of his money was from out of state. He swamped her with out of state money. Based. Wait, no shot. This can't be real. Hold on.
Oh, it's funny.
This isn't a joke. Violence against women isn't funny. Excuse me, child. Jokes where you kill your partner on National Girlfriend's Day aren't funny. Hey, Midas Touch, discipline ya boy. I left this alone for 13 hours, hoping it would be taken care of because everyone deserves a chance to apologize and remove a shitty post. Time's up, chump. Hey, Adam, meet my sister, Kara. She was 19 when she was killed by the man who loved her. Our father was not the intended target, but he was collateral damage. That baby was left in the backseat unharmed, but covered in, well, you know, until discovered by paramedics. Happy Girlfriend Day. I see a girl who put time into choosing an outfit and is expecting a photo to commemorate a day with her boyfriend. It's supposed to be showing how he feels about her. I see a man, Adam Mockler, who callously destroyed that girl's shoes, purse, phone, dress, and anything else she has on while ruining the photo because he thinks that violence against women is funny. Is it even... I just assumed it was like a picking her up to hug her or tickle or something. What is the violence assumption? Did he say something or is there something I missed? Or
You're missing the third photo where she's not there.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, because she's hanging off the back, so it looks like he pushed her over. Oh, it looks like... So the joke is like he picked her up and threw her over it. I see. Okay.
Yes.
As someone who identifies himself as trying to take down the Epstein class, Adam fails to see one of the problems of his post. Why do you guys censor out the names and the faces? Is that like a subreddit rule?
They should be named and shamed.
Yeah, but well, they're not. I mean, they're posting on their social media. Like this is a verified social media account, and it's posting this opinion. I don't know why you guys censor all the fucking names and faces on these. Don't even joke, lad. Damn, this is tough. It's a Reddit thing?
That is tough.
Holy shit.
We've been told to. Reddit rule. Like Reddit's rule or our subreddit rule?
Everybody was doing great. Everybody wants help from our country.
You said the anti-weapon. I'm with ABC News. You said the
BBC?
ABC.
Oh, ABC. That's worse.
You said the
I like
anti-weaponization.
BBC better than ABC. Go ahead.
The anti-weaponization.
Doing great. Everybody wants help from our country.
I know what you are.
There's no rational basis for liberals to presently fear DSA more than MAGA. Tom Tiffany ain't Mitt Romney, and Wisconsin ain't small potatoes. Respectfully, your fear about an unlikely outcome that's perfectly avoidable without electing MAGA is driving you to insanity. Again, I know this is a hot take now. I mean, quote me. I've been right. My predictions have generally been pretty good on this, but quote me for the next 2 years, I guess. We'll see if I'm wrong. MAGA is like, they won. The presidency is over. Trump doesn't do anything with fucking Congress anyway. I don't think that us having a majority in Congress is going to be able to do that much to stop him or slow down anything because no judge wants to hold anybody in contempt when they don't fucking treat the court process with respect. So, like, this idea that we're, like, locked in this existential fight with MAGA is not true. MAGA is, like, Trump is gone. He's gone after this term. The focus has to be on what comes next, whether it's the Vance shit or the Rubio shit or what. But, the idea that, like, no, existential threat, MAGA. Like, Trump is going to serve out his term. Nothing we can do is going to change that. They don't give a fuck about Congress anyway. He hasn't done fuck all with his Congress. Like, I don't know what we think is, like, the MAGA existential threat.
The most important thing right now is the Senate so that we don't get new Supreme Court justices.
That's true. Yeah.
That's it.
I saw the Ryan Beer tweet. I don't care. He's retarded.
True.
Jesus fucking Christ. I hope this has all been astroturfing and botting the last few weeks. But in case there are genuinely low information retards who have fallen for the latest Steve Bannon grift, there will never be a situation where the Republicans are the lesser of two evils. They have literally built concentration camps and are sending death squads filled with illiterate rapist thugs to randomly kill Americans. If you're not voting for the... Listen, true. Yeah, and that's horrible, and it happened. And it'll continue to happen until the end of the term. Like that, we lost this fight. This fight is over. All this rage that you have here, tell your fellow friends to point it towards the leftists. They should have had this leading up to the election. Like, I don't know what you're getting mad about now. We have Trump. There's going to be some number of American citizens killed, countries toppled, whatever the fuck else. This is called the consequences for an election. You cannot undo that. There is nothing that you can do to take back the 2024 election. Retarded fuck Americans need to learn that when you elect people, there are consequences. And this is the consequence. Now you're living through them. You can never undo them. Those people will never be brought back. The funding for ICE and all the wasted money will never be undone. Iran's, whatever the fuck is going to happen with them will never be undone. Venezuela, all this shit is done. It's done. Look to the future and fight there. But this hand-wringing over like, we can't fight the socialists now because like they're back. Yes, we know that. That's what we were saying in 2024. Okay, time to learn why ground news is evil, apparently.
Ooh. All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go watch
Be
the
careful.
Ciao. Be back later.
Hi. Do you have a problem with getting your news from only one side of the political spectrum? Are you being fed a never-ending doom scroll of media that only serves to reinforce your existing biases and may even push you into more extreme views? Well, have I got a solution for you? That's right, it's my sponsor. Not actually my sponsor. Ground News! Ground News will show you news stories like you've never seen them before. The same story presented from multiple news sources at once, conveniently categorized by political bias, as well as showing you news stories that might be getting covered by news organizations of one political leaning, but not another, to help you get out of your filter bubble. Sounds great, right? Right? Chapter 1. So what's the problem with Ground News anyway?
Yeah.
There's this video by Ben Jordan about how capitalism is dying. Something I was researching for a certain other episode. And his video is pretty good. However, there was one part that made me do a double take.
What?
At one point in the video, he says there's a problem that
Is there like an AI smooth filtering thing on here? This guy's head is very, very, very smooth. This is not real. This is like a filter of some kind.
And his video is pretty good. However, there was one part that made me do a double take. At one point in the video, he says there's a problem that
every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator.
Yeah, true. But then at the very end of the video, he turns around and says,
I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events when an exceeding amount of news organizations are owned by billionaires and sometimes even governments. Well, Ground News. Come here, I'll show you.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Now, you might have heard of Ground News because they've been buying ads on popular YouTube channels faster than Raycons and Raid Shadow Legends.
Uh-oh.
But Ground News is also a corporate news aggregator serving up stories via an opaque algorithm, right? And it's not only that, but it's a news aggregator whose chief feature is that it classifies the entirety of news output along a simple one-dimensional left-right political axis. Now, Ben Jordan says that Ground News is independently owned and funded by subscribers. But this is at best a half-truth. According to their own website, in addition to subscribers, Ground News is funded by an unidentified handful of mission-aligned independent investors. And if you look in PitchBook, you'll find a number of venture capital firms in the mix, including Techstars, which was also one of the early investors in Uber. But even if we accept Ground News' independence at face value, how do they even determine the political bias of a news organization? According to them, it's based on the work of 3 other independent organizations: All Sides, Alfontes Media, and Media Bias Fact Check. I could deep dive into these 3 orgs, the opaque nature of those involved in creating their ratings, and none of them actually tell you the names of the people doing the ratings or what their credentials are, and the fact that they're all, like Ground News itself, for-profit businesses. But I think it's more telling to look at the results of their work as represented by Ground News. One could, of course, take issue with Ground News identifying the New York Times as a publication that leans left, considering the many efforts it's made under Nepo Baby owner A.G. Sulzberger's ideals of neutrality and objectivity to buck that perception by hiring openly anti-woke journalists, giving voice to right-wing columnists, not to mention the famous 2020 editorial by Republican Senator Tom Cotton to send in the troops to put down the George Floyd protests, and causing longtime liberal economist and Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman to quit through editing that he said toned down his voice and forced false equivalences on him. But a more concerning case, I think, is the Wall Street Journal, a publication owned by Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, which also owns Fox News, and which Ground News tells us is politically in the center, but which, as far as I can tell, has never had an opinion piece to the left of Federico Franco. As I wrote this, the Wall Street Journal opinion pages had such absolute center takes as Mamdani's socialist supermarket may put little grocers out of business, despite the fact that they're specifically aimed at food deserts, a piece called The Justices Are Finally...
Sorry, my bad.
Colorblind, celebrating the destruction of the Civil Rights Act by the Supreme Court, and Obama's legacy is the Trump presidency, with the lead line, his foreign policy was one of retrenchment, and his signature health insurance law made things worse. Does them implicitly criticizing Trump by blaming him on Obama make the Wall Street Journal centrist? What kind of a bad joke is this exactly? Or consider The Economist, another publication marked as center by Ground News, and which, for example, recently had a cover story about how best to fight Gen Z socialism, which it portrayed as a me-first doctrine and a threat to prosperity. Or Forbes magazine, which literally has a billion...
Yeah, welcome to economics. Every single person that studies economics and finance is going to tell you that socialism is fucking retarded. This is not like a both siders position where it's like, well, there are some like very prominent socialist economy. No, there's not.
Section, and whose articles include such nuanced takes as one in June by the magazine's billionaire founder about how California's wealth tax is, quote, part of a tyrannical scheme for global economic control by people who don't understand that economic growth is limitless, something I debunked in another video. That's definitely center, according to Ground News. What do you think center is supposed to mean here exactly? And
these are also like op-eds. I mean, like, I think generally, I think it's pretty safe to consider, like, the Wall Street Journal is I don't know if I've heard it referred to as centrist as opposed to like center right. I don't hear The Economist brought up as much, but I feel like these are kind of like center right. But I mean, in a world where everything else is like fucking Fox News and shit, the Wall Street Journal is a bastion of objectivity compared to fucking any other fucking right wing news site. Jesus.
It this way. And while there's long been a distinction between the news and opinion sections of newspapers, and even news-related television programs, this isn't a distinction that Ground News makes. And while the writers and newscasters of the two sections might be kept separate, they're still under the same upper management and editorial policies. The Wall Street Journal leading a story about ICE traffic stops with quotes from Trump about their importance is a more subtle form of conservative bias than an opinion piece attacking ICE protesters in New Jersey, but both go out under the same editorial auspices. In fact, it sure seems like the Times feels compelled to respond to constant allegations of liberalism by self-consciously giving voice to the right, while papers like the Wall Street Journal don't bother with any such thing for the left, which creates a media environment designed to lurch steadily rightward. It's worth noting that the notion that mainstream news organizations like the Times, ABC News, or CNN are liberal media was once highly controversial. In the 90s, for example, longtime ABC News anchor Sam Donaldson remarked
that for some reason, like, liberals have to do like objective like reporting or objectively fact-based reporting, and then so like anything that's like tries to be objectively true is considered fucking liberal, and then Fox News just gets a fucking free pass to be as loony crazy as possible is so wildly fucking stupid to me. Oh my god.
People on the right say we're too liberal, and people on the left say we're in league with the status quo, which means we're right where we should be, right in the middle. At that time, the idea that mainstream news was liberal was an accusation from the right, but that didn't mean it was accepted by the public at large, much less the newscasters themselves. Indeed, the nonpartisan nature of the news was not only believed in by those reporting it, but was and remains something actively enforced by mainstream news outlets and journalism schools. Even opinion writers, who are obviously permitted to have political opinions, are not supposed to have political affiliations or be political activists. Consider that in 2017,
good luck seeing out on the Republican side.
Wallace was fired from his job on the American public media radio show Marketplace because of a post on his private blog averring that objectivity in journalism was dead. While firing him, his boss, veteran journalist Deborah Clark, told him a story about how she'd been scolded by a journalism professor at university for protesting apartheid in South Africa. A journalist should be so dedicated to appearing unbiased that they can't even be seen protesting something as horrific as apartheid. Which isn't to say that mainstream media actually is or was unbiased and neutral. As I'll explore, there's all sorts of ways bias appears in news reports. But this stance of ostensible neutrality has long been used as a lever by a conservative media that seeks to portray anything to the left of far-right reaction as liberal, and then to frame media bias strictly in terms of a simple left-right political axis, such that the neutral mainstream is forced to present both reality and far-right reaction in terms of equal weight, with facts themselves becoming mere ammunition in an ongoing culture war.
True.
And this one's contentious framing gets presented as established fact by Ground News, or worse, served up by AI as fact based on information scraped from Ground News or its sources to a credulous public.
Okay. Actually, listening to the way that he's framing this here, maybe I don't disagree with what he said earlier as much, but I don't think that, I don't know if this is as much of an issue with Ground News so much as it's a broader issue of what he said earlier, that in our culture, it used to be that people like the New York Times and the Washington Post, they saw themselves as objective reporters, but because conservatives can't fucking live in reality, they created their own little fucking media outlets, and then they called the objective reporting outlets the ones that try to do objective reporting, and they really do, and you can tell because of how much they fucking shit on liberals and everything. They try to do objective reporting. That all got called like the liberal, the libcuck media. So now you're in a world where you still have, you know, the Washington Post and the New York Times and CNN and MS Now and NBC. They try to be like objective and fact-based, but they're considered like the left. And then Fox News and OANN, these are, and Newsmax and every other right-wing talk show, radio host, everybody else will literally deep throat the administration as hard as possible. And it's like, okay, well, the truth must be in the middle between the two. We have the right and the left. It's so fucking annoying.
It begins, however, not with Ground News or even with the well-funded right-wing assault on the mainstream media, but rather with the whole notion of journalistic independence itself. And particularly with the redoubling of open efforts by the Epstein class to gobble up media for its own purposes, it's worth taking a look at how we got here and what this all actually means. And I promise by the end, I'll give you a better way to understand bias in media and where I think you should get your news. But first, I'll take a moment to tell you about my actual sponsor, my Patreon, at patreon.com/Eric Rosenfield, where you can get early ad-free episodes, exclusive author's notes, and more for only $1. And please do consider supporting me because I'm definitely not getting that sweet ground news money now. Also, I now have a public Discord server you can check out, link in the description, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Chapter 2, The Birth of the News. Broadsheets of various kinds go back essentially to the beginning of the printing press, but it was in the United States in the 1830s that a number of things collided to create what we would commonly recognize today as the news. Newspapers existed before this point, true, but they'd essentially fallen into two categories. Businessmen's journals, carrying things like what ships had come and gone from a given city, stock prices, sales and availability of various assets, and so on, with little in the way of major current events that weren't directly related to business. Or papers published by political parties or political candidates to explicitly advance their views and agenda, essentially acting as a form of propaganda. And these papers were relatively expensive at 6 cents each, reflecting the fact that they primarily targeted an educated elite audience. Indeed, at the creation of the United States, only white male property owners could vote, so there wasn't really a point in aiming political content at people who didn't have much money. However, with the beginnings of industrialism and the commercial boom in the US following the end of the War of 1812, there emerged a new urban population, and with them a new populism that kicked against the elite order of the day and expanded voting rights to non-property owning white men. Into this environment was birthed the penny press, cheap papers that overtly targeted the working class. Funded primarily by advertising rather than political parties, these papers often proudly proclaimed their political independence and nonpartisanship. In practice, this didn't mean the facts-first objectivism that would come later. News stories in these papers were often highly sensationalized, and the authors happy to interject personal opinions. It only meant they weren't beholden to particular parties. And indeed, this independence allowed them to publish things that never would have been permitted by the party presses at the time. African Americans, for example, could start their own papers and speak for themselves, as physician Martin Delany and former slave-turned-orator and journalist Frederick Douglass did with their paper, The North Star, beginning in 1847. It was there Douglass published his famous 5th of July speech, in which he wrote, "What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. There is not a nation on earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour." Because of its independence, the penny press could say things no major political party of the time would have dared, with voices no political party at the time would have empowered. Likewise, between 1852 and 1862, articles by Karl Marx himself were regularly published in the New York Tribune, including his extensive thoughts on the American Civil War as it began, in which he ridiculed the Confederate cause as a fight for the liberty of enslaving other people, and while supporting the North, also portrayed it as fundamentally a struggle between rival social systems. Thus, while the Tribune at the time prided itself on its independence and nonpartisanship, that didn't mean it had any pretense of neutrality. The notion that the news should not only be independent but neutral or balanced developed slowly, aided ironically by the rise of the ultra-sensationalist yellow journalism of the New York World and the New York Herald in the late 19th century, which caused the remaining papers to try and further define themselves in contrast as impartially reporting the facts. It was also in this period that the separation of the news and opinion sections of newspapers began, as well as the creation of the so-called inverted pyramid structure of news stories, where instead of reporting events in chronological order, facts would be stated in the order of importance, so that the reader could grasp the critical things right away. This inverted pyramid, though, inadvertently gave the journalist more opportunity to effectively bias the story than the chronological versions of events that had come before, because the journalist has to decide which facts are the most important and can omit facts without disrupting the narrative flow. Further, the appearance of objectivity can help portray false narratives as factual, particularly when the journalist accepts reports from those in authority at face value. Perhaps no better example of this is the case of how the endless lynching of African Americans in the American South was reported by the mainstream press in the late 19th and early 20th centuries.
In middle school/high school, did your English and or history teachers ever reinforce what media bias was and how to spot it? I feel like only some of my teachers would ever go over that stuff. Maybe a little bit in my psych class. And then maybe we would like talk generally about like research. But this goes back to one of the things I complained about before, in that I feel like if teachers aren't willing to be political, like use political examples, you're really not learning anything. Like the big issue with misinformation, it's not in my opinion, the big issue, the only issue maybe even, with misinformation has to do with understanding how your perspective impacts the way that you see stuff and read stuff. Like if you're reading and you're trying to find something that agrees with you, you're trying to justify some bullshit, you will find anything. Like you understand the bias implicitly because you exercise it continuously and constantly when you're trying to find stuff to agree with you. When you're trying to make an argument to your mom why it would be a good idea for you to stay awake until 9 o'clock, or why video games aren't violent, or why you should have a PSP because your friends, like whatever. You can find whatever arguments and debate however you want. And then when you're trying to find on the opposite, you can do the same thing. But the problem is that like if you learn all this stuff and you don't have practice exercising it when you need to, which I don't really think we ever do. We don't really ever practice exercising, or at least I didn't in school. Like, okay, well, how does political bias work? Well, let's see. How about we have a conversation or do like an assignment where you have to like debate like a hotly contested current events political position? Well, then you'll really see, how well are you checking your biases? Because I think that all the stuff in your brain that turns you on to become like mega bias doesn't happen until you're like in very emotionally charged topics anyway, which is usually like politically related stuff. But I don't know, maybe in some of your schools, maybe you guys you actually did modern politics more or something. But I feel like in my schooling, I feel like people always tried to stay away from like overtly political stuff.
White Southerners and their police, of course, reported to journalists that these lynchings were a response to the supposed beast-like urges of black people, particularly black men who were most frequently accused of raping white women. And the newspapers duly reported them as such, the events perhaps lamentable lapses in the law, but ones that were ultimately the fault of the victims. And the just the facts tone of the papers helped to reinforce the sense of dispassionate truthfulness. In 1892, 3 African-American men were murdered in Memphis, Tennessee, which the New York Times reported, per the murderers' claims, as retribution for the men shooting 4 sheriff's deputies. African-American journalist Ida B. Wells, who had been born into slavery during the Civil War, had been friends with the murder victims, and she knew what had actually happened. As she reported in her paper, The Free Speech, what the 3 men had actually been guilty of was opening up a grocery store that competed with a white-owned store in a predominantly black area. Whites had fired into the store, and the men working there had fired back, wounding 3, the supposed deputies of the Times report. Following this incident, more than 100 African-American men were rounded up and arrested, and the 3 victims had been taken from their cells by a mob and lynched. Their grocery store, meanwhile, was looted and destroyed. And as Wells investigated more lynchings, she discovered time and again that the accusations against those lynched had no merit. Charges of rape were often made after the lynchings had become public, and when there had actually been relations between black men and white women, they were inevitably consensual. The lynchings, in other words, had nothing to do with the misbehavior of African Americans, and everything to do with African Americans threatening white power and white supremacy. As a result of such investigations, the offices of the Free Speech were destroyed, and Wells and the other editors were driven out of Memphis. And how did the Times, safely ensconced in the supposedly more enlightened North, respond to these revelations and to Wells' work? In an editorial in 1894, the paper opined that rape was, quote, a crime to which Negroes are particularly prone, and suggested that the solution to lynching should be to make rape a capital offense again and speed up the judicial process to make lynching less appealing. As for Wells, she was termed a slanderous and nasty-minded mulatress who does not scruple to represent the victims of black brutes in the South as willing victims. Thus, it's clear that just reporting the so-called facts does not actually mean reporting truth, and indeed can often obscure it. But it's also important to note that framing this bias in terms of a left-right political spectrum doesn't actually tell you anything about its factuality. Indeed, the idea that African-American men were more prone to rape than white men was something that had been so inculcated at this point that even Frederick Douglass admitted to Wells that until he read her reporting, he too had been troubled by the, quote, lasciviousness of Negroes. This wasn't about people of one political faction having different interpretations of events than another. This was about those in power using that power to spread lies that helped them maintain that power. And it was also about how a type of journalism that positioned itself as impartial actually served only to spread those lies, while another type of journalism actively motivated by the cause of social justice was able to uncover the truth. And it was about how blithely and unquestioningly reporting what the authorities tell you often only serves to reinforce their power. And to illustrate how little has changed, in 2014, an African-American father named John Crawford III picked up a BB gun at a Walmart while talking on the phone and was shot by police and handcuffed while bleeding out in the aisle with his mother still on the phone listening. The initial news story, drawing from the police report, read, a man in a Southwest Ohio Walmart store waved a rifle at customers, including children, and was fatally shot by police when he wouldn't drop the weapon. And it was only because the Black Lives Matter movement was in progress that the story got any additional attention and the surveillance footage from the store got released that showed what had actually happened. Though a grand jury still decided not to indict the officers responsible. The Black Lives Matter movement was a response precisely to the same kind of phenomenon of the disposability of blacks by whites that had fueled Ida B. Wells more than a century earlier. But in modern newsrooms, the restriction against journalists being involved in activism means that non-white male, straight, and/or cis journalists often have to choose between their careers and fighting for their own civil rights. For example, after columnist Desmond Cole protested at a Toronto Police Services Board meeting, he was told by his employer, the Toronto Star, that there was a policy against activism. He resigned in protest. Transgender journalist Lewis Raven Wallace was told when he got his job in public radio that he had to stop his activities doing workshops about transgender issues and white privilege and told to steer clear of stories about LGBT issues, as if having someone who knew about a subject from direct lived experience made them untrustworthy on that subject. And perhaps the most brazen example of where this line of thought takes you is a headline in the LA Times in 1990 that asked, can women reporters write objectively on the abortion issue? The notion of journalistic objectivity thus reinforces the perspective of the dominant status quo, which is to say white, male, straight, and cisgender, and actively suppresses the voices of those in the minority to discuss their own lives and experiences or advocate for their own rights. They're forced to choose between fighting for their own liberation and their jobs. Chapter 3. A vast right-wing conspiracy.
But in fact, it's much worse than that. It was in the early 20th century, with the rise of the professionalism of journalists, including the creation of dedicated journalism schools, and influenced by the professionalism of science and its ideal of the dispassionate researcher, that objectivity in news media cemented its dominance of the form. But at this point, it's notable that mainstream media was not typically seen as liberal, but as conservative. In 1919, for example, socialist writer Upton Sinclair, whose exposing of unsanitary and dangerous practices in the meat industry had led to widespread reforms and regulations, wrote the book The Brass Check, in which he stated that whatever their ostensible political neutrality, the mainstream newspapers were organized along capitalist lines and inherently prejudiced against workers and socialism. For evidence, he cited case after case where newspapers had unflatteringly portrayed strikers, unions, and socialists. Following the end of World War I, Sinclair wrote, all the energies which were directed against the Kaiser had been turned against the radicals.
And indeed, the smattering of small circulation socialist papers were essentially crushed in the 1920s during the first US Red Scare, which had followed the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and anarchist bombings in 1919 and 1920, inspiring widespread crackdowns on leftist organizations, unions, and immigrants. Indeed, the first reporter fired for a supposed lack of objectivity was Morris Watson in 1934, after he joined a union, showing how almost as soon as the notion of objectivity had appeared, it was used to further the class interests of the paper's wealthy owners. During the social democratic reforms of Franklin...
Just your comment about how congressional control isn't that important for the remainder of Trump's term. Not going to fight with you, but just so there's no misunderstanding on my part, can you clarify your position on the upcoming midterms are important, etc.? I think that the Senate seats are important because we don't want to lose the Supreme Court, and Senate races are for 6 years. But I think that the main fight right now, the most important fight right now, is to clarify what the party stands for. That's what the DSA people are fighting. We can keep fighting on Trump, but Trump is leaving. It's going to be whatever comes after him, and Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Congress anyway. So I think that the idea that now is not the time to clarify, like, what does the Democratic Party stand for? What are our values? I think is a mistake. I think there's a reason why there's at least one political movement right now in the United States that is like heavily seizing upon the moment to do that. It's because they realize that now is the opportunity to do so.
Roosevelt's New Deal, Roosevelt repeatedly criticized the press lords who owned mainstream newspapers and made no secret of their Republican sympathies and antipathy for the New Deal. Meanwhile, journalist Walter Lippmann had been in the intelligence service during World War I and had been shocked to discover how easy it was to sway public opinion. He coined the term stereotype in its modern usage to explain how journalists and people in general could be relied on to know about things in their direct experience, but for anything outside of it would fill in context based on their own prejudices and presumptions. He also coined the term the manufacture of consent to describe the way in which those in power could mold public opinion to their own ends. As a solution, Lippmann said the public needed objective facts. As he wrote, there is no prospect in any time which we can conceive that the whole invisible environment will be so clear to all men that they will spontaneously arrive at sound public opinions on the whole business of government. But we can steadily increase our real control over these acts by insisting that all of them shall be plainly recorded, and the result...
You don't think a Democratic governor in Wisconsin, the tightest swing state, isn't also worth fighting for? I would be more afraid of like a DSA entrenched person who can't be removed because they're just... I don't know how often the governorship of Wisconsin swings, or if it's term limited or whatever, similar to like Mamdani, like just having another platform for them to indefinitely fight against the party from, I think is really scary.
Objectively measured. These conclusions also led him to a low opinion of the public at large and a high opinion of educated experts to make decisions and advise leaders. But as the Second World War came to an end and the welfare state, regulations, and high taxes on the rich of the New Deal solidified as a status quo challenged by neither major U.S. political party, many outside of them saw the hand of out-of-touch technocrats at work manufacturing consent, and they desired to manufacture a consent of their own. In the year 1953, wealthy textile...
Commies are progressive and their platform is far less evil than MAGA. That's cool. The time to vote for or against MAGA was in 2024. So I don't know what that has to do with anything, but okay.
Heir-turned-publisher Henry Regnery gathered a group of like-minded publishers, editors, and writers in a room, including William F. Buckley Jr., Frank Hannigan, Raymond Moley, and John Chamberlain. Regnery told them, "The side we represent controls most of the wealth in this country. The ideas and traditions we believe in are those which most Americans instinctively believe in also. Why then," he wondered, "was FDR-style liberalism ascendant even with the election of Republican President Dwight Eisenhower? It was because," Regnery said, "the left controlled the institutions, the media, the universities, the foreign policy establishment. Therefore, what was needed was a counterintelligence unit to fight back against these elites, domineering a system that they felt they should rightly control." Of course, what Regnery saw as the left was not what Sinclair had seen as the left. Indeed, America was now deep in the Cold War, and at that very moment in the throes of McCarthyism and the Second Red Scare, where people were being blacklisted for having ever been involved with any socialist organization. And the tide was already turning against unions, with the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947, which limited strikes and outlawed clothes shops that only hired unionized workers, fundamentally undercutting worker power. And while McCarthy would be ultimately denounced, the idea that America was devoted to capitalism and anti-communism, along with the New Deal and Keynesian policies, had become a fundamental part of what historian Arthur Schlesinger Jr. in 1949 called the vital center. Regnery, though, drew on a fierce and highly moneyed group that had long chafed at the taxes, regulations, and public projects of the New Deal. Among his donors and supporters were textile magnate Roger Milliken, mining company owner Walter Harnischefeger, Sun Oil president J. Howard Pugh, Herbert Kohler of the Kohler Company, oil entrepreneur Fred Koch, Robert E. Wood of Sears Roebuck, and many others. And what they would do with their money was craft an entirely new media ecosystem, more sympathetic to their interests. The network of publications and broadcasting operations that would blossom would include Human Events, Regnery Publishing, the Mannion Forum, the National Review, Analysis, American Mercury, American Opinion, the Dan Smoot Report, the Free Man, among many others, as well as existing publications that turned hard right, like Robert R. McCormick's Chicago Tribune. And this network would take for itself the mantle of conservative and label most everything else liberal, in some cases to the horror of more traditional moderate conservatives. As I explored in How Conservatives Become Fascists, historically the conservative movement, going back to Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797, had defined itself as defending the status quo and thinking change should happen slowly and carefully. While by contrast, this new conservatism was more properly described as reactionism, an effort to actively and swiftly move things backward to the state they were before the New Deal, if not in some cases before the Civil War, or even before the Enlightenment. Richard Hofstadter would dub this the pseudo-conservative revolt in 1954. but it was no use. Conservative is the label these reactionaries would be known by and continue to be known by today. The mainstream met this new media ecosystem at first with mockery. For example, William F. Buckley's first book, God and Men at Yale, 1951, published by Regnery with help from a generous grant by Buckley's rich father, was written of in the Sunday Review with the words, "This book is one which has the glow and appeal of a fiery cross on a hillside at night." But as the movement proceeded, the mockery quickly turned to alarm. In a 1962 speech, John F. Kennedy warned against extremists looking for scapegoats who would find treason in our churches, in our highest court, and even in the treatment of our water. This last was a particular reference to the John Birch Society, which published American Opinion and which gleefully spread conspiracy theories, including the idea that fluoridated water was a communist plot, a notion also later parodied in the dark comedy film Dr. Strangelove.
Do you realize that fluoridation is the most monstrously conceived and dangerous communist plot we have ever had to face?
The John Birch Society's founder, candy mogul Robert Welch, owned substantial shares of Regnery Publishing, and Regnery had published Welch's The Life of John Birch, 1954, the book from which his society got its name. Indeed, Welch and his society's writings were so outrageous they became a source of controversy within the movement, with William F. Buckley in particular hating Welch, though they were both connected to Regnery. However, these conservatives were already moving into the mainstream. The first hint of how far they'd come was the nomination of one of their own as Republican candidate for president in 1964, Senator Barry Goldwater, author of the smash hit The Conscience of a Conservative, 1960. Walter Lippmann wrote in shock of the candidate's unworldly divorce from reality and worried that his victory would, quote, rupture the cohesiveness around the moderate center, which is the special genius of the American party system. And while Goldwater lost in a landslide, his slogan, "In your heart you know he's right," was lampooned by the opposing Johnson campaign as "In your guts you know he's nuts." His nomination augured things to come, particularly as actor Ronald Reagan first entered the political stage by campaigning for Goldwater. Reagan would soon after pen his own book for the conservative media ecosystem, The Creative Society, 1968. Meanwhile, Australian Rupert Murdoch inherited a newspaper company from his father in the 1950s and began buying up other papers in Australia and soon New Zealand and using them to influence local politics. He expanded to the UK in the 1960s, culminating...
Okay, do we need a whole history of the right-wing media? Okay, I don't think so. Okay. This guy seems okay. That DoorDash girl is going to trial on, scheduled for a jury trial for October 19th. We'll find out finally. Was there a, is there a camera of her opening the door? I feel like really that's all, that's what it all comes down to. The prosecution must have that evidence though, maybe, but no one said anything publicly about it. I don't know.
You know, people think it's the politics of envy. It's the politics of poverty. If you allow the people...
This is Gary Stevenson's last ever interview. He said he's taking a break from the internet.
People who own all of the assets to never have to sell an asset, then your kids will never own an asset. I think what they don't understand is, I am the peaceful option here. If you say no to me, what you are saying, you are voting for chaos. I am not trying to redistribute the wealth. I'm trying to stop the redistribution which is currently happening.
Wait, TTS, 18 queued. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ah. Oh. We how.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh. Weow.
Good dono, good dono.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white
Whoa!
dudes out there.
Americans are so
I don't know why that was in my voice.
stupid, constantly drawing red lines in their cities just to wash them away 4 years later. And you call us Brits dumb? Ha ha ha! Anyway, I have to go to customs and pay off my import tax from ordering from France.
Destiny, did you see you were in the Nexpo video talking about that Egon dude?
Nope. Really?
Trash. Trash. I love trash. Trash. Yum yum trash. I want to eat trash. 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 I love trash.
Dr. Elmo and the autistic girl had a wild night the other day, but now Elmo's piss burns. What should Elmo do?
Use ivermectin paste as lube when you jerk off for the next week and switch out your milk for Saudi camel cum for the Procian.
Okay.
Yo, Dest, I'm down bad with these damn slots, but let's be real, no cap on a stack. You're just as down bad playing Factorio. gambling on if it will ever even have real gameplay. Oh, look at my conveyor belt. So cool. Ha.
Behold it is I, Mr. Mouton, conquering hero, vanquisher of pissers, debate god and all-round liberal warrior. I'm addicted to Lego and feet.
This isn't an ad, I swear. It's just something I think you'll find interesting, and my friend put a ton of effort into it. Please just check it out, reallegacyoftrump.com. It's a website giving sources and summaries for Trump misconduct.
Okay.
I never said I was royalty, TF.
Destiny. Play League Classic with Mouton in the bot lane. The Rift calls.
The butt lane or the bot lane?
All these tankies defeating progressives, pretending that they're Putin the libs. Fuck to it.
Guys, I'm a liberal in argument, but just not in policy.
Okay.
Come on, chat! I just found this list signed by Net on Yahoo with the title People We Paid to Destroy America with Names and Notes. Nick Fuentes, pay for the furry suit. Hoss and Piker, pay off electricity bill. J. Dr. Vananda, no notes.
I overheard Jared Kushner and Eric Trump at a Thai child brothel is ashamed that their patriarch Donald Trump managed to bankrupt several casinos,
Still don't know who this voice is supposed to be.
and lose Iran war. He say his family would mess seppuku if he fails another coup in 2048.
Fighting the good fight. Destiny, can you do a subathon where you and Moot play Liege of Legends for 24 Hars?
Chinese honeypot
You can use the
spy,
money to donate to Moot's house or political candidate.
Oh, the political
Just
candidate.
real quick, y'all, I actually love those black folk. I drink coffee from Ethiopia, and my driver is black.
Okay.
Destiny, turn up the gosh damn audio on the videos that you play. Tired of watching you and turning it up to listen to the video, and all of a sudden I get ear raped by your voice because it's so much louder than the video you're playing.
Wow.
Destiny, which is a girl's name, by the way, rub my belly. Nobody rubs a... Many people are saying it. He has very talented hands. They say, wow, that guy rubs a good belly.
The name's Wick. John Wick.
Okay, good job.
Which is rapidly pushing millions of people in this country, hundreds of millions of people across the Western world.
Metalloid sword air! Why did Garysenconomics go and retire then? I liked his message of giving me free money to sit around on me arse doing...
Into really serious poverty. Obviously, they're going to start voting for extreme politicians.
Gary Stevenson, welcome to Politics Show.
Thanks for having me back.
It's great to have you back. I think you may have the record for most appearances on the channel.
Whoa!
Believe it or not.
And this must be, what, third maybe?
I think it's third,
Yeah.
Who might be behind you? Matt Kennard's been on 3 times as well, actually. So you're tied at the top. How does that feel?
Fantastic. I don't know who that person is, I'm afraid, but I'm sure he's a great guy.
He's a fantastic guy.
WH Omega lol, he
We're
says.
here to talk about your new documentary, How to Get Filthy Rich. Yeah. But before that...
He has a new documentary!
We're sat here a couple of days after Andy Burnham has become the Prime Minister.
One day after, no?
One day after now, but
Oh, no, is it 2
I
days?
wanted to make it mysterious for them lot. but you've
Okay,
just
yeah,
killed
sorry,
that mistake.
When
That's
are we
alright.
shooting? Nobody knows. Yeah.
Give me your first initial thoughts on what the Burnham government is going to be like.
So I've been actively trying to lobby Labour for, let's say, about 3 years now, which is about as long as I've been big enough to make any sort of impact. The Keir Starmer government and the Keir Starmer pre-government were never really very interested at all. It was pretty clear they didn't want to do anything serious on top-level inequality, wealth taxes.
For sure.
That was a bit depressing. So I did a video before Keir Starmer came in, before the election, in fact, saying they're going to win a landslide, they're not going to do anything on inequality, they're going to fail on living standards, he'll be very unpopular very quickly, and he'll get booted out, which was good predictions.
Wow.
Obviously, we've known Starmer's going for a year, really. And we've known it's going to probably be Burnham for, say, 3-4 months. And I've been trying to lobby. There's been a massive change in what I'm getting back from Labour
Those
MPs.
guys are proven fraud. Why does he keep getting screen time? Because he tells us what we want to hear. Slopulous. Don't care if you're validated or not, okay? It's all about the vibes, baby. The vibes.
A lot more open-minded, a lot more people willing to talk. Haven't met Burnham himself. have been trying. There's all this sort of like Burnham whispering behind the scenes. You're trying to talk to somebody who like knows Burnham. He's like, mate, and everyone's trying to work out who.
What does he think?
Yeah, who are the guys who actually like talk to Burnham? People are talking to me. Burnham hasn't talked to me. I wouldn't say I've had much top level contact. I don't think he's going to do anything like serious on top level inequality. I think one thing people don't realise is
what,
like they will have to do something on tax.
Ooh.
And they will raise tax on someone. And I'm saying it needs to be tax on like the very, very rich. And basically people who are paid by the very, very rich are trying to lobby for taxes on the middle class and the upper middle class. And I think they will probably win. So you'll probably get something like, I think there's a very good chance we'll get equalisation of income tax and capital gains. Capital gains is currently about half income tax in terms of percentage rate. That change will probably get made. That is effectively a tax on the upper middle because capital gains is paid when you sell. Rich people, very, very rich people, never have to sell assets because they have so much passive income. So I think he'll end up doing these taxes on the upper middle. That might help him a bit. The problem you have, of course, is the upper middle is not really the problem here. The middle and the upper middle, depending on where you split that, some of them are being squeezed. The real problem is that very, very rich end. I don't see the serious appetite to deal with that. I'm going to do my best to try and lobby him or whoever I can speak to do something on that. And look, I really, really hope this is not true. I think what you're probably going to get at the moment is failure to act seriously on the very, very top end. What that means is, and I've spoken about this a lot, I speak about it in my documentary, every single day that passes, that the very top end, you know, billionaires, centimillionaires are not taxed seriously, they get richer, everyone else gets poorer. So the government's job gets significantly, that the very top end, you know, billionaires, centimillionaires are not taxed seriously.
I think it said centibillionaires for a second. Like, are we doing another class?
They get richer, everyone else gets poorer. So the government's job gets significantly more difficult every day they don't take action here. I think they'll be too slow. They'll end up failing on living standards. Inequality will keep rising. Living standards will keep getting worse. They might then try to speak to me in a year's time when they're struggling, and I think it may well be too late by then. And I think probably then he fails and it's Farage. But you know, at this point there is still everything to play for, and I'm playing as hard as I can to try to get him to do something on that very, very top end taxation.
So there today, there was the proposal of scrapping VAT on domestic electricity. Now, again, very early first week, do you not think that something like that might be an indication of the ambition that they might have? Or do you think going in the first place, you might have wanted something immediate to say, right,
Listen,
well taxed?
It's not necessarily, obviously they want to give something straight away, and you can obviously understand their instinct to do that because people are pissed off, people don't want continuity Starmer was very unpopular, they want to do something quickly, they want to do something now. You know, you cut VAT on energy bills, not necessarily like a bad policy. It's almost just like a lump sum payment to broadly everyone. Obviously, people who use more energy will get a bit more. So actually, rich people will get a bit more. So it's like actually not even particularly progressive. But you know, they want to do something quickly. The question is always, where does the money come from? You know, and I think the instincts are probably better than Starmer's instincts, and I do hope for improvement. But I'm an inequality economist. Right, and
inequality economy.
What I see where I'm sitting is incredibly rapid increase in wealth inequality, and what that means is incredibly rapid loss of wealth from governments and from the middle class and from the working class. And if you don't take action on that,
Republican Congresswoman Kay Granger has passed away at age 83. Reports show that she was in an assisted living facility during the final months of her time in office. Months? No, sorry. Okay.
Only be disaster.
Lockies, thank you for the 5 gifted kick subs, buddy.
And the thing is, you've got to realise that I'm not the only person trying to lobby Andy Burnham. And I think one thing you see with the documentary and to the reaction of the documentary and to like my increase in profile, there are lots and lots of people that really, really don't want increased taxation on the very, very rich. Well, in particular, a lot of very powerful people. And they have better access to money, and they're lobbying as well. And they're going to tell Andy Burnham, oh, if you tax the super rich, it will be a disaster for the economy. And what they'll probably also be sort of nudge, wink, wink is, and also we own the newspapers. Do you want to piss us off? Do you really want to piss us off? You know, and I think one thing that's been interesting to me is like, you know, I've grown in profile a lot in the last month even, but especially the last 2 years. But in the last month or so since the documentary's come out, there's really been like a pretty concerted effort to like really flame Gary Stevenson, like really let's go for him. And what you see in there is the rich and powerful are rich and powerful, and they've got a lot of like media access, control of think tanks, you know, they fund a lot of these politicians. They will be doing everything they can to lobby Burnham not to do this. But it's not just, they will also be paying economists to tell him it's a bad idea. You know, and I think really...
What's the deal with using the word centimillionaire instead of just millionaires? Well, the issue is a lot of these leftists got really fucking wealthy on this like weird populist grift, and now it feels weird just talking about the millionaires, because most of these guys have now become millionaires selling this like slopulist, like bullshit, like dog shit econ understanding, so they have to invent new terms to move themselves perpetually out of the class of the people that need to be taxed.
There's a game to be played here, basically, which is not just Andy Burnham, but any high-level politician, any prime minister, has to be scared of the very rich and powerful because of their media power, because of their financial power. And until and unless the British working class, the British middle class, make people like Andy Burnham as scared of them as they are of the very rich, we will continue to see ordinary people get poorer and the very rich get richer. So I think, I don't expect Burnham to do it, and I never expected him to do it. We need to force him to do it. Because at the end of the day, him and the people around him, they will get richer, and they're comfortable with that.
Why do you think the element of this that there's lobbying power, and you're talking about how you can see, I mean, you said it in previous interviews, you can see down the road there is going to be a reform government if you don't fix widening inequality. Governments should surely see, if they're looking at America, if they're looking at Europe, France, Germany, that wealth inequality is actually a factor in how the far right is on the rise in these places. But rather than confronting that as an issue, oftentimes it's confronted as an issue of immigration, an issue of racism, or whatever it might be. Why in the UK do you think there's kind of, even with a Labour government, there's a reluctance to deal with the actual tangible issue being wealth inequality, and rather to look elsewhere for solutions?
So I think the debate is still live. All right. So I think broadly the public is won over on the idea that growing wealth inequality.
Oh, this meme?
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America? Right? It's getting there, right?
We already have one. This isn't even a clip I was thinking of. I don't think.
Another one.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
No, wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich. Anyways. Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
No! Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich, the unnecessarily
You have to clarify.
rich.
They're gonna clip that and it's gonna make you look bad.
Oh.
You
the
gotta
ultra
say
giga
you gotta
rich.
say the billionaires.
The billionaires.
Because you are rich.
The Bezos.
You can't be saying that.
I am. I'm rich in friendship.
Yes.
Okay.
Is a big problem. I've done a lot of work to try and make people recognise that this is the primary cause for falling living standards. But you've got to recognise, so before I did this, I was doing a master's at Oxford, and before I did that, I was working in the city. Before I did that, I was doing economics at the London School of Economics. The reason that I made so much money when I was in the city is because I recognised not just that
oh my God, the story again
inequality was having a really big impact on the economy.
Oh my God.
I specifically recognised that that was not being broadly understood by economists, because I had an undergrad degree from LSE, And I went into the city and I could see that our predictions are always wrong. So I knew something was missing. And I did this thing of like trying to basically look at the theory, look at the reality, and understand what is missing from the theory. So I think if you want to understand what's happening in the world, you do need to recognize not only is growing wealth inequality like aggressively, rapidly driving broad living standards down, you also need to recognize that this is not broadly understood by academic economists. And I think you're starting to see like some of the best
Nobody gets up but
economists,
Gary.
people like Gabriel Zuckman, people like Thomas Piketty, and well, dare I say, people like me, recognize the reason the economy keeps getting worse and the reason our predictions keep being bad is because specifically what's being missed is growing wealth inequality. Students who are studying economics at top universities are not studying this and do not understand this. So when the government goes to its economists in academia or in think tanks or in civil service, they have never ever studied inequality. So after 3 years at School of Economics, 2 years at Oxford, when I was at Oxford, I was specifically looking for courses where we could study inequality. Those courses did not exist on a 2-year economics masters. So really what you have, you know Copernicus is. You know, Copernicus is the guy who recognized that, you know, the earth goes around the sun and the sun doesn't go around the earth. He got a massive amount of pushback because all of the guys who studied this have studied these complicated mathematical equations saying the sun goes around the earth. This is basically where we are. We have economies where living standards are being aggressively destroyed by growing inequality of wealth, but we have a broad academic economics class of people who do not believe that's true, have never studied inequality in any way, so have no way of even understanding if it would be true, and are, in most cases, especially the powerful economists, being actively enriched by the status quo. So these guys are going to block it, right? And they're happy for things to keep going the way they're going. So, and it really, unfortunately, it now falls upon the general public to work out how do we stop our economy from collapsing when the specific way in which our economy is collapsing is aggressively enriching the exact people who are supposed to stop this from happening. So all of the economists who have the power, and most of the politicians who have the power to stop this, are getting richer because of it. What you need to understand is an economic crisis of growing wealth inequality does not impoverish everyone. It is actively good for the top 1% and the top 5% in most cases. And these are the only people at the moment who are allowed into the conversation on this. So the reason I chose to switch from being in academia and then writing for broadsheets to YouTube and making a documentary is because I want to speak to the general public. Because it's the general public who are being impoverished by this. And the people, the economists...
Can you talk about why disincentivizing asset accumulation that is not linked to some kind of productive end is a bad thing? I don't know what that means. Isn't every asset to some extent like capital all productive? Or what non-productive capital would you buy? Like art? I don't...
In most cases, and the politicians who are supposed to be stopping it are getting richer from it happening. So, and not only them, all of their friends and family. You know, most of these politicians, okay, I mean, Andy Burnham seems to come from a working class background. He seems like he could be a nice enough guy. I've never met him. Probably he has some connections to ordinary people. But, you know, most of these top level politicians, they don't know anyone who's suffering. You know, I went on the rest of politics and this happens all the time. You know, people say to me, oh, but don't you see things getting better? You know, and it's the thing, things are getting aggressively, actively better for the top 1%. And this whole conversation is taking place amongst people who are in the top 1%. So the British public, and not just the British public, the American public, any European, Australian public, everyone needs to work out how do we, the public, find ways to come together and force, using our power, the politicians and the economists to move. Because in general, they are very comfortable with the way things are going.
So then talk me through it then, right? You've got, your proposal is 2% on 10 million. You mentioned Gabriel Zuckman earlier on. He's
2% on 100 million euros.
Why does this guy's voice sound AI? Did they do some processing or something? Or maybe they had to boost the volume?
Or anyone around there that's doing 2% on 1 million or 100,000 or why are you saying 10? He's saying 100.
So to be honest, 2% on 10 was not my proposal. That was a pre-existing proposal from other organisations that have worked on this for a long time in the UK, Tax Justice UK, Patrick Millionaires. We have seen people do 2% on lower numbers. So often when wealth taxes have been attempted or applied in Europe, they often have a lower threshold. The reason that we go for higher thresholds, in this country it's 10 million, Zuckman's 100 million euros, so it's like 90 million pounds, is because the current tax system is already quite good at taxing like moderately rich people. If you are a banker or a lawyer or a doctor or a surgeon and you're making hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of pounds a year, it's quite difficult to avoid that tax. You have to pay your income tax. The people who are really able to avoid paying tax are the very, very, very rich. And you have to do something about that because,
all speculative assets are unproductive. Like when we say, do we mean like all like derivative trading or all destiny? Not all speculative assets are unproductive.
We've just seen Elon Musk become a trillionaire. These people, because of their wealth and their power, they are generally able to grow their wealth at pretty rapid rates. We interviewed one billionaire for the documentary. He said he won't take less than 12%. So if you've got billionaires growing their wealth at 12% a year, Elon Musk is growing about 40, 50% a year. In economies that are going 1 or 2% a year, you don't need to be a genius to work out, well, their share of wealth ownership is going to balloon incredibly quickly. This is exponential growth. It's going to grow very quickly. And that is why we have seen in the last 20, 30 years, the loss of the ability of working class families to own wealth. The massive collapse in government wealth. If you don't deal with that very top end, you can do what you like to the upper middle. And they're less, in many ways, they're less powerful, able to defend themselves than the billionaires. But if you don't deal with that rapid growth in billionaire wealth, then they're just going to own everything in 20 years. And that means that your kids won't own anything, the viewers' kids won't own anything. So for me, obviously there's a million ways we could change the tax system, and I'm not looking for a perfect tax system, but I'm just trying to fix one specific problem, which is at the moment, the extremely rich are effectively untaxed. They're growing their wealth at an incredibly rapid rate. That is
Dude, what are your thoughts about the wealth disparity? Do you think it's a problem that just has no clean or realistic solutions? I don't know. I don't know how much of it is a function of like people not liking the disparity versus people feeling like their own lives aren't going well. So people look to groups of people to blame. Sometimes it's immigrants, sometimes it's billionaires, whatever the fuck. I don't know if solving the underlying economic anxiety helps get rid of the feelings of like wealth inequality. I don't even know how you would solve some wealth inequality. I think that at some point, we're not having any understanding of anything economically anymore, but at some point it would be interesting to adjust people's understanding of even what it means to be wealthy. So one thing that we've heard a lot is net worth is not necessarily like your liquidity, your cash on hand, right? So if somebody says they're worth $1 billion, that doesn't necessarily mean they have like $1 billion in their bank account. That means that they are $1 billion, in terms of all of their investments or whatever. But I think there's like a step beyond that we need to understand with some people. So for instance, let's say that I own like $10 billion in Target stock and Walmarts and some kind of like factories that cut lumber and then some steel mill. If I had like $10 billion of assets in this and my on paper net worth is $10 billion, if I were to liquidate that $10 billion worth of assets, I would hopefully, ideally at the end, come out with about $10 billion maybe, or maybe a little less. Some of these people, though, especially like these ultra high earners, so much of the company is tied into like them and their memeness. Elon Musk is like the biggest example of this, but I feel like even for Zuckerberg or Bezos, if these guys are worth like, 300 billion on paper, if they were to try to dump like every share of the companies that they own, I'm not sure how much money they would get out at the end of that. Like a $300 billion net worth guy might only actually be worth 15 billion when it comes time to liquidate everything. So some of these like ultra high net worth people, I mean, obviously being any kind of billion or anything is still super high net worth, but it's not quite as exaggerated as people make it out to be. It's because there's a lot of, I guess, like speculative value and not like fundamental value underlining the market capitalization, I guess, of the companies. But I don't know how much this matters at the end anyway. My position has always been we should tax enough to fund the programs we want for the government. But I mean, people now are just, the population views taxation as just like a punishment mechanism for people. So I don't know.
Inevitably going to squeeze wealth ownership out of the whole of the rest of society and will move us very quickly towards positions of extreme inequality, and that will inevitably lead to the kind of living standards that you get in countries that have extreme inequality. If you go to India, if you go to Brazil, look at what broad living standards are like. That is what will happen here if we don't deal with the top end.
But then with I'm thinking that there seems to be far more tiers to it than can just be a flat percentage on a flat number. Because you're talking about 10 million, but there's people that have $1 trillion in the world. There's people that have $500 billion. That I wonder if, like, should their wealth exist full stop? Like the idea that someone that has 10 million is feasibly someone that's
300 billion to 15 billion sounds crazy. No, how would that work? Well, it's just the idea that like, if let's say that you were to find out that Elon was selling off his entire position in Tesla, what the fuck is the fundamental value of Tesla as a company? Like, what is Tesla actually worth? Like, the market cap of that company is insane. It's like $1 trillion car company. Is it really worth that much fundamentally? Like, if you were to add up all the factories and the future revenues and everything, it's like probably not. But if you were to find out that Elon was going to dump his entire position on that, who knows how much that stock is propped up? It might be that he has some $300 billion position that if Elon was publicly known to be exiting that position, the value of that company might drop like 80%. Like, who knows? Who knows?
Still walks amongst you. Whereas there's the uber wealthy that just live in a completely different world. They can shut down places like Venice if they want for their wedding. It just doesn't seem like they should be around. Should they exist?
I mean, if you just quite simply, mathematically, if you allow the existence of untaxed trillionaires and centibillionaires in economies which are growing very slowly, you simply have to accept the loss of the middle class. You cannot, because if you allow this group of people...
Their argument is always that they pay some of the most tax relative to their...
That's a retarded take. When Steve Jobs died, who was arguably the visionary that projected Apple to the forefront, catapulted Apple to the forefront, continues today despite the loss and change of CEO. Yeah, but Apple is a company that deals in like very real products and very real cash flows, no? So I think this is still considered high. I don't even know what's considered high anymore for fucking especially tech companies. But the PE ratio, I think the price of a share divided by the earnings ratio or whatever to figure out like how much money are these guys earning versus how much does a share cost is 35, which I think is still considered pretty high for a company. Like the Tesla stock the PE ratio for this is 300. Like, I don't think it's necessarily comparable. And then also, like, when Steve Jobs died, I think people still expect, like, Apple is going to continue to make iPhones and sell products. And so there's, like, some very real underlying cash flow there. There's, like, a real product. There are real investments. There are real intellectual property. If Elon were to say tomorrow, I'm leaving Tesla, I'm done with it, how confident are you that Tesla would even continue as a company? Like, I don't know. I have no idea how much this company is floated on the meme power of Elon and everything around him, you know? His family didn't sell the stock, which was your point. Not the founder just leaving, but all their stock hitting the market at once. No. My point is not the stock hitting the market at once. That'll cause like a little bit of a price depression, sure. I'm actually talking about the figurehead leaving. Like if Elon leaves Tesla, I'm not even talking about the market being flooded with shares. I just mean like, I don't know how many retail investors would have any interest in the company anymore. And I don't know how many institutional investors would have confidence that that company's even going to continue.
It doesn't matter. You know, listen, right? You know, if you have one part of your body that is growing at 50% a year, it's not going to be long before that is your whole body. This is like literally the definition of cancer. If you allow there to be, you know, a small group of people that own a big chunk of our, it's not just money in the bank. These guys own the physical world. They own the land, they own the buildings, they own the productive resources, they own the food production, they own energy production, you know. And if you allow them to keep growing, 12, 13, I think sometimes people don't realize how powerful exponential growth is and how powerful compound interest is. We as societies have a choice. Either you can have an untaxed billionaire class, or you can have a property-owning middle class. You cannot allow this group to own everything and not expect your group to own nothing. So this is a purely mathematical argument. And you know, I think it's important to recognise that these 70 years we've lived in the UK and Western Europe and some other parts of the world where you have this big property-owning middle class and people like my dad can work for the post office and send 3 kids to university and buy a house and have a pension, have retirement. Not historically normal.
Why is it bad to think companies get a more rational PE ratio? I don't know. I don't know where you're from or who stream you came. You know what? Never mind. I'll be in a good mood. Okay. I don't know if you think I'm like some massive fucking huge pro. I hate all of the insanity that is a lot of the AI valuations and everything, and the way these things are IPOing and the insane valuations that these companies are getting, and the stupid fucking meme retards. Like I don't know if you think I'm, or if in your mind you think I like defend these companies, or I defend the way that the valuations are done, or the insane amount of wealth some of the most retarded fucking people it seems in society seem to have at points in time. I don't know where. I don't know if you have that impression, but.
Actually normal. You know, the historical norm in this country is incredible extreme inequality, a small elite that own everything and live extremely luxurious lives, and a big mass of people that are desperately poor. And we managed to change that by bringing in elements into our system that stop wealth from aggressively concentrating, elements which we have since removed. And now we are going to go back to what has always been the norm in societies with untaxed billionaires, which is extreme concentration. So, you know, it's not up to me, it's up to the British public and the American public. Like, you can have Elon Musk if you want, but you cannot have Elon Musk and your kid's not poor. It's a choice. If you want to give your house and all of your wealth to Elon Musk, do it, but then you won't have a house or any wealth. We don't live on a world of infinite wealth. If you allow these guys to grow at 50% a year.
Okay, that sounds dumb. So what is an ideal tax rate on dividends and capital gains on people with hundreds of millions? There's a number. It's not just random. It would be super cool to talk about the number, but nobody wants to talk about the number. People just want to invent like new exotic taxes that have never really had a good history of working, that would be probably impossible to implement, that would never survive. People just want to talk about like the cool whatever bullshit. Like up your long-term capital gains rate, up at 5 points. Fucking up it. There might be ways that you can I think, I don't know how controversial it is. I never hear anybody even talk about it, but I feel like that it would be interesting to have a capital gains environment where you're forced to up the basis of like 1% of your portfolio a year, or maybe 5% of your portfolio a year or something. I don't know. Like there are ways that you could do stuff like this to start collecting taxes from, if you feel like there are these really big capital portfolios out there that the basis is just too low and you're not getting anything out of them. I mean, you could do that. I don't know. I don't know how much revenue that would raise, but I think just bumping up the rates and rolling back the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, these are your huge revenue drivers that just for some reason nobody ever wants to talk about. And it's just all these exotic retard taxes that people are obsessed with, like the wealth taxes.
Then you have to accept in 20 years, they own everything. You own nothing. Your kids own nothing. Your kids are in debt. The government is in debt. Look at the collapsing government wealth. Listen, you can have Elon Musk, but you cannot have Elon Musk and the NHS. You can have Elon Musk, but you cannot have Elon Musk and free education. You can have Elon Musk, but you cannot have Elon Musk and affordable housing for working people. Those are your choices.
You mentioned the landowning class there, and there's an interesting interaction that you have in the documentary with, Fulford, isn't it? Francis Fulford. And his gripe essentially with the idea of a wealth tax is that he's not liquid, right?
Yeah.
He's got all of this land, he's got all of this wealth that's locked away in his land. And there's kind of this, it seems like there's a wall between the two of you where you're talking to him about the need to actually recognize that he is a wealthy man.
Yeah.
He may not have the cash, but he is a wealthy man.
Yeah,
And he doesn't consider himself as one. There's something, I thought that there was something uniquely British about the inequality conversation in that, where historically this country has this kind of feudal system. He's like, by divine right, been given this land by his ancestors, but he still considers himself part of the inequality debate. Did you find that when you were doing the documentary?
Yeah, for Francis Fulford is like 29th generation heir of like a big, massive amount tract of land in Devon. To be fair, actually, one of the more pleasant people to spend time with. I didn't mind Francis Fulford, and but he brought up this interesting idea, which is like, well, we can't pay it because we're not liquid. And this goes back to the point which I just made, right, which is you cannot have Elon Musk own everything and your kids own something. And people sometimes say, well, you can't tax them because then they might have to sell their assets. All right. These guys are rich because they own assets, right? They have enormous amounts of passive income. You got wealth of £1 billion, you're going to make like £1 million a week passive income, right? They're going to be buying up assets. You want your kids to own assets. These guys own all the assets. And yet we say we can't tax them because they might have to sell an asset. If the people who own all of the assets never have to sell an asset, how the fuck do you expect your kids to get an asset? Maybe it's good that the people who own all the assets sometimes sell an asset. It's exactly the point I'm trying to make, right? This is, I think, people think it's the politics of envy. It's the politics of fucking poverty. If you allow the people who own all of the assets to never have to sell an asset, then your kids will never own an asset. Do you want your kids to own assets? I want him to have to sell his assets, so that fucking farmers can own farms. I want the people who own homes to one day have to sell their homes so that fucking your kids can own homes. Everything I'm doing here is, I talk about inequality for one simple reason. I want ordinary British working people to be able to own things. It's a question we have. The distribution of resources will be determined by who we tax. If you don't tax the people that easily have the power to rapidly buy all of the resources, then they will buy all of the resources. This is what it's about, and it's not really about anything else. It's not about ethics or morality, about fairness. Do you want your kids to own assets or not? Yeah. So, if you don't want rich people to ever sell anything, then that's fine. You know what I mean? But you better get used to being poor.
Yeah. The easiest asset for myself or anyone out there to think about when it comes to this debate is a house, right? Yeah. In this country, the famous instance has been right to buy, Thatcherism, privatisation. Yeah. I'm just interested in like a general sense what your prescription of Thatcherism is when it comes to wealth inequality today. Yeah. Like, is it point A? Is it a symptom of kind of post-war individualism and hyper-capitalism? What is it?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? So let's zoom out if you want to understand like where Thatcherism falls into the big picture. First thing to recognise is inequality was incredibly high before World War II. Not just here, but like basically all over the world. So before World War II in the UK, obviously, you've got 1900s, you've got this industrial revolution, massive increase in wealth of the country and other parts of Northern Europe. And it does really very little to reduce poverty. In fact, in many ways, depending how you measure it, you could argue poverty increases. Suddenly.
You blame leftists for their stupid ideas, I agree, but establishment Dems never push for the alternatives you mentioned. It's a real problem. Only one side is making noise about it. You're just wrong. I'm sorry. Establishment Dems would absolutely push for it, bro. But you guys will give Dems like 0-seat advantages in the Senate, like under Biden, or like a 3-seat advantage maybe in the House. I'm like, why haven't you had a transformative effect on the entire fucking economy? Like, Biden was the one that passed the American Rescue Plan, and then the huge investments in green energy through the IRA. There was one other thing I was thinking of. It slipped my mind. But Obama was the one who got us the Affordable Care Act. You were one vote off of a public option in the Senate for that. You can pretend that both sides are the same, but the reality is that you give Democrats no seats, and then you have these retarded socialists that are like, oh, we can actually do fucking everything. Like, how? What are you going to do differently? Like, well, we just want to help like working class people with higher wages and blah, blah. Okay, cool. Join the fucking club, bro. Yeah, you think the Democrats don't? Like, what?
People are like forced to work in these incredibly polluted, crowded, dirty towns, in these incredibly polluted, crowded, dirty factories with no safety restrictions, and they're working. They had to fight hard to not work 6 days a week. My grandma was born in 1926, I think, in London. Incredibly rich city, the richest country ever in the history of the world, on the back of the fastest economic growth in the world. 3 of her siblings die of tuberculosis, which is a preventable disease of poverty. So, like, the history of this country is, if you go to India today and you see the kind of incredible poverty and inequality which exists in India today, that was normal, and it was normal in all of Europe. So inequality is the norm. And then you have this mysterious, sort of golden, they call it the golden age of capitalism, post World War II, when all of a sudden, things change massively, and suddenly, very ordinary people, I mentioned my dad a lot, just worked an ordinary job, post office for 35 years, lots of school teachers, nurses, could suddenly buy houses and have retirements and have pensions at Syndicate University. And that happens because during World War II and the immediate aftermath of World War II, because of things that happened during World War II and the need for the state to suddenly own enormous amounts of the wealth, the productive, it's important for people to recognise wealth is the productive capacity of the economy. Suddenly we have these massively empowered states, which decide to massively increase taxation on rich people. And then you get this golden age where just ordinary people can buy houses. It's really important for people to recognise, because if you don't have the big picture historical international context, you could easily think that's just the norm. That is not the norm. That this is a really strange, unusual period of capitalism. This 70 period which we're coming out of now, post World War II, of this empowerment of the average working man and woman. And obviously, the elites who saw their power fall. Because suddenly that previously they consume everything. Everyone else lives on basic bare essentials. The whole economy is built around the luxury of the super rich and the elites, the aristocracy, whoever. And they're pissed off. They don't like it. They don't like the fact that suddenly everybody can afford a good life and they don't own the country anymore. And then they start funding people like Milton Friedman, these economists, these Austrian economists sending these ideas, Ayn Rand, who say actually no, it's not good for society. Greed is good. We need to give power back to the individual, and they slash taxes on the rich. And as soon as you do that, you let this genie back out of the bottle, which is if you allow a billionaire. The important thing is passive income. So if I'm a billionaire, I'm not taxed. I'm making 5%. Bassem Haider on the documentaries, he won't accept less than 12%. I'm making 12% on £1 billion, 120 million pounds a year. You know what I mean? It's fucking a lot of money. £2.5 million a week. As soon as that's untaxed, they're buying. But what we need to recognise about the rich is, very rich people have what we call in economics a low marginal propensity to consume. So if you suddenly cut their taxes, what that means is they won't in general increase their consumption. They won't go on more holidays, because they already had all the money they needed to do that. What they will do is they'll start buying assets. And then they start to buy more assets and more assets and more assets. And then that's when you start to see the loss of asset holding in other groups of society, the working class.
Drug! I don't know why you spent this message like 50 times. I've already said this. I'm not saying that the increase in the supply of shares on the market is what would cause the value to the value of the company to drop. I'm saying that if Elon Musk is not associated with Tesla, I don't know if people will invest in Tesla. Not that oh my God, he's selling all his shares and now there's not enough liquidity in the market to absorb. I don't know how else to say this. You've typed this message like 20 times. Jesus.
Goes, more recently the government goes. But eventually you reach the kind of point right now where the
market just absorbed like $15 trillion in fucking IPOs. I think they could handle fucking Elon exiting a position on one of those big fucking meme companies.
Of assets. There are some groups.
You're also wrong about that. Okay, cool. I'm sucking my own dick right now.
Society who have given up their assets quite easily. You see older people in working class families that just sell their house.
Slow down the video.
And don't really think about what my kids get a house. And government wealth has collapsed. Now, really, the only people who are holding on to wealth is like the Western middle class, the sort of upper middle class holding on to wealth. They don't want to let it go. So suddenly nobody's selling. And then what you see is, the rich still have that massive passive income. Nobody's selling. So what you see is asset prices. It's not just housing. All assets got a gold price. First thing I did as soon as COVID happened, I bought £1 million of gold. Because I knew the rich are going to get so rich, asset prices are going to go to the moon. Every stock market in the world, massive all-time high, crypto, AI, everything's going up, land, everything. And that is, what that is if you allow the rich to just accumulate money. Assets. But then, what does that mean? Well, now they're even richer on paper because the asset price has gone up. And who owns the assets? The rich. So eventually they get so rich that they do start to consume. And that's when you see these obscene things like Jeff Bezos renting Venice for a weekend. You know what I mean? These guys start to send spaceships to the moon. And they start to actually consume the resources. And then that's what we've seen in the last 5, 6 years, is the next stage of this. Where the rich.
What is it? Is it really the entire city of Venice, or is it like parts of like some downtown area, or what is this in reference to?
So rich. There's nobody left, no weak holders of assets left to sell.
One thing I don't understand, I guess, or I guess I did this during the Red Pill arc, I guess. It's just how do you people make the rounds on these shows? And this is the exact same thing. If you watch his very first YouTube video, you've heard everything this guy has to say about anything. I just don't understand how people can still listen to it. But I guess right-wing people listen to their retarded fucking Alex Jones shit for fucking ever, so.
That there's nothing they can do but consume more. And that is when ordinary people start realising, oh fuck, suddenly my kids can't go to university. Well, the universities are still there. Who's going? Go to LSE, it's full of the kids of millionaires and billionaires. That's who squeezed you out. Why can't you get a dentist appointment, right? A lot of my mates are dentists. They're fucking doing Botox for rich people. They're doing fucking Invisalign for rich people. That's why you can't get a dentist appointment. Why can't you get a doctor? Because they're all fucking doing plastic surgery for rich people. The reason you can't get good economists is because people like me are managing money for rich people. Now they're starting to increase their consumption. You're getting now, the next stage of this, which is really worrying, is they're funding AI, which is what's AI going to use? Water. Who needs water? Your fucking kids, mate.
Yeah.
This is really what the point I'm trying to make is, wealthy people do not exist in abstract. You are competing with them for ownership of resources, but also the right to eat fucking food. You know about the famines in India and colonialism, right? We people, millions of people starving to death in India, next to fields which are growing cotton to send to England. Mm-hmm. This is what happens if you don't protect your access to resources. This is wealth inequality. It's not just an abstract thing. It's access to resources. So really, all Thatcher did, is she let that genie back out of the bottle. But this is nothing new. This is nothing new. My grandparents, your grandparents lived in. Oh, I don't know them, but most people's grandparents lived in desperate poverty. And my grandparents lived here in London at the back end of the Industrial Revolution. Never had we seen in the history of humanity economic growth of that speed. And yet the average British man and woman in the capital of that empire lived in desperate poverty. And all Thatcher has done is allowed once more the rich to exert their power. And, you know, until and unless poor and ordinary people protect themselves from the rich will take everything. Not because they're evil, but simply because they have the power to do that. They have the passive income to do that, and they will buy everything.
In that, there's the inherent competition between the rich and poor. There's the kind of the sense amongst the working and middle classes that you're fighting a losing battle against the super wealthy.
Yeah.
In the documentary, you meet a guy called Samuel Leeds.
Yeah.
It's like property guru, like online coach kind of guy.
Yeah.
That claims to be from humble beginnings, makes his money by essentially exploiting the desperation of other people.
Yeah.
And I guess when I saw the interaction between the two of you there, I thought to myself, this seems like a fork in the road moment almost. One person decided, I'm going to compete in the marketplace of the super wealthy and the ordinary by becoming one of the super wealthy, by employing all of the tactics of the super wealthy on my peers.
Yeah.
And you've gone the other way to say, well, no, I need to highlight this. I need to be the canary in the coal mine and try to push for tax justice, wealth justice, whatever it might be. Yeah. Did you ever think when you were coming up that you could end up like someone like that?
So if people who know like my backstory, they'll know I worked as a trader for Citibank from 2008 till 2014. I come from a poor background, Ilford in East London. I always wanted to be rich. I don't think I was in any way particularly good person. I just wanted to make money. I wanted to be successful. And I was like lucky. I'd made a lot of money quite young in my early 20s. I studied economics. Then my job as a trader was basically...
Do you think we should tax the way we did before Reagan, slightly more corporate tax than now, more progressive tax on rich? Is that too much? Listen, I've already said it. Somebody on YouTube was like, why don't you actually talk about this? Because I think that the tax stuff in the United States, to solve our tax stuff, I think is actually an incredibly simple, like bordering on boring question. I think that you roll back the Trump, and if you want to get real adventurous, the Trump and the Bush tax cuts. That's step one. Step two is you bump your capital gains rates up like fucking 5 points. And then boom, that's like an extra $1 trillion of revenue. You are like paying down the debt now. It's like an extra $1 trillion of revenue. You can, wiggle around the edges if you want to fuck with your tax credits or something like that to, help so some people aren't getting, I guess, hurt as much. But you broaden your tax base, you steepen a little bit your progressive tax curve at the end, and then you make a fuck ton of fucking money, and then hire like 100,000 IRS people so that the government can actually collect the fucking money that's owed. And there you go. That's like, now we're done talking now about government revenue. Now we can have other conversations about what we need to fix in society, or we want to put like a billionaire 2% tax so that everybody can feel like they're fucking doing something because that makes people have a feeling of progress. And then what the fuck ever. You have to do politics and do politics, but like those two things would dramatically increase the tax revenue to the government, and then we can fund whatever the fuck you want to fund out of that.
To analyze economies, I saw that economies were weaker than predicted. I'd studied economics. I wanted to understand why our predictions.
Better question is, how do you sell this to the public? That'll never happen. The way that you sell it to the public is people on the news, fucking bring me, I don't care, just need to have conversations with the wealth tax people and just scream at them over and over and over again and say, how will you fund this? How much money will this raise? Every time somebody talks about a billionaire wealth tax, how much money will you raise? How much money will you raise on this? And make them admit, I guess $4 billion. That doesn't pay for anything. Why would we do this tax that you don't even know how to implement? There's no history of it even being implemented successfully. Why would we go through all this fucking pain and agony for the 4% social media tax on billionaires so that everybody can post fucking, eat the rich? Like, why don't we do something effective? But you have to like super hold people accountable for this. People are allowed to survive with retarded fucking positions like this guy because they never get pushed anywhere. And then a bunch of people end up believing it because I don't know, the guy says he's got a master's from fucking Oxford. He does. It's dog shit, but it doesn't matter. He says he made a fuck ton of money trading at wherever the fuck he says he worked. He worked at the short-term interest desk. The CERT desk. The guy, he was like a paper pusher trader. This guy was not making ingenious fucking calls. Just everything about this guy's background is fake. This guy was literally grown in a fucking progressive socialist lab to appeal to fucking slopulists. That's it. But nobody ever holds him accountable anywhere, and they never get pushed on anything anywhere, so they make the rounds on these shows repeating literally the most 25 IQ talking points possible. Like, the guy even looks like he's hooked up to fucking life support. His brain is barely functioning just to get out the slopulous talking points. It's just... Do you know that the price of assets goes up? Did you know that as time goes on, price of asset go up and rich people own more asset? Like, holy fucking shit. It's like King Charles. What year, what century did you come from to give us such a hot fucking take? Asset owners tend to increase their wealth more than non-asset owners? That's fucking wild, bro. It's almost like that's all of human history. That's crazy. Really?
Wrong. What are we missing? and I came to this conclusion. I was like a maths kid, really. I did maths and economics. And I was looking at this with very like a cold maths brain. Let's analyse. And my conclusion was, the reason the economy is getting worse is because we're missing, economists aren't really adequately weighting or really understanding the significance of growing wealth inequality. And because of just a basic mathematical understanding of exponential growth, you can see very quickly that's going to accelerate. And
I'm sorry, you don't even need a finance background to know what he's saying. It's fucking retarded. Like, I saw the thing, and then I knew that the thing was growing, and then, well, obviously I applied my understanding of exponential growth. And this guy's like a fucking, I'm pretty sure for his degree, he probably had to do a fuck ton of math. So even he knows what he's saying is fucking retarded. Exponential growth. And then I was like, oh, fuck that.
I was in this weird space on the trading floor where, your job is to just bet on things. And it's, so I just bet on. Have you seen The Big Short? Mm-hmm. There's a scene where Brad Pitt, the two young traders.
This is not the equivalent to what his fucking job was, but okay.
Put a bet on.
Oh my God.
Economic collapse, and they're like making money, they're dancing. And Brad Pitt's like, stop fucking dancing. Do you know what it means? Do you know what happens to suicide rates? You bet against the US economy. Marriages will break down, people will commit suicide, families will be destroyed. But nobody actually says that on the trading floor. And I just had to sort of sit there, put this bet on. 2011, I was Citibank's top trader. I got paid millions of dollars. And I just got, and I just turned 25. And I had to sit with this idea that, like, oh fuck, like, what does that mean if I'm right? So Samuel Lee is not my favorite guy, but the fact is, like, the way I made money was very specific. I made money. I didn't just make money by doing business or whatever. My job was specifically to understand why our economy is collapsing. And the reason that the bets were profitable was not just because they were right. They were profitable because they were right and not broadly understood. So, I think that, and I'm not a big moral philosopher or anything, but if you specifically are making money, if your job is telling you, you specifically are one of the only guys who really understands why the economy is not just collapsing now, but is going to continue to collapse, then it's your job, isn't it? And I don't think you have to be a saint, and I don't think I am a saint. Like if you walk down the street and you see someone's house is on fire, you're not going to be like, oh, well, that's the fire brigade's job. You're the guy who saw it. Then it's your job. It's your job to call the fire brigade, and it's your job to fucking knock on the doors and shout and throw fucking stones and make sure no one's in the. That's your job. Like, all I see myself is as that, basically. Like, just randomly, because of what I studied and the job I got, I happen to be the guy who was on the fucking lookout on the Titanic when the iceberg is there. And it wasn't Samuel Leeds on the lookout, it was me. And I saw it, and the only reason I do it is just because it was my job for years to understand this thing. It wasn't your job, so it's my responsibility, isn't it?
Do you think that there's like, it seems when you're talking about that, you're saying that there's a level of responsibility with somebody. Do you think that it's the system itself that's led people to kind of to morph their brain chemistry almost to be the individual and say, well, there's a fire there. I'm not going to put it out. Somebody else will. I need to focus on my bag.
Yeah. Like a little hole in your logic here. If it's so easy to explain, why then it should be easier to convince people they're wrong? The truth, in my opinion, is it is obviously more complicated to explain in your coping. The hard task is to get into the weeds, possibly some smart economists you can interview, or even just some basic but thorough explanation of it on stream. I mean, you can say that, but half the people that I've argued with on tax policy and shit before have never even done their own like a 1040 easy. I don't know if they have a 1040 easy, like a 1040 before, let alone understand. Like, some people will argue and not understand what a marginal tax rate means. I've seen people just have the fucking most retarded understanding of taxation, and they don't understand the scale of things either. Like, you're telling me, well, you should be able to explain this to people very easily. You should be able to tell this to people very easily.
Like,
God damn it. I'm not going to be able to find this clip. I don't even know why I would try to search this. I'm not even going to find it. Elon Musk got on Joe Rogan some number of years ago and said that he was going to start a thing called DOGE, and he was going to save $2 trillion from the discretionary spending budget, from the spending every year in the United States of America, okay? Our discretionary budget at that point, I believe, was $1.7 trillion. He was going to save more money than the entire government even spends in a year per year. If that's the level, and nobody batted an eye at that. Nobody even thought twice. Nobody thought for 2 seconds, it sounds like this guy's kind of fucking retarded. This is the equivalent to somebody walking in and saying oh yeah, my computer is really powerful. I have 20 5090s SLI'd inside my computer case. Or yeah, I'm really strong. I run a 5-second mile. I can actually run 120 miles an hour. Oh, me? Yeah, I bench press a lot. I bench press 700 50 pounds in dumbbells per hand right when I wake up in the morning. Like, all of these things are they're so beyond fucking retarded. And the fact that nobody even bats an eye at it is like, I don't even know where you would begin to talk to the average median retarded fuck voter who thinks that like you can tax billionaires and make a sizable amount of money to actually pay for shit in the government. Like, it doesn't make sense. And people will say, well, they just want to tax billionaires. It's not about paying for things. Then why do they talk about like Medicare for all? Why do they talk about healthcare? Why do they talk about programs that they want? Like, it's just so fucking retarded. Like, the American people and then the people around Donald Trump justified him talking about drug prices falling 1,200%, a decrease in 1,200%, and people try to justify it. Like, shit is fuck, bro. What do you want me to say?
The kind of the selfishness that's inherent in this, like, this new world of buy my course, buy my thing, you can be wealthy like me if you buy this crypto coin or whatever it might be, that there's something in capitalism itself
fuck you,
that's morphed humanity to be selfish and to be individualistic, and corrupting humanity almost.
Yeah, so I lived in Japan for 2 years, 2012 to 2014, and I grew to love it, and I learned Japanese, and I go back very often. I've got a lot of Japanese friends, and I find it really interesting when I talk about like the work that I do now. The Japanese people, they're like, oh, you know, you're an economist, you're trying to reduce inequality, or because I think the economy's going to keep getting worse if you don't do anything about it. You know, they're always like, oh, that's really good, like good on you for doing that. But then when I've spoken in this country, obviously I've spoken a lot. Some people are like that, but I get a lot of really interesting reactions. I get, I think, skepticism, a lot of skepticism, like, oh, why would somebody quit a well-paying job to try and stop the society from collapsing? Some people seem to like not be able to understand like that could be real. Like, I mean, sort of like, you know, maybe society collapsing is a thing worth working for. Sometimes one of the most interesting reactions I get is anger. People are angry at me. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? You know, and I find that so interesting. And I think that there's a Japanese horror movie. Have you seen called Battle Royale?
Yes, yeah.
Great horror movie.
Fantastic.
Apparently one of Tarantino's favorites. And it's about this idea that like once a year they said.
When I asked you about a wealth tax, you said the rich always get richer. This will never change if you don't want to tax the ultra wealthy. No. Yeah, but the taxing wealth is hard. Here's your biggest problem too, is that wealth on a per person basis. Does anybody know what the largest determining factor of the trajectory of your wealth in your life is? Like the thing that if you were to try to guesstimate, like, yes, age. The problem is when you start talking about taxing wealth and shit too, bruh, in the United States, we can't even do property taxes on homes in some places because Americans who are older are so reluctant to pay tax, to pay fucking property taxes. They lose their fucking minds on it. Like, so you're talking about constructing wealth taxes that would only target people over a certain amount of money, and then you're already at such a point, as soon as you've gotten to that part of the conversation, you've already eliminated any reasonable amount of money you're going to make from these. So now we're talking about ultra targeting like specific groups of people. We're not going to make a lot of money. Might have bad distortionary effects on the economy. I'm not sure. It's just like, and we don't even know how you would do the taxation on this because, for instance, for publicly traded companies, maybe it's a little bit easier. For privately traded companies, you're going to have to do valuations on these to even know how to assess the tax. It's just Jesus fuck. Just bump your tax brackets. That's it. Oh my God.
Basically, it's totally ripped off by the Hunger Games. Yeah. The idea is you send one class of school kids every year to like a desert island to fight to the death with one winner. So ripped off by the Hunger Games.
A lot bigger map than the Hunger Games as well, might be said.
Yeah, but and this, in my opinion, is basically, this movie is about different attitudes towards the economy, culturally, between Japan and the West. And Japan, I don't think Japan's like a perfect country, but they really build into their kids from young. You really have a responsibility to society. So when somebody like me says, oh, I quit my job because I made enough money and I wanted to prevent a societal disaster, people are like, good. Mm-hmm. But I think in this country, and you know, it probably goes back to these Enlightenment. Have you ever seen the movie, the clip online of Jordan Peterson crying about the individual?
Yeah.
Oh, it's only the individual that suffers. The group does not suffer. And I think, you know, like, as somebody who's, you know, speaks Japanese and has spent time between two countries, like, I don't think the Japanese idea is perfect, but I think, of course the fucking group matters. Of course it matters if your society is collapsing. And of course it matters that people around you are not in desperate poverty and unhappy, you know. And I think, you know, Margaret Thatcher, who we mentioned, has this famous quote, economics, I'm probably going to butcher this, economics is just the method. The aim is to change the soul, something like this, basically. Right. Like, and it's amazing that she said that because it's almost like she knew that what she wanted was to make us selfish. And I think, if you think about it really, there's nothing more powerful that the rich could ever do to protect themselves and their wealth than to make the poor selfish. Because the poor are individually incredibly weak and the rich are individually incredibly strong. And the only power that the poor and ordinary people have ever had to protect themselves from the rich is strength in numbers. And they only use that power if they act collectively. So if the rich can make the poor selfish, then they can fucking rape and pillage, and they will take everything. Because the poor, you know, freedom for the heron is death for the fishes. You know, if the rich can convince the poor to be as selfish as they are, then they will eat you alive.
Why do you think this message is such a controversial one?
My message?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think a part of it is because now it's started to become a thing that could actually happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
so I might say as well, it's not just you, right? Like we were talking about Gabriel Zucman earlier on. Like it seems to be a habit. You were on The Rest is Politics a couple of months ago, and it seems to be almost a habit that when a progressive economist comes on to talk about how we could potentially offer a morsel of humanity to the working and middle classes, Rory Stewart blows a casket.
Yeah, it was great with Zucman on. If anyone hasn't watched Zucman on The Rest is Politics,
it's great, it's fantastic. But it doesn't seem to the Joe Soap that what you're saying is that controversial, you know? Like, when my parents were my age, they had a house, they had a child.
Yeah.
I can't imagine when I'm going to be able to have those things. And so you come and you speak to what we were talking earlier on about, the disconnect between the lobbyists.
Is this guy... How much money, with a 770,000 subscriber channel, this guy doesn't think he can afford a house and children? He's doing he's 3 or 4 or 5 million views a month. I bet does he have like a Patreon or anything too? There's no way, bro. Why?
Parents were my age, they had a house, they had a child.
Yeah.
I can't imagine when I'm going to be able to have those things. And so you come and you speak to what we were talking earlier on about, the disconnect between the lobbyists, the governments, the people. What you're saying speaks to the people directly.
Yeah.
But it seems that the commentariat is so out of tune with what's required that they can't.
This isn't one person's channel, it's an org with a bunch of people running it. Oh, like it's like a Young Turks kind of thing. Oh, okay. That might be true then. He might just be like a reporter or something.
And uncritically.
Or not like a reporter, but like he's not like, he's just like one person hired by that channel.
Look at what you're proposing and say, well, I'm not a multi-billionaire. I suppose Rory Stewart isn't a multi-billionaire. I suppose Dan Needle isn't a multi-billionaire. It seems like a fairly feasible idea.
Yeah. But they probably fall into, I'd guess they're both worth more than £10 million, which is the number that we're talking about taxing. But I do find it interesting, like this reflexive kickback, because the thing is, even if you are, say you're worth £50 million, right, and my tax would cost you a lot of money. You know, you'd be paying 2% on £40 million, so you'd be paying £800,000 a year. It's a lot. So you don't want to do it. You don't want to pay. You're going to fight against it. But if we don't do that, then what will happen is inequality will continue to grow incredibly quickly, and that will suck wealth out of every other group of.
Wait, TikTok cringe.
When you become a communist, you are going to lose friends, because the people in your life do not realize that they are in fact ideological, nor do they realize how committed they are to their ideology. That is how effective American propaganda is. The American people do not realize that they are propagandized, and you may not realize how propagandized they are until you confront them with your communism. Because now you're acting like an alien and speaking a strange language.
This is a troll video?
I can't even tell.
To
be true, making you potentially crazy and possibly dangerous, because they think that communism means planning in secret to blow up a federal building, because they don't know what communism is. But the good news is, not everyone in your life will be like this, because they're not as committed to the status quo, probably because they don't have the same privileges as those committed liberals do.
He's not. He went to a Kamal event. Okay. Oh, like a Kamala event?
They will not only be open, but curious about what you have to say, and it's your job to say it in a way that they will understand.
Oh, say revolutionary potential for me.
Their first exposure to Marxism. And the best news is, the friends you lose will make room for what you gain. Your comrades, and your friends within your comrades.
Hell yeah.
Society, the government will. I think it's interesting what happened to Keir Starmer, because he came in as like anti-austerity, end austerity, and then was forced to do austerity. That will happen to every prime minister who fails to do this, because the wealth has to come from somewhere. So you have to. If you're not stopping them from eating you, then you are being eaten. Basically, things will rapidly worsen. Living standards will rapidly worsen. The government will be forced to continue to dismantle the welfare state, which it's been doing, for already 15 years now. People will get increasingly angry.
And they'll be eating them.
Radical politicians. of the far right, and probably as time goes on, also of the far left, will become more popular. And I think it's really obvious that we will move into a period of like extreme chaos. And if you are somebody who's worth 50 million quid, who has more to lose than pushing the society you live in into extreme chaos than fucking you? You know, people who have that level of wealth live extremely comfortable lives. Right?
Why is there this hugely popular view among socialists that the way to grow wealth in society is by taxing people like crazy? It's so economically retarded. Well, I mean, like, there's two things happening. On the material level, it probably doesn't feel good to be struggling, even if it's normal, even if your struggle is normal and it's like, you know, generally people just struggle in this way, even if that's true, it probably doesn't feel good when you're constantly hearing like every single day that like, oh my God, multiple people becoming trillionaires, another company IPOing $400 billion, every hundreds of billions and trillions and billions and trillions, like everywhere. And it's like, oh shit, like I can't live in any fucking city of the United States because everything is so expensive. That probably doesn't feel good, number one. And then number two, I feel like elites used to be a little bit more kind of like out of the way, out of the public eye. But now these motherfuckers want to, you know, have their 2 cents and throw in their opinions on fucking everything. So it probably hits a little bit differently. It probably hits a little bit differently when you feel bad about it, about your life. You see how much money these people make. And now these motherfuckers are running around having opinions on every single fucking podcast everywhere, telling you how society should be and how government should be run and everything else. Probably these compound in a way that's probably not good, would be my guess. Do you have any moral concerns about high taxes? As a right-winger, I get a bit uncomfortable with the idea of an over 50% tax burden. Hypothetically, but are your only concerns that are practical ones? I mean, like over 50% tax burden feels kind of shit. But you have to consider like what your taxes are buying you, right? Like the opportunity to live in and exist in and participate in like an American society. A lot of this is buoyed by a lot of the working class that are willing to serve you your coffees and drive you your taxis and be janitors at your companies. Like you wouldn't be able to do the things you do without these people existing. You know, you can take like a fuck you to the world approach or attitude on things and just say that like, you know, I want to keep all mine and, you know, you don't get to keep fuck all for yourself. Or I'm sorry, like I get to keep all mine, so I'm not going to contribute to whatever welfare thing I feel like you don't deserve. But I mean, at some point, that system's probably going to break, and it's going to be worse for you than if you would have just said, like, oh, maybe I can pay a little bit more on my fucking capital gains fucking bracket. Maybe I can pay a little bit more on my fucking, you know, whatever the fuck. That's like on a purely, that's like trying to appeal to like your moral practicality, I guess, like moral pragmatism. If you are like a human being at all, it should like deeply disturb you that you can live in a country where you can accumulate an insane fucking amount of wealth by literally looking at fucking lighted LEDs on a computer monitor and pushing the right buttons to generate huge sums of money for other people. And there are like 3 walls separating you from a homeless dude outside who's like pissing and shitting himself and who's like mentally fucking ill, but for some reason we don't have the money to house this kind of way. Like that should bother you on some kind of human level, but for conservatives, no offense, I don't ever bother trying to appeal on that level. But
right? If you're worth 50 million quid, you're making passive income of, you know, 3 million quid a year. You know, these guys have that's passive income. Very, very, very good lives these guys live. And yet, I think what they don't understand is, I am the peaceful option here. If you say no to me, what you are saying, you are voting for chaos. Because I am not trying to redistribute the wealth. I'm trying to stop the redistribution, which is currently happening, which is rapidly pushing millions of people in this country, hundreds of millions of people across the Western world, into really serious poverty. And, you know, obviously they're going to start voting for extreme politicians. Obviously. Mm-hmm. You know, and you know, this could go in any direction. Mm-hmm. And so these people are, but I think really what you're seeing is, I never marketed myself or have targeted like the upper middle class. I've always been trying to educate and persuade like people, ordinary people, working class, you know, lower middle class people. And I think the way that I've like...
The issue is that most of the libertarian types don't actually believe that things will ever get that far to affect them personally. They know that even if they are selfish, there are enough other people to pay the system to keep working. Well, then fuck them. Then let the system collapse and let the fucking people eat them or whatever. And I think they deserve it. I don't know. At some point, you should be like, oh, fuck. That's a fuck around and find out moment. Like, what what do you want me to say?
Communicated. And maybe sometimes I intentionally antagonize them a little bit. I'll tell you what it reminds me of. So I did 2-year masters at Oxford, right? And I was 31 when I started that course. After my end of my first year, I had like my exams. And at Oxford, you have to wear a fucking bow tie and a cape to your exams. And I was like, what the fuck? I had like a 3-hour algebra exam. You go in, take your bow tie and your cape off. They told me I could take it off.
That's nice of them.
Yeah, when I walked out of the exam, I had the bow tie like round my neck.
Like you're coming back from your
some guy was like, what are you, like a 50-year-old man, genuinely angry. What do you think you're doing? And I was shocked, right? Yeah. And I was like, you do your bow tie up. I'm a 31-year-old man. Yeah. I just done a 3-hour macroeconomics exam. And I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. He was genuinely like furious. I was like, what? He goes, don't you know how to do a bow tie? And obviously I was like, no, actually I don't, why don't you do it for me? And then this fucking furious old man's doing my bow tie and says, I know chances like you. Like that. And I was thinking, probably one fucking fix your fucking boiler, did he? And yeah, I think, you know, I think the upper middle class doesn't really like the way I communicate. And I think what we really need, like posher sounding people to try and, because the truth is, like, I'm on their side here.
For sure, but I think you still feel that same weird moral intuition gut punch that I do. At least it sounded like it. But no, I get what you're saying. There's an opposite intuition for standard of living. Oh, sure. I mean, like, it feels bad. I mean, most people don't know how bad, this but time to get my wealthy man's take. Most people don't know how bad truly it feels to pay taxes because you, because it's withheld from your check every month and it just looks like it's like a thing that gets deducted with your fucking medical, dental, whatever you get through your job. You want to really feel the tax burden is when you have to pay either quarterly taxes or your lump sums at the end if you're self-employed. Then you really see, because there's a different feeling when the money's in your bank and then you have to watch it go away to the government. That's a feeling. That's a feeling. But then, like, also, we take things for granted. You know, you take your health for granted, you take your age for granted, you take being an audience member in DGG for granted. How amazing it is that you have access to my talk every day. I mean, like, you really do live in amazing times, and chances are if you're in my chat, you're probably more affluent, you're probably wealthy, you're probably decently healthy, like, generally speaking. There's a ton that's been afforded to you in life. Like, I think it's... The big tax payment comes out, and it feels kind of bad, but, I mean, I feel like you're buying something for it. You should have that feeling to some extent.
They are going to get eaten alive if they don't take action. I don't think they realise they're next on the plate. But... You know, we live in a country where class divisions are incredibly deep. The way that I communicate has always been designed to appeal to the working classes and people more towards the middle, I guess, you know, the bottom 70%. And of course, when the top 10% hear me say, you know, tax wealth, they think I'm talking about them. But I'm not talking about them. You know, and I think what you're seeing is, it's a quote from the Bible, the love of money is the root of all evil. You know, these guys view themselves as the rich, you know, and they don't realise that the real threat is the extremely rich who are going to come and eat them.
Gary Stevenson.
Can I do the most fucking annoying thing? I don't know when the fuck this started to get popular. It's the dumbest shit. You're familiar with the phrase, blood is thicker than water, right? Like, the idea is supposed to be that obviously family ties are more important than fucking friends or whatever. Somebody made this, somebody fucking invented this stupid fuck saying of, like, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. This is a fake ass phrase. I hate everything in society. I hate society, okay?
And How to Get Filthy Rich is available on Channel 4 streaming right now.
Yeah, available now.
Cool.
Do you have to buy it how do you get rich? I'm just curious how you do get rich. Alternative minimum tax or maximum tax. Semi-progressives argue for an alternative minimum tax makes for a fairer and better tax system. Yeah, my sister was a business owner, and tax season was brutal for her. I grew up broke, so tax season was great for my family. I just think it's a small thing. Oh. No.
Good to be here.
Great to have you here in New York.
Our last meme. What do we got?
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Some are saying that she appears to be a sympathizer with some of those radical policy calls, eliminating the Senate, defunding the Department of War, ending all deportations. How do you see it?
Yeah, look, I think that there are so many issues where about 2/3 of Americans are in agreement with each other and in disagreement with the president. And my focus is on those things, right? 2/3 of Americans.
And conservatives. There's so much shit that we could fucking get done if we just need the fucking... I wonder if we can make like an agreement with conservatives. Like, listen, you know, we'll let you guys have the House in 2030. We won't run any candidates. If you just let us, like, can we govern for like 4 years and like get some shit that we all agree on done without you guys having to suffer? Because they don't even give you wins, even if they know that everybody would agree with it, because they're so reluctant to give you any economic wins at all or any political wins at all. Like, it's so fucking cringe, dude.
Americans disagree with the Trump tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. 2/3 of this country believe that wages ought to be higher. Even most Republicans think we ought to raise the minimum wage more than we have. Most Americans believe that we ought to have health care for everybody. There's a version of it I've proposed. There's obviously lots of different versions of how to do that. But that's something most people agree with each other on. Most people are against President Trump's health care cuts, many of which will go into effect next year. I think kind of cleverly timed to come just after the election. So that to me is where the center of gravity of the country meets the center of gravity in my party. And that's what my focus is on when I'm traveling around the country. I go to a lot of places, including more conservative places. We were in Nebraska recently. I was in Arkansas campaigning.
Whoa.
And those are the things people most want to know about. How is my life going to be different depending who's in charge?
So you just pitched to them healthcare because that does top the list for a lot of people. They're concerned about the affordability issue when it comes to healthcare. I'm surprised even to see that topping gas, food prices, housing prices even. It sounds like you're pitching Medicare for all. So what do you see?
Well, you remember we had a whole debate.
I know that. I'm sorry. This will just forever be fuck me, I guess, or something. I'm just not. I just don't ever believe that Americans care about gas. I'll never believe it. Never have. Never will. I'm sorry. I just can't. I don't. I can and I don't. I can and I don't. I don't. Healthcare though. Whoo! That monthly bill. That's a kick in the fucking ass. And anytime you got to touch the hospital, you better believe they're coming for that ass. They're coming for that wallet.
Over this back when I was running for president. I favored something we called Medicare for all who want it. The idea is that there is that publicly available plan, but we're not going to force anybody onto it. I still think that's the right answer. And it's interesting, some of the critics of that plan before have come to embrace it now. I think it would be a good policy. But yeah, the cost of healthcare, the cost of gas, obviously through the roof as a direct result of President Trump breaking his promise not to start a war and what's going on in the Iran war. These are the things I'm being asked about when I'm on the road.
So when it comes to the Iran war, we've had many, military experts on the program just the last 90 minutes telling us that it's time to go big. At this point in the war, I know you've been very critical of how long we have been in it, and you feel that President Trump has broken his promise to the American people.
Well, not I feel. He made a specific promise and then he did something else.
So at this point,
good correction.
Based on where we are, what would you like to see happen next if you were advising President Trump?
Well, if I was advising President Trump, I'm trying to try that scenario on for size. I guess I'd advise him to start by telling the truth to the American people.
Dang.
Because when he says it's going to be 4 weeks and then breaks that promise,
seems like it was a fucking
it reminds
lie,
people of when he said he wouldn't start this war and broke that promise. When he says he will settle for nothing less than unconditional surrender and regime change, and then changed his mind, backpedaled, and agreed to a framework for a ceasefire that was very different. Then that ceasefire has been broken. The outrageous news that we just got, that the Trump administration removed the names of 4 of our service members who were killed in action, apparently because the fact that they had been killed in action
in Iran was
goes against
inconvenient.
his fiction that sometimes he says we're actually not in a war.
Pretty
even
fucked
though
up.
Everybody knows we are. What I would say to him is, when I was in uniform, when I was deployed, I knew that on some level, my life depended on the credibility of the people running our government. And American lives depend on him telling the truth, even when it's hard.
Do you agree with removing Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Yeah, Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. And each of the every administration in my lifetime has found a way of achieving that. It's just the other administrations managed to achieve it without getting the United States into a war and without getting American troops killed.
Removing Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Iran should never have a nuclear program.
Okay, so this is Montana Senator Tim Sheehy. He was on Fox and Friends. This is back on June 22nd, and he said this, listen.
What's worse than a forever war in the Middle East is a forever war right here on our streets. Just down the road, 9/11, the Iranians want to bring that war here. They want to create a global caliphate of Sharia law and kill all of us. And that's not a theory. That's what they actually tried to do every day. So I think we have to remember that. And, having our troops fight them there is far better than us fighting them here.
Get a thought there.
That is almost word for word what they told us when we were sold the war in Iraq. Remember in 2003, they said if we don't go in, invade Iraq, take down Saddam Hussein, if we're not fighting him there, we're going to wind up fighting him here. And that war in Iraq made America weaker. This war on Iran is making America weaker. Folks at home, look, 6 months ago, at least where I live in Michigan, you didn't have to get up in the morning and worry about the Strait of Hormuz. You didn't have to know where it was. It wasn't affecting your life. Now, folks from my neighbors in Michigan to people coast to coast in this country are paying more for gas, more for diesel, mortgage rates are going up, and of course our tax dollars are going into a war where it's pretty clear even the best case scenario is going to have us worse off than where we were. Because a year ago the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now we're fighting to try to figure out somehow how to get it open again. So back to that scenario you invited me to think about before where I'm somehow advising President Trump. I guess the other thing I would say is, like, listen to the intelligence a little more. Listen to the same generals and the intelligence that told you, hey, if you do this, they might close the Strait of Hormuz. And he said, oh, that'll never happen. And then he did, and then that's what happened. Maybe he should pay more attention to that. And most of all, pay more attention to the American people who do not want an escalation of the Iran war.
Okay. I want to ask you about big change because I hear you talking about big change. And in our recent Fox News polling, a majority of Democrats.
This is a very I wouldn't even call this like the adversarial friendly interview. This is like almost like we're on different teams, but we're united against a common enemy interview. Like one of the second friendly one. I wonder why. Like nothing here is being very critical of Pete. She's giving him time to respond to like a quote that she shows. She's not priming anything negatively. Pete is really good at these. It's not about Pete being good. It's about her demeanor for it. Like she's not challenging one. She's just letting him say what he wants.
Want some sort of dramatic or revolutionary change in our nation's government. I mean, you see a lot of it in the DSA playbook. But what would you be looking to do? Are you someone that could lead the country through this sort of revolutionary, dramatic change that many voters say they're seeking?
I think we do need dramatic change. And I think not just most Democrats, but most Americans want that. So look, I'm sorry, I'm thinking a bit more insidiously. I wonder if Murdoch is considering, or if some of these stations are going to try to start putting, in some ways, distance between them and Trump. But there's no way coming into the midterms that they would already be doing that. I don't think that's possible. More moderate on a lot of issues, but I also think we need radical change when it comes to our institutions.
Like what?
And, well, for example, right now we just allow gerrymandering. We allow so much manipulation of congressional districts that 9 out of 10 House races are decided before the first vote is even cast. And that's in a 50-50 country. That needs to change. Money in politics needs to change. The flood of corporate PAC money going into our politics. And I sincerely believe that being against that kind of role of money in politics doesn't have to be a left or right position. I was in Montana. There's a bipartisan initiative there. It's going to voters on the ballot. It's called the Montana Plan that would do something about money in politics. I personally believe that we ought to have a constitutional amendment about this to clear up that corporations are not the same thing as people, and that money, flooding money into campaigns out of corporate treasuries is not the same thing as a person using their right to speech. So look, that's ambitious. That's definitely a big change, especially talking about a constitutional amendment. But we've changed we've amended our Constitution more than 25 times.
And you're willing to do so. I want to ask you about the Supreme Court. Rewind the tape. This is June 11th. You suggested this. Watch.
We have to deal with a Supreme Court that is now a rogue Supreme Court. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that.
Do you think if the leftists hadn't already poisoned the well on Pete back in 2020 that he would get their support now? I don't know if Pete could survive the black vote because he's gay. Not to be mean, but that would be a big one to overcome.
There have to be 9 Supreme Court justices. That one doesn't even take a constitutional amendment.
So where are you going with this?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that under the laws of this country, under the Constitution of this country, we could have a Supreme Court that better reflects the expectations of the American people and that is more legitimate.
She started on Bloomberg, and this is supposed to be more factual/opinion-based reporting section of Fox News. Okay, maybe this particular show always tries to be fair then. We just don't see it very much.
The efficacy of the Supreme Court is, I believe, the lowest it's ever been in the eyes of the American people. It's come to feel like a nakedly partisan institution. We could do some things about that. At a minimum, term limits so that you know for each presidential term how many Supreme Court appointments are going to go with it. But I also think we would be better off with a court that has something like 13 justices that would match the number of...
I love that these talking points are like more popular now. There might be hopium for like some big court reform thing. That, yeah, we should just have one per circuit. I think that's super easy. I think that's an easy thing. Why do leftists hate Pete so damn much? Because he comes across as like an intellectual, and then his positions are largely like, you know, neo-lib, moderate, or like moderate left, I guess.
Districts that we have in the federal system, and ideally appoint them in a way that isn't so partisan. There are a lot of interesting different ideas and proposals for how to do it. One of them is called a balanced bench. So what you do is you have some appointed by Democrats, some appointed by Republicans, and some who can only be seated if there's a consensus among the rest. I'm not wedded to one single vision of reform. I think there are lots of different ways to do it, but my bigger point is this. If something can't go on forever, it won't. And the collapse in trust in the Supreme Court the bizarre way we win our congressional elections with maps drawn into these weird shapes in order to make one party or another party win, the level of money that is just flooding our political system, it can't go on like that. And when something unsustainable goes and goes and goes, you're either going to have reform or you're going to have a catastrophe. I want it to be reform, and I don't think that has to be a partisan issue.
Got it. Fox News polling also asks about immigration and deportation. Our new polling shows that just 7% of Americans think that illegal migrants should be allowed to remain in the United States. Yet, I just read the DSA.
This is a crazy number from a Fox News poll. Deport only those illegal immigrants who have been charged with crimes, but allow others to remain in the U.S. and eventually qualify for citizenship, polled at 62%, a big majority, not even a plurality, would deport all illegals and allow all illegals to stay. 62%. That's a huge, that's a Fox News poll? Is this supposed to be of all voters? That's crazy.
Allowed to remain in the United States. Yet, I just read the DSA playbook, Democrats, Socialists of America, and they want to let everybody in. Where do you stand on immigration, and should deportations continue to happen, or those just that have committed crimes?
Fox News are usually fairly good. Yeah, they are, as long as it's not like that Rasmussen or whatever the fuck. But I'm just saying it's not like this isn't like a super lefty cuck poll of like, oh, look at like what the Young Turks poll their audience, or this is like the DSA, like this is that's a I didn't know that many, I don't know how much that question has been asked, how much that's repeated, but the idea that 62% of Americans, or a majority of Americans, would be okay with a path to amnesty for people that were here without being charged with crimes, that's way higher than I would have expected. I would have thought that number would be like 35 or 40% for the entire population.
Deportations continue to happen, or those just that have committed crimes, where specifically...
I think one of the things that I hope we can seize on, you know, who the fuck knows what will actually happen with anything, but like, and I hope the lefties, the fucking cringe losers, don't fucking hijack this conversation and fuck it up too much. But I think that the insane unpopularity of ICE and just how crazy they fucked everything up with regards to immigration enforcement, it would be so cool if we could seize the wins on that and like try to find some way to do an actual reform for our immigration system. Like if there was like the energy for that right now, but...
Are you standing on this issue?
Yeah, I disagree with the idea that you would just let everybody in. And I think most of us in this country do agree that if somebody's committed a crime, they have to be deported, they have to be held accountable, they have to face justice. Also, there have to be ways for people to have some way to get in line and earn citizenship, especially people who were brought here.
There's a lot of folks in your party who disagree with that.
There are some, yeah. I don't agree with everybody in my party on everything, but I think most Democrats, and actually, interestingly, most Americans agree on the broad picture of what to do. The weird thing is, how come that reform hasn't happened? See, I think a lot of voters who voted for Donald Trump believed him when he said that he was going to focus on those who committed crimes. Just like voters believed him when he said he was going to keep us out of wars like the war in Iran.
Like, it's not even that you were killing fucking immigrants or killing peaceful immigrants, or it's like you were fucking killing white Americans. And these, like, every single one of these became harder and harder to defend. It was like, Jesus, like they were reaching so hard on these. How do you fuck that up so bad? Like, it's just wild as fuck.
And a lot of voters believed him when he said he was going to bring prices down on day one. Instead, if you look at the inflation rate on day one...
Yeah, like you're murdering white nurses and soccer moms, and you're trying to convince us that these are Antifa terrorists? Like, bruh, what's going on here?
When Donald Trump took over from Joe Biden, and you look at the inflation rate today, it's higher today. So you have this set of broken promises that I think is an opening for us as a country to have a different
you open
conversation.
the door to affordability in the economy.
Yeah.
So what are you offering? What are you offering? What is the solution to what so many of you Democrats are saying are failed economic policies in this country? Right now, I look at average hourly earnings, they're up. Wages are up. The American stock market has been rocking. It's at all-time highs. Growth has been up. What are you pitching? What do you think is the solution to, the polling that does show that there is a frustration with the American people, specifically when it comes to affordability?
Yeah, I think Americans are frustrated because we see some of those top-line numbers you're talking about. Economic growth overall up, stock market way up, but wages haven't moved nearly as much as profits have. It tells you that something is off. So some basic things we can do. First of all, raise wages. Again, most Republicans agree with me and disagree with Washington Republicans on having a minimum wage increase. It hasn't increased in years. At least over 12 is what most Republicans can agree on. I think it needs to go north of that.
Small business owners are going to say, you're going to kill me.
They've always said.
I don't know if anybody will care. You guys have you fomented so much populace on the right, so much economic populism on the right. I don't know how much of an appetite your frontline conservative voters are going to have for this. Like, businesses are going to be hurt with a higher minimum wage. I think you burned through all of that, whatever the fuck economic conservative feelings there might have been. But I don't know.
But right now, the minimum wage is lower when you account for inflation by something like 30% than it was last time.
Yeah, you want to talk about small business owners?
How about the inflation so we don't have these fights?
How about the tariffs?
We should do healthcare that's available to everybody, like that proposal I was telling you about earlier. Another thing we can do is just stop making it worse. We woke up to news today that Donald Trump is imposing a new 10% tax effective at midnight last night that we got to pay on all kinds of goods. Why would you put an extra tax, an extra tariff on things when affordability is so hard?
But I'm asking you, how do you make life more affordable for the average American?
Well, I just told you, we cut the cost of healthcare, right? And also, if Republicans hadn't gotten rid of that help on healthcare premiums, right, premiums would be lower. So we should make healthcare premiums lower instead of higher, the way congressional Republicans raised them. We should make sure wages are higher instead of keeping them stuck where they are. We should be supporting childcare. By the way, I'm very interested in maybe a bipartisan consensus where we work on childcare that's not just about supporting childcare in an institutional setting where you like drop somebody off at a center. That's great for some families. A lot of families are doing family childcare. Sometimes they're like me in a sandwich generation where you're looking over after both a parent and children at the same time. We should be supporting family caregivers as well. We could use tax credits to do that. Another thing that would make America more affordable, do more with the child tax credit, which successfully cut the rate of child poverty in half. And then congressional Republicans refused to extend it. All of these are specific, concrete things that will work, that most Americans agree on, but you can't get through Washington. Why? Because the political system is broken, which is why I keep talking about those reforms on how we elect House members, money in politics, how we elect the president is another one I care about. All these things that I think would make a difference.
Real quick before you go, I mean, has the socialist wave?
Do his whole
I
platform.
mean, you're sitting in New York City. We've got a socialist mayor in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Is it gone too far, do you believe?
Look, there's always going to be some people in my party who go too far for me, people I disagree with. If you pick the 5 or 10 or 15 furthest left people in our party, they're going to, by definition, disagree with a lot of others. But there's so much that we do, in fact, agree on. And I think one of the reasons why you see people who run on a promise
Call it out. We don't know. I don't know how you say this nicely. No minstrel shows or whatever. Like, no, I would never fucking on a Republican platform criticize socials, anything. Fuck that. Absolutely not. No.
Shaking it up, whether it's a DSA candidate on the left or whether it's someone like Donald Trump, is because people can tell that the system we have is not just showing its age, it's letting us down. That system can change. There's a way to do that that is not destructive.
What kind of Democrat are you? I mean, we've got blue MAGA, we've got socialists. What are you? What do you
There's
label
label
yourself?
after. I don't know. I'm a Pete Buttigieg Democrat. I think I'm a common sense Democrat. But of course, everybody thinks that their ideas are common sense to them.
And you're running for president?
I'm not running for anything. I'm helping people who are, because this is a very important election where people are seeing that their everyday lives, from the price of gas to healthcare, is on the line. And I think a lot of people who generally prefer a Republican president still want to see some kind of balance, some kind of check, some kind of restraint, and are considering, maybe for the first time in a long time, voting for a Democrat for Congress.
Oh, shit.
Really interesting stuff. Appreciate you coming by today. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks for having me.
All right, come back soon. All right.
Wow. What?
Of course, they've had a very successful summer in
HaSLOP,
primaries, like here in New York City, but of course, a big test
Yesterday. What am I watching this for?
comes on Tuesday in Michigan.
And be sure to tune in a new hour of the whole story with.
Oh, is he skinwalking my audio issues? President Donald Trump is considering removing Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, over a Justice Department conclusion that problems with the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool stem from a flawed renovation rather than vandalism. Two people familiar with his thinking told CNN. He's going after all them women. Do you see the Zoil drama where he accidentally showed himself gifting subs to his stream? Yeah, cringe. I don't know voices.
Oi, lads! Metalloid sword air! Why did Garysenconomics go and retire then? I liked his message of giving me free money to sit around on me arse doing fuck all every day.
We need to co-opt TDS to be Trump dick suck syndrome. My man Dest, am I ever going to get a chance to prove myself in bed? I got some lube, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some poppers, I got some shrooms, I got some weeds, I got some Obamna, I got some LLL, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some poppers, I got some shrooms, I got some weeds, I got some Obamna, I got some LLL, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some Molly, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some
Are you okay?
Molly, I got some potters, I got
okay.
some shrooms, I got some weeds, I got some Obamna, I got some LLL, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some poppers, I got some shrooms, I got some weeds, I got some Obamna, I got some LLL, I got some condom, I got some Viagra, I got some Molly, I got some moppers, I got some shrooms, I got some weeds, I got some Obamna, I got some LLL, I got some cod. Listen, chat, just because I make a silly myth take, don't loud at me. Just because I misspoke, god damn it.
What is going on? What is happening? Having sex with women used to feel good, doesn't anymore. Feels kind of bad these days. What is going on if you're having sex with a guy today? There's going to be a lot more of that tomorrow.
Hey, buddy, I know we have to pretend to hate each other for chat, but I wanted to let you know I still think you're incredibly handsome and, oh, hold on, Kaya, place. Taste my thunder. Sorry about that anyways. You're very good looking and I appreciate your feedback on my receding hairline. Your thumbnails are so funny. Ha 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 ha! Broke boy.
You're greatly exaggerating the impact a block trade between ownership and institutions would have on the price per share on public markets. We have historical precedent for this. Elon could sell all his stock tomorrow if he wanted without a mage.
Destiny, can you play piano for me so I can drown out my black neighbor's child stomping around like an ape?
Someone stole my TTS and posted it to LSF for karma because I'm unimaginably witty. Fuck them. But then these retard mods take it down for being political. What's political about calling you divorced, foreign relations? Bring back Stale.
Stale wouldn't have done it. That was a DGG op. We controlled him 100% through and through. All right. Good job. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Wait. Wick, crew, chick, or chic, I guess. Cold, nail, horn, nose, whisker, hair. Whisker, hair, nail? Stuff that grows, or no, horn? Is this like keratin? No, horn, nail, I don't know. Cuts. Haircut, crew cut, cold cuts. And then hair, whisker, horn? No. Hair, metal, something metal, nail metal? Fuck. Hair. Oh God, was hair not the pivot word? Was it wick? What? I can't believe I lost one of these. Cuts, body parts made of keratin. Fuck, I even said that. I didn't know hair was. That's what stopped me on that. Fuck. And then barely a win. He won by a whisker. By a nose, hair. Okay, and then first four letters of a musical. Chicago, Hairspray, and Wicked. Fuck. There's a YouTube channel called CX Basement that looks new, and it's like a justical evasion account. Just wanted you to know. Cool. Okay, thanks, buddy. Needless, Myrrh, Backstreet, T-Set, NSYNC, Sage, Flyby, Nag, Champa, Mint, Byway, Bugfix, Rhythm, Forest Lane, Hunter, and Alley. Oh my God. Baited a little. What the fuck? A back street, an alley, a lane, and a byway, maybe? Ooh, okay. A lane is a road, less travel. Okay. And sync and rhythm. Sage. Mint. T-set. Nag Champa. That's something stupid. Champ. Oh, God, I'm a genius. Tease, nag, bug, and needle. Oh my God, that's got to be the purple one. Jesus, okay. Fly by. Mint, forest. Chocolate. Maybe? Sage chocolate, mint chocolate, myrrh chocolate, and forest chocolate? I don't know. No. Hunter. I don't know what the fuck myrrh is. Is that one of the things that they brought to Jesus? Like in the major? I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, I bet frankincense is like fucking some kind of bullshit. I don't know. Never mind. No. Flyby, rhythm. This is something. I don't know. This is like, oh my God. And sync, Hunter, Flyby, and rhythm. Why, bro? Wait, was that not 3 wrong guesses? Am I crazy? Hello? What? How many do you normally get? Oh, maybe you get 4. No, do you normally get 4 in this? Was it always 4? Bro, fuck this game. It was Forest Hunter. Oh, Shades of Green? Sage? Oh my god. Why is the only Val? Really? Would you have fallen for AI propaganda?
I landed an interview to finally take me out of my shitty office job Godston is
There is only one audience who's dumb enough to fall for this kind of AI marketing. There is no other group who would ever...
Can y'all please stay 6 seconds to tell my daughter her goth lamps don't suck? Our daughter's goth lamp business is failing.
So there's only 2 groups. There's just the 2 groups who would ever fall for AI advertisement. But nobody educated would ever...
Stop emailing me about my TA. She is not ignoring you. She is also a student. She has her own classes. She has her own work.
That account's called Professors Crashing Out, and they got 10,000 followers in like a month before the guy noticed it.
No, the answer is no. I don't fall for AI anything ever. Okay, love you. Bye. Digital ground game thing. Well, I'm hosting them. Good luck.